of so many heroic deeds recurrently dropped out of mind and found no shrine in lasting monuments of fame? The answer, I believe, is that this world is newly made. Its origin is a recent event, not one of remote antiquity. That is why, even now, some arts are still being perfected. The process of development is still going on. Yes. It is not long since the truth about nature was first discovered, and I, myself, am even now the first, who has been found to render this revelation into my native speech. Lucretius, De Rerum Natura, 55 BC. Prelude. Iuli. This is how Iuli, son of Alejo, came to a place called Oldorando, where his descendants flourished in the better days that were to come. Iuli was 7 years old, virtually a grown man, when he crouched under a skin bivouac with his father and gazed down the wilderness of a land known even at that time as Campanlad. He had roused from a light doze with his father's elbow in his rib and his harsh voice saying, "Storm's dying." The storm had been blowing from the west for 3 days, bringing with it snow and particles of ice off the barriers. It filled the world with howling energy, transforming it to a grey-white darkness, like a great voice that no man could withstand. The ledge on which the bivouac was pitched afforded little protection from the worst of the blast. Father and son could do nothing but lie where they were under the skin, dozing, once in a while chewing on a piece of smoked fish, while the weather battered away above their heads. As the wind expired, the snow arrived in spurts, twitching in feather-like flurries across the drab landscape. Although Freya was high in the sky, for the hunters were within the tropics, it seemed to hang there, frozen. The lights rippled overhead in shawl after golden shawl, the fringes of which seemed to touch the ground, where the folds rose up and up until they vanished in the leaden zenith of heaven. The lights gave little illumination, no warmth. Both father and son rose by instinct, stretching, stamping their feet, throwing their arms violently about the massive barrels of their bodies. Neither spoke. There was nothing to say. The storm was over. Still, they had to wait. Soon they knew the Yelk would be here. Not for much longer would they have to maintain their vigil. Although the ground was broken, it was without feature, being covered with ice and snow. Behind the two men was higher ground, also covered with the mat of whiteness. Only to the north was there a dark, grim greyness, where the sky came down like a bruised arm to meet the sea. The eyes of the men, however, were fixed continually on the east. After a period of stamping and slapping, when the air about them filled with the foggy vapour of their breath, they settled down again under the skins to wait. Alejo arranged himself with one befurred elbow on the rock, so that he could tuck his thumb deep into the hollow of his left cheek, propping the weight of his skull on his zygomatic bone, and shielding his eyes with 4 curled, gloved fingers. His son waited with less patience. He squirmed inside his stitched skins. Neither he nor his father was born to this kind of hunting. Hunting bear in the barriers was their way of life, and their fathers before them. But intense cold, exhaled from the high, hard hurricane mouths of the barriers, had driven them, together with the sick Ornessa, down to the gentler weather of the plains. So Iuli was uneasy and excited. His ailing mother and his sister, together with his mother's family, were some miles distant, the uncles venturing hopefully towards the frozen sea, with the sledge and their ivory spears. Iuli wondered how they had fared in the days-long storm, if they were feasting even now, cooking fish or hunks of seal meat in his mother's bronze pot. He dreamed of the scent of meat in his mouth, the rough feel of it, meshed in saliva, as it was gulped down, the flavour. Something in his hollow belly went whang at the thought. There, see? His father's elbow jabbed his biceps. The high iron-coloured front of cloud rose rapidly in the sky, dimming Freya, spilling shade across the landscape. Everything was a blur of white, without definition. Below the bluff on which they lay stretched a great frozen river, the Varg. Yuli had heard it called. So thickly covered in snow was it that nobody could tell it was a river, except by walking across it. Up to their knees in powdery drift, they had heard a faint ringing beneath their heels. Alejo had paused, putting the sharp end of his spear to the ice and the blunt end to his ear, and listened to the dark flow of water somewhere beneath their feet. The far bank of the Vark was vaguely marked by mounds, broken here and there by patches of black, where fallen trees lay half-concealed by snow. Beyond that, only the weary plain on and on, until a line of brown could be made out under the sullen shawls of the far eastern sky. Blinking his eyes, Yuli stared at the line, and stared again. Of course, his father was right. His father knew everything. His heart swelled with pride to think that he was Yuli, son of Alejo. The Yelk were coming. In a few minutes, the leading animals could be discerned, travelling solidly on a wide front, advancing with a bow wave preceding them, where their elegant hooves kicked up snow. They progressed with their heads down, and behind them came more of their kind, and more, without end. It appeared to Yuli that they had seen him and his father, and were advancing directly upon them. He glanced anxiously to Alejo, who gestured caution with one finger. Wait. Yuli shivered inside his bearskins. Food was approaching. Enough food to feed every single person of every tribe upon whom Freya and Batalix ever shone, or Wootra smiled. As the animals drew nearer, approaching steadily at something like a man's fast walking pace, he tried to comprehend what an enormous herd it was. By now, half of the landscape was filled with moving animals, with the white and tan texture of their hides, while more beasts were appearing over from the eastern horizon. Who knew what lay that way? What mysteries? What terrors? Yet nothing could be worse than the barriers, with its searing cold, and that great red mouth Yuli had once glimpsed through the scudding rack of cloud, belching out lava down the smoking hillside. Now it was possible to see that the living mass of animals did not consist solely of Yelk, although they made up the greater part. In the midst of the herd were knots of larger animal, standing out like clumps of boulders on a moving plain. This larger animal resembled a Yelk, with the same long skull about which elegant horns curved protectively on either side, the same shaggy mane overlaying a thick, matted coat, the same hump on its back, situated towards its rump. But these animals stood half as tall again as the Yelk, which hemmed them in. They were the giant Bi-Yelk, formidable animals capable of carrying 2 men on their backs at the same time. So one of Yuli's uncles had told him. And a third animal associated itself with the herd. It was a Ganadu, and Yuli saw its neck raised everywhere along the sides of the herd. As the mass of Yelk moved indifferently forward, the Ganadu ran excitedly to either flank, their small heads bobbing on the end of their long necks. Their most remarkable feature, a pair of gigantic ears, turned hither and thither, listening for unexpected alarms. This was the first 2-legged animal Yuli had seen. Below its long-haired body, 2 immense piston-like legs propelled it. The Ganadu moved at twice the speed of the Yelk and Bi-Yelk, covering twice as much ground, yet each animal remained where it was in relation to the herd. A heavy, dull, continuous thunder marked the approach of the herd. From where Yuli lay against his father, the 3 species of animal could be distinguished only because he knew what to look for. They all merged with one another in the heavy mottled light. The black cloud front had advanced more rapidly than the herd, and now covered Batalics entirely. That brave sentinel would not be seen again for days. A rumpled carpet of animals rolled across the land, its individual movements no more distinguishable than currents in a turbulent river. Mist hung over the animals, further shrouding them. It comprised sweat, heat, and small winged biting insects, able to procreate only in the heat from the burly-hoofed flock. Breathing faster, Yuli looked again and, behold, the creatures in the forefront were already confronting the banks of the snowbound Varg. They were near. They were coming nearer. The world was one inescapable teeming animal. He flicked his head to look in appeal at his father. Although he saw his son's gesture, Alejo remained rigidly staring ahead, teeth gritted, eyes clenched against the cold under his heavy eye ridges. "Still," he commanded. The tide of life surged along the riverbanks, flowed over, cascaded over the hidden ice. Some creatures, lumbering adults, skipping fawns, fell against concealed tree trunks, dainty legs kicking furiously before they were trampled under the pressure of the march. Individual animals could now be picked out. They earned their heads low. Their eyes were staring, white-rimmed. Thick green trails of saliva hung from many a mouth. The cold froze the steam from their upthrust nostrils, streaking ice across the fur of their skulls. Most beasts laboured, in poor condition, their coats covered with mud, excrement, and blood, or hanging loose in strips, where a neighbour's horn had stabbed and torn them. The Bayelk in particular, striding surrounded by their lesser brethren, their shoulders enormous with grey bunched fur, walked with a kind of controlled unease, their eyes rolling as they heard the squeals of those who fell, and understood that some kind of danger, towards which they were inevitably to progress, threatened ahead. The mass of animals was crossing the frozen river, churning snow. Their noise came plain to the two watchers, not solely the sound of their hoofs, but the rasp of their breath, and a continued chorus of grunts, snorts, and coughs. A click of horn against horn, the sharp rattle of eyes being shaken to dislodge ever-present flies. 3 Bayelks stepped forth, together, on the frozen river. With sharp, resounding cracks, the ice broke. Shards of it, almost a metre thick, reared up into view, as the heavy animals fell forward. Panic seized the Yelk. Those on the ice attempted to scatter in all directions. Many stumbled and were lost under more animals. The cracking spread. Water, grey and fierce, jetted into the air. Fast and cold, the river was still flowing. It rushed and broke and foamed, as if glad to be free, and the animals went down into it with their mouths open, bellowing. Nothing deterred the oncoming animals. They were as much a natural force as the river. They flowed ever on, obliterating their companions who stumbled, obliterating, too, the sharp wounds opened in the Varg, bridging it with tumbled bodies, until they surged up the near bank. Now Yuli raised himself onto his knees, and lifted his ivory spear, his eyes blazing. His father seized his arm and dragged him down. "See Fagors, you fool," he said, giving his son a furious, contemptuous glare, and stabbing ahead with his spear to indicate danger. Shaken, Yuli sank down again, as much frightened of his father's wrath as by the thought of Fagors. The Yelk herd pressed about their outcrop of rock, lurching by on either side of its crumbling base. The cloud of flies and stinging things that sang about their twitching backs now enveloped Yuli and Alejo, and it was through this veil that Yuli stared, trying to get a sight of the Fagors. At first he discerned none. Nothing was to be seen ahead but the avalanche of shaggy life, driven by compulsions no man understood. It covered the frozen river. It covered the banks. It covered the grey world back to the far horizon. where it tucked itself under the dun clouds like a rug under a pillow. Hundreds of thousands of animals were involved, and the midges hung above them in a continuous black exhalation. Alejo dragged his son down and indicated a spot to their left with one shaggy eyebrow. Half hidden beneath the skin that served as their bivouac, Yuli stared at the advance. Two giant by-elks were lumbering towards their coign of vantage. Their massive white-furred shoulders were almost on a level with the ledge. As Yuli blew the midges away from before his eyes, the white fur resolved itself into fagors. 4 of them, 2 riding on each by-elk, clung tight to the hair of their mounts. He wondered how he had missed sighting them before. Though they merged with their giant steeds, they exhibited the presence of all who ride, while others travel on foot. They clustered on top of the by-elk's shoulders, directing their moody bull faces ahead, towards the higher ground where the herd would stop and graze. Their eyes glared out under upward curving horns. Every now and again, one would shoot out his white milt, curving it up the slot of his powerful nostrils to remove plaguing midges. Their clumsy heads pivoted above the bulk of their bodies, which were completely covered with long white hair. The creatures were all white, except for their scarlet-pink eyes. They rode the striding by-elks as if they were part of them. Behind them, a crude leather carrier holding clubs and weapons swung to and fro. Now that Yuli was alert to the nature of the danger, he discerned other fagors. Only the privileged rode. The rank and file of their nation went on foot, proceeding at a walking pace matching that of the animals. As he watched, so tense he dared not even brush the flies from his eyelids, Yuli saw a group of 4 fagors pass within a few meters of where he and his father lay. He would have had no difficulty in spearing the leader between the shoulder blades, had Alejo given the command. Yuli looked with particular interest at the horns that passed him, 2 by 2. Smooth though they appeared in the dull light, the inner and outer edges of each horn were sharp from base to tip. He coveted one of those horns. Horns of dead fagors were used as weapons in the savage recesses of the barriers. It was for their horns that learned men in distant towns, crouched in dens remote from storm, referred to fagors as the ancipital race, the species with 2 sharp edges. The leading ancipital strode along dauntlessly. Lack of an ordinary knee joint made his an unnatural-looking stride. He marched mechanically, as he must have done for miles. Distance was no obstacle. His long skull was thrust forward, in typical fagor fashion, low between his shoulders. On either arm he wore hide straps, to which were attached outward-pointing horns, their extremities tipped with metal. With these, the creature could prod away any animal that walked too close to him. Otherwise he was unarmed, but to a nearby yelk, a bundle of possessions had been tied, a bundle including spears and a hunting harpoon. Adjacent animals also involuntarily carried baggage belonging to the other fagors in the group. Behind the leader were 2 more males, so Yuli assumed, followed by a female fagor. She was of slighter build and carried some kind of bag tied around her middle. Under her long white hair, pinkish dugs swung. On her shoulders rode an infant fagor, clutching uncomfortably at his mother's neck fur. His head clamped down to her head. Its eyes were closed. The female walked automatically, as though in a daze. It was a matter for conjecture, for how many days she and the others had been walking. Or how far. And there were other fagors, spread thinly around the outskirts of the moving concourse. The animals took no notice of them, accepting them as they accepted the flies, because there was no alternative to acceptance. The noise of the drumming hoofs was punctuated by laboured breathing and coughing and breaking wind. Another sound rose. The fagor who led the small group was emitting a kind of hum or growl. a rough noise delivered over a vibrating tongue, which varied in pitch. Perhaps it was intended to cheer the three who followed. The sound terrified Yuli. Then it was gone, and the fagors too. More animals streamed by, and eventually more fagors, continuing staunchlessly. Yuli and his father lay where they were, occasionally spitting flies from their mouths, waiting for the time to strike, and win the meat they desperately needed. Before sunset, the wind got up again, blowing as before off the ice caps of the barriers, into the faces of the migratory army. The attending fagors marched with their heads down, eyes slitted, and long trails of saliva fanned from the corners of their mouths, and froze across their chests, as fat freezes when thrown out on the ice. The atmosphere was iron. Wutra, god of the skies, had withdrawn his shawls of light, and shrouded his domain with overcast. Perhaps another battle had been lost to him. From under this dark curtain, Freya became visible only when it reached the horizon. Blankets of cloud rumpled back to reveal the sentinel smouldering in a perspective of golden ashes. It shone out with spirit over the wastes, small but bright, its disk no more than a third as large as that of its companion star, Batalix. Yet Freya's light was greater, fiercer. It sank into the edra of the ground, and was gone. Now was the time of dim day, which prevailed in summer and autumn, and which almost alone distinguished those seasons from even less merciful times. Dim day suffused a dazed half-light across the night sky. Only at times of New Year would Batalix and Freya rise and set together. At present, their lives were solitary, hidden frequently behind cloud, which was the billowing smoke from Wutra's war. In the manner of days turning to dim day, Yuli read the weather omens. Driving winds would soon be conjured up, with snow on their breath. He recalled the rhyme they chanted in old Olonets, the tongue of magic, of past things, of red ruin, the tongue of catastrophe, fair women, giants, and rich food, the tongue of an inaccessible yesterday. The rhyme had been recalled in the croupy caves of the barriers. Wutra in sorrow will put Freya to barrow, and us to the billow. As if responding to the changing light, a general shudder passed across the mass of Yelk, and they stopped. Groaning, they settled where they were upon the trampled ground, tucking their legs beneath their bodies. For the enormous By-Yelk, this maneuver was not possible. They stood where they were and slept, ears across eyes. Some of the Fagor groups gathered themselves together for companionship. Most simply flung themselves down indifferently and slept where they fell, jamming their backs against the flanks of supine Yelk. Everything slept. The two figures sprawled on the rock ledge, dragged their sheltering skin over their heads and dreamed, empty-bellied, with their faces buried in their folded arms. Everything slept, except for the mist of biting and sucking insects. Things that were capable of dreams struggled through the uneasy mirages that dim day brought with it. In general, the view, with its lack of shadow and constant level of suffering, might have appeared to anyone scrutinizing it for the first time to represent not so much a world as a place awaiting formal creation. At this stage of quiescence, there was a motion in the sky hardly more energetic than the unfolding of the aurora, which had hung above the scene earlier. From the direction of the sea came a solitary children, sailing through the air some meters above the prostrate mass of living things. It looked to be no more than a great wing, glowing red like the embers of a dying fire, beating with a steady lethargy. As it passed over the deer, the animals twitched and heaved. It skimmed over the rock, where the two humans lay, and Yuli and his father twitched and heaved, like the Yelk, seeing strange visions in their sleep. Then the apparition was gone, heading on lonely for the mountains in the south. leaving behind it a trail of red sparks to die in the atmosphere like an echo of itself. After a while, the animals woke and rose to their feet. They shook their ears, which bled from the attentions of the gnats, and again started forward. With them went the bayelks and ganadus, scuttling here and there. With them too went the fagors. The two humans roused and watched them go. Throughout another day the great progress continued. The blizzards raged, plastering the animals with snow. Towards evening, when wind was blowing tattered cloud across the sky, and the cold held a whistling edge, Alejo sighted the rear of the herd. The rear was not as tight as the vanguard had been. Stragglers from the herd trailed back several miles, some limping, some coughing pitifully. Behind and beside them scurried long furry things with bellies near the ground, waiting the chance to nip a fetlock and bring a victim crashing down. The last of the fagors marched past the ledge. They did not walk at the rear, either from respect for the low-bellied carnivores or because the going was difficult over such trampled ground, piled with scumble. And now Alejo arose, motioning his son to do likewise. They stood, clutching their weapons, and then slithered down to level ground. "Good," said Alejo. The snow was strewn with dead animals, in particular around the banks of the Varg. The break in the ice was plugged with drowned bodies. Many of those creatures who had been forced to lie down where they stood had frozen to death as they rested, and were now turned to ice. The lumps of which they composed the red core were unrecognizable in shape after the blizzard. Delighted to be able to move, young Yuli ran and jumped and cried aloud. Dashing to the frozen river, he skipped dangerously from one unidentifiable lump to another, waving his hands and laughing. His father called him sharply to heel. Alejo pointed down through the ice. Black shapes moved, obscurely seen, partly defined by trails of bubbles. They streaked the turbid medium in which they swam with crimson, boring up beneath the frozen layers to attack the banquet provided for their benefit. Other predators were arriving by air, large white fowl, coming in from the east and the sullen north, fluttering heavily down, brandishing ornate beaks with which they bore through the ice to the flesh underneath. As they devoured, they fixed on the hunter and his son, eyes heavy with avian calculation. But Alejo wasted no time on them. Directing Yuli to follow, he moved to where the herd had stumbled across fallen trees, calling and waving his spear as he went, to frighten off predators. Here, dead animals were readily accessible. Although badly trampled, they still preserved one part of their anatomies intact, their skulls. It was to these that Alejo addressed his attention. He prized open the dead jaws with the blade of a knife, and adroitly cut out their thick tongues. Blood spilled over his wrists onto the snow. Meanwhile, Yuli climbed among the tree trunks, collecting broken wood. He kicked the snow away from one fallen trunk, contriving a sheltered place in which he could make a small fire. Wrapping his bowstring around a pointed stick, he rubbed to and fro. The crumbled wood smouldered. He blew gently. A tiny flame sprang up, as he had seen it do often under the magical breath of Onessa. When the fire was burning well, he set his bronze pot on it and piled snow in to melt, adding salt from a leather pocket he carried in his furs. He was ready when his father brought 7 slimy tongues in his arms and slipped them into the pot. 4 of the tongues were for Alejo, 3 for Yuli. They ate with grunts of satisfaction, Yuli trying to catch his father's eye and smile, to show satisfaction, but Alejo kept his brows knit as he chewed, and his gaze down at the trampled ground. There was work still to be done. Even before they had finished eating, Alejo got to his feet and kicked the smouldering embers aside. The scavenger birds nearby rose momentarily, and then settled again to their feast. Yuli emptied the bronze pot and secured it to his belt. They were almost at the place where the great herd of animals reached the western limit of its migration. Here, on higher ground, they would seek out lichen under the snow, and graze on the strands of shaggy green moss that wrapped the larch forests about. Here too, on a low plateau, some of the animals would reach their due term and bring forth their young. It was to this plateau, no more than a mile off, that Alejo and his son made their way through the grey daylight. In the distance, they saw groups of other hunters, heading in the same direction. Each group deliberately ignored the others. No other group consisted of 2 people only, Yuli noted. That was the penalty his family paid, for being not of the plain, but of the barrier. For them, everything was more arduous. They walked bent double up the incline. The way was strewn with boulders where an ancient sea had once withdrawn in the face of encroaching cold. But of that aspect of affairs they knew and cared nothing. Only the present was of importance to Alejo and his son. On the lip of the plateau they stood, shielding their eyes against biting cold in order to peer forward. Most of the herd had disappeared. All that remained of its still active numbers were occasional swarms of flying insects and the pungent smell. It had left behind on the plateau those of its members who were propagating. Among those fated individuals were not only Yelk, but the flimsier Ganadu and the bulky bodies of giant Bayelk. They lay inert, covering a wide area, dead or almost dead, sometimes with sides heaving. Another party of hunters was moving closer among the dying animals. Grunting, Alejo gestured to one side, and he and Yuli moved over in the direction of a broken cluster of pines, near which a few Yelk lay. Yuli stood over one to watch his father kill the helpless beast, already labouring its way into the grey world of eternity. Like its monstrous cousin, the Bayelk and the Ganadu, the Yelk was a necrogene, giving birth only through its death. The animals were hermaphrodite, sometimes male, sometimes female. They were too crudely designed to have within them the apparatus of mammals, such as ovaries and wombs. After mating, the spurted sperm developed within the warm interior into small maggot-like forms, which grew as they devoured the stomach of their maternal host. A time came when the maggot Yelk reached a main artery. It could then spread in its numbers, like seed in the wind, throughout the host animal, causing death within a short while. This event occurred unfailingly when the great herds reached the plateau at the western limit of their range. So it had done throughout ages that no one could count. Even when Alejo and Yuli stood over the beast, its stomach collapsed like an old bag. It threw up its head and died. Alejo plunged in his spear, in ceremonial fashion. Both men dropped to their knees in the snow, and with their daggers ripped up the belly of the animal. The maggot Yelk were within, no bigger than a fingernail, almost too small to see, but collectively delicious to taste, and highly nourishing. They would help Onessa in her illness. They died on exposure to the freezing air. Left to themselves, the maggot Yelk would live in safety inside the skins of their hosts. Within their little dark universe, they would not hesitate to devour each other, and many were the bloody battles fought in aorta and mesenteric arteries. The survivors grew through successive metamorphoses, increasing in size as they decreased in numbers. At length, 2 or possibly 3 small, rapid-moving Yelks would emerge from throat or anus to face the starveling world outside, and this emergence would be achieved just in time to avoid death by trampling, as the herds moved slowly into position on the plateau for their return migration northeastwards, towards far Chels. Dotted over the plateau, among the animals simultaneously procreating and dying, stood thick stone pillars. The pillars had been set there by an earlier race of men. On each pillar was carved a simple device, a circle or a wheel with a smaller circle at its centre. From the centre circle, 2 opposed curved spokes radiated to the outer one. Nobody present on the sea-sculpted plateau animal or hunter, attended to these decorated pillars in the least degree. Yuli was engrossed with their catch. He tore off strips of hide, weaving them crudely into a bag, into which he scraped the dying maggot yelk. Meanwhile, his father was dissecting the carcass. Every bit of the dead body could be utilized. From the longest bones, a sledge would be built, lashed together with strips of hide. Oms would serve as runners, to ease their having to pull the sled all the way home. For by then, the little carriage could be loaded high with good solid joints of shoulder and rib and rump, covered over with the rest of the skin. Both worked together, grunting with effort, their hands red, breath in a cloud above their heads, where midges gathered unnoticed. Suddenly Alejo gave a terrible cry, fell backwards, tried to run. Yuli looked round in dismay. 3 great white fagors had crept from a place of concealment among the pines and stood over them. 2 sprang on Alejo as he got up and clubbed him to the snow. The other struck out at Yuli. He rolled aside, yelling. They had completely forgotten about the dangers of fagors and had neglected to keep any watch. As he rolled and sprang and avoided the swinging club, Yuli saw the other hunters nearby, working calmly on the dying elk, just as he and his father had been doing. So determined were they to get on with the work, to build their sledges and be off, so near was starvation, that they continued about their business, glancing up at the fight only now and again. The story would have been different if they had been kin of Alejo and Yuli, but these were plainsmen, squat, unfriendly men. Yuli yelled to them for help, without avail. One man nearby hurled a bloody bone at the fagors, and that was all. Dodging the swinging cudgel, Yuli started to run, slipped, and fell. Up thundered the fagor. Yuli fell into an instinctive defensive pose, resting on one knee. As the fagor dived at him, he brought up his dagger in an underarm movement and sank it into the broad gut of his attacker. He watched with shocked amazement his arm disappear into stringy, stiff pelage, and that coat immediately belch into thick, gold gore gushing everywhere. Then the body smote him, and he went rolling then by volition, rolling out of harm's way, rolling into what shelter offered itself, rolling panting behind an upthrust shoulder of dead yelk, from where he looked out on a world suddenly turned enemy. His assailant had fallen. Now he picked himself up, nursing that golden patch in his gut with enormous horned paws, and staggering mindlessly, crying, "Oh! Oh! Oh! Oh!" He fell headfirst and did not move again. Behind the fallen body, Alejo had been beaten to the ground. He lay crumpled, but the 2 fagors immediately seized him, and one of them arranged him over his shoulders. The pair looked about, stared back at their fallen comrade, glanced at each other, grunted, turned their backs on Yuli, and began to march away. Yuli stood up. He found his legs, bound inside his fur trousers, were shaking. He had no idea what to do. Distractedly, he skirted the body of the fagor he had killed. How he would boast of that to his mother and uncles, and ran back to the scene of the scuffle. He picked up his spear and then, after some hesitation, took his father's spear as well. Then he set off to follow the fagors. They were trudging ahead, making heavy weather of getting uphill with their burden. They soon sensed the boy following them, and turned now and again, half-heartedly trying to drive them off, with threats and gestures. Evidently they did not think him worth expending a spear on. When Alejo recovered consciousness, the 2 fagors stopped, set him on his feet, and made him walk between them, encouraging him with blows. Uttering a series of whistles, Yuli let his father know that he was nearby. But whenever the older man ventured to look over his shoulder, he received a clout from one of the fagors that sent him reeling. The fagors slowly caught up with another party of their own kind, consisting of a female and 2 males. One of the latter was old and walking with a stick as tall as himself, on which he leaned heavily in his progress uphill. Every now and again, he stumbled in the piles of yelk droppings. Eventually, the scatters of scumble appeared no more, and the smell died from their nostrils. They were moving along an upward path. The migratory herd had not taken. The winds had dropped, and spruce trees grew on the slope. There were now several knots of fagors climbing up the hillside, many of them bowed beneath carcasses of yelk, and behind them trailed a 9-year-old human being, fear in his heart, trying to keep his father in sight. The air grew thick and heavy, as if under enchantment. The pace was slower, the larches closer, and the fagors were forced to bunch more closely. Their rough song, scraped across their horny tongues, sounded loudly, a hum that on occasions rose to a scalding crescendo and then died again. Yuli was terrified, and fell further behind, darting from tree to tree. He could not understand why Alejo did not break from his captors and run back downhill. Then he could grasp his spear again, and together the two of them would stand side by side and kill all the shaggy fagors. Instead, his father remained captive, and now his slighter figure was lost among the crowding figures in the twilight under the trees. The humming song rose harshly and died. A smoky greenish light glowed ahead, promising a new crisis. Yuli sneaked forward, running doubled up to the next tree. Some kind of building stood ahead, fronted by a double gate, which opened slightly. Within, the faint fire showed. The fagors were shouting, and the gate opened more. They began to crowd in. The light was revealed as a brand, which one of their kind held aloft. "Father! Father!" screamed Yuli. "Run, father! I'm here!" There was no answer. In the murk, which the torch further confused, it was impossible to see whether or not Alejo had already been pushed inside the gate. 1 or 2 fagors turned indifferently at the shouts, and shooed Yuli away without animosity. "Go, and shout at the wind," one cried in Olonets. They wanted only full-grown human slaves. The last burly figure entered the building, amid more shouting. The gates closed. Yuli ran to them, crying, banging against their rough wood, as he heard a bolt being shot home on the other side. He stood there for a long while, with his forehead against the grain, unable to accept what had happened. The gates were set in a stone fortification, the blocks of which were crudely fitted into each other, and patched with long-tailed mosses. The edifice was no more than an entrance to one of the underground caves, in which the fagors, as Yuli knew, had their existence. They were indolent creatures, and preferred to have humans working for them. For a while, he ranged around about the gate, climbing up the steep hillside until he found what he expected to find. It was a chimney, 3 times his height, and of impressive circumference. He could climb it with ease, because it tapered towards the top, and because the blocks of stone of which it was made were crudely set together, allowing plenty of foothold. The stones were not as freezingly cold as might have been expected, and free of frost. At the top, he incautiously stuck his head over the lip, and was immediately jerked backwards, so that he lost his hold and fell, landing on his right shoulder and rolling in the snow. A blast of hot, fetid air, mixed with wood smoke and stale exhalation, had erupted at him. The chimney was a ventilator for the fagor warrens below ground. He knew he could not climb in that way. He was shut out, and his father was lost to him forever. He sat miserably in the snow. His feet were covered by skins, laced in place up the legs. He wore a pair of trousers and a tunic of bare fur stitched in place by his mother with the fur next to his skin. For additional warmth, he had on a parka with a fur hood. Onessa, during a period when she was feeling well enough, had decorated the parka with white scuts of an ice rabbit round the shoulders, 3 scuts on each shoulder, and had embroidered the neck with red and blue beads, despite which Yuli presented a forlorn sight, for the parka was stained with the remains of food and fat drippings, while dirt caked the fur of his garments. They smelt strongly of Yuli. His face, a light yellow or beige when clean, was wrinkled brown and black with dirt, and his hair straggled greasily about his temples and collar. He had a flat nostriled nose, which he began to rub, and a broad, sensuous mouth, which began to pucker, revealing a broken front tooth among its white neighbours, as he started to cry and punch the snow. After a while, he rose and walked about among the forlorn larches, trailing his father's spear behind him. He had no alternative but to retrace his steps and try to return to his sick mother, if he could find his way back through the snowy wastes. He realized also that he was hungry. Desperately forsaken, he started a hullabaloo at the closed gates. There was no kind of response. Snow began to fall, slowly but without cease. He stood with fists raised above his head. He spat, the gob landing on the panels. That for his father. He hated the man for being a weakling. He recalled all the beatings he had received from his father's hand. Why had his father not beaten the fagors? At last, he turned away through the falling snow in disgust and began to walk downhill. He flung his father's spear away into a bush. Hunger battled with fatigue, and got him back as far as the Vark. His hopes were immediately dashed. None of the dead Yelk remained undevoured. Predators had arrived from every corner and torn away their meat. Only carcasses and piles of bare bones by the river awaited him. He howled in wrath and dismay. The river had frozen over, and snow lay on the solid ice. He scraped the snow away with his foot and stared down. The bodies of some of the drowned animals still remained in the ice. He saw one where the head of the Yelk hung down into the dark current below. Large fish ate at its eyes. Working strenuously with his spear and a sharp horn, Yuli bored a hole in the ice, enlarged it, and waited. Standing above it with spear poised, fins flashed in the water. He struck. A blue-flecked fish, its mouth open in amazement, shone at the spear point as he pulled it forth dripping. It was as long as his 2 hands outstretched, and placed thumb to thumb. He roasted it over a small fire, and it tasted delicious. He belched and slept for an hour, propped between logs. Then he started to trek southwards, along a trail the migration had all but obliterated. Freya and Batalix changed sentry duty in the sky, and still he walked, the only figure moving in the wilderness. "Mother!" cried old Hassel to his wife, before he even got back to his hut. "Mother, see what I found by the 3 harlequins." And his ancient crone of a wife, Laurel, lame since childhood, hobbled to the door, stuck her nose out in the biting cold air, and said, "Never mind what you found. There's gentlemen from Panovel waiting to do business with thee." "Panovel, eh? Wait till they see what I found by the 3 harlequins. I need help here, mother. Come, it's not cold. You waste your life stuck in that house." The house was rude in every extreme. It consisted of piles of boulders, several of them taller than a man, interspersed with planks and timbers, and roofed over with hides on top of which turfs grew. The interstices of the boulders were stuffed with lichen and mud, to make the interior windproof, while spars and whole tree trunks propped the edifice at many points, so that the whole affair most resembled a defunct porcupine. To the main structure, additional rooms had been added in the same spirit of improvisation, which had prompted the original. Bronze chimneys thrust up into the sour sky, smoking gently. In some rooms, Pelts and hides were dried, in others sold. Hassel was a trader and trapper, and had made enough of a living so that now, towards the end of his life, he could afford a wife and a sledge pulled by 3 dogs. Hassel's house perched on a low escarpment, which curved away eastwards for several miles. This escarpment was strewn with boulders, in some places split, in others piled one on top of the other. These boulders provided shelter for small animals, and so made good hunting grounds for the old trapper, who was no longer inclined to wander as far afield as he had done in the days of his youth. On some of the more monumental piles of stone, he had bestowed names, the 3 Harlequins being one. At the 3 Harlequins, he dug in salt deposits for the mineral he needed to cure his hides. Smaller stones littered the escarpment, each subtending from its eastern side a raked cone of snow, its size varying according to the nature of the stone, pointing precisely away from the point from which the west wind whistled off the distant barriers. This had once been a beach, belonging to a long-vanished sea-coast, the north coast of the continent of Campanlat, when times had been more favourable. On the eastern side of the 3 Harlequins grew a little thicket of thorn bushes, taking advantage of the shelter of the granite to thrust forth an occasional green leaf. Old Hassel valued these green leaves in his pot, and set snares all around the bushes in order to keep off animals. Unconscious and entangled in the sharp twigs lay the youth he had discovered, whom he now dragged with Laurel's aid into the smoky sanctuary of his hut.
"He's no savage," said Laurel admiringly. "See here how his parka is decorated with beads, red and blue. Pretty, ain't they?"
"Never mind that. Give him a spoonful of soup, Mother."
She did so, stroking the lad's throat until the soup went down. When her patient stirred, coughed, sat up, and whispered for more. As Laurel fed him, she looked down, pursing her lips, at the swollen cheeks and eyes and ears, where countless insect bites had caused blood to flow, and mat beneath his collar. He took more soup, then groaned and slumped back again into a coma. She held him to her, putting an arm around him under his armpit, rocking him, remembering ancient happinesses to which she could no longer give a name. Guiltily looking round for Hassel, she found he had padded off already, eager to do business with the gentleman from Panoval. She laid the youth's dark head down, sighing, and followed her husband. He was sipping spirits with the 2 large-built traders, their parkas steamed in the warmth. Laurel tugged at Hassel's sleeve.
"Maybe these 2 gentlemen will take this sick youth you found back with them to Panoval. We can't feed him here. We're starving as it is. Panoval is fat and rich."
"Leave us, Mother. We're negotiating,"
Hassel said in a lordly way. She hobbled out the back of the building and watched as their captive, Fagor, shuffling under his chains, secured their dogs in the snow kennel. She looked beyond that bowed back to the gritty grey landscape, to the miles of desolation that faded into a desolate sky. From somewhere out in that wilderness, the youth had come. Perhaps once or twice a year, people, alone or in pairs, straggled dying from the ice deserts. Laurel could never gain any clear impression of where they came from, only that beyond the desert were mountains colder still. One fugitive had babbled of a frozen sea that could be crossed. She made the holy circle over her dry breasts. In her younger days, it had teased to have no clearer picture. Then she had gone rapt to stand on the escarpment and stare northwards, and childrums flew overhead, waving their solitary wings, and she had fallen to her knees with a dazed impression of men, massed and holy, rowing the great flat wheel of the world to some place where the snow did not always fall, or the wind always blow. She went indoors, crying, hating the hope the children's brought her. Though old Hassel had dismissed his wife in a lordly way, he took note of what she said, as he always did. When his deal with the two gentlemen from Panoval was concluded, and a small pile of precious herbs and spices and wool fibres, and flour balanced against the skins the men would load on their sledge, Hassel raised the question of their taking the sick youth with them, back to civilization. He mentioned that the youth wore a good decorated parka, and therefore, just possibly, gentlemen, might be someone of importance, or at least the son of someone important. Rather to his surprise, the two gentlemen agreed that they would be very happy to take the youth with them. They would have to make a small charge of an extra yelk skin to cover the youth and defray the extra expense. Hassel muttered a bit, and then gave in with a good grace. He could not afford to feed the boy if he lived, and if he died, it never pleased him to feed human remains to his dogs. And the native habit of mummification and aerial burial was not his way.
"Done,"
he said, and went to fetch the least good skin he could quickly lay his hands on. The youth was awake now. He had accepted more soup from Laurel, and a warmed leg of snow rabbit. When he heard the men coming, he lay back and closed his eyes, one hand tucked inside his parka. They surveyed him only casually, then turned away. Their plan was to load the sledge with their acquisitions, spend some hours here being entertained by Hassel and his wife, getting drunk, sleeping it off, and then set out on the challenging journey south, to Panoval. All this was done, and a fine noise was made as Hassel's spirits were consumed. Even when the gentlemen slept on a pile of skins, their snores were loud, and Laurel secretively tended Yuli, feeding him, bathing his face, smoothing his thick hair, hugging him. In early dim day, when Batalix was low, he was gone from her, still feigning unconsciousness as the gentlemen lifted him onto their sledge, cracked their whips, scowled to achieve some fortification between their hangovers and the brow-clamping cold, and were off. The two gentlemen, whose lives were hard, robbed Hassel and any other trapper they visited to the maximum extent that the trappers allowed themselves to be robbed, knowing as they did so that they would themselves be robbed and cheated when, in their turn, they had to trade in the skins. Cheating was one of their methods of survival, like wrapping up well. Their simple plan was, as soon as they were out of sight of Hassel's ramshackle edifice, to slit the windpipe of their newly acquired invalid, to pitch his body into the nearest snowdrift, and to see to it that only the good decorated parka, together possibly with the under-tunic and trousers, reached the safety of the market in Panoval. They halted the dogs and braked the sledge. One of them drew a gleaming metal dagger and turned back towards the prostrate figure, at which moment the prostrate figure rose up with a yell, hurling the skin that had covered him over the gentleman's head, kicking him ferociously in the stomach, and running furiously into the distance, taking a zigzag course to avoid any speeding spears. When he considered himself far enough away, he turned, crouching behind a grey stone to see if he was followed. In the dull light, the sledge had already disappeared from view. There was no sign of the two gentlemen. Save for the whistle of the west wind, all was still. He was alone in the frozen waste, some hours before Freya rise. A great horror came upon Yuli. After the Fagors had taken his father to their underground lair, he had wandered for more days than he could count through the wilderness, dazed by cold and lack of sleep, crazed by insects. He had completely lost his way, and was close to death when he collapsed into the thorn bush. A little rest and nourishment had quickly restored his health. He had allowed himself to be loaded onto the sledge, not because he at all trusted the two gentlemen from Panoval, who smelled all wrong to him, but because he could not bear the old crone who insisted on touching him in a way he disliked. Now, after that brief interlude, here he was, in the wilds again, with a sub-zero wind plucking at his ears. He thought once more of his mother, Onessa, and of her illness. The last time he had seen her, she had coughed, and blood bubbled out of her mouth. She had looked upon him in such a ghastly way as he left with Alejo. Only now did Yuli realize what that ghastly look meant. She had never expected to see him again. It was useless seeking to get back to his mother, if she were a corpse by now. Then what? If he was to survive, there was only one possibility. He rose, and at a steady jog trot, followed in the wake of the sledge. 7 large horned dogs of the kind known as Asokins pulled the sledge. The leader was a bitch called Gripsy. They were known collectively as Gripsy's team. They rested for 10 minutes in every hour. At every other rest period, they were fed foul-smelling dried fish from a sack. The 2 gentlemen took it in turn to trudge beside the sledge and to lie on it. This was a routine Yuli soon understood. He kept well back down the trail, even when the sledge was out of sight. As long as the air was still, his keen nose could detect the stink of men and dogs running ahead. Sometimes he drew near to watch how things were done. He wanted to see how to handle a dog team for himself. After 3 days' continuous travelling, when the Asokins were having to take longer rests, they reached another trapper's post. Here, the trapper had built himself a small wooden fort, decorated with horns and antlers of wild animals. Lines of skins flapped stiffly in the breeze. The gentleman stayed here while Freya sank from the sky. Pale metallics also died, and the brighter sentinel rose again. The 2 gentlemen screamed with the trapper in their drunkenness, or slept. Yuli stole some hardtack from the sledge, and slept fitfully, rolled in a skin, on the sledge's lee side. On they went. 2 more stops were made, interspersed with several days' journeying. Always Gripsy's team drove roughly southward. The winds became less chill. At last it became apparent that they were getting close to Panoval. The mists, towards which the team pulled, proved solid stone. Mountains rose from the plain ahead, their flanks deeply covered with snow. The plain itself rose, and they were working through foothills, where both gentlemen had to walk beside the sledge, or even push it. And there were stone towers, some with sentries who challenged them. The sentries challenged Yuli too.
"I'm following my father and my uncle," he called.
"You're lagging behind. The childrens will get you."
I know. Father is anxious to get home to mother. So am I."
They waved him on, smiling at his youth. At last, the gentleman called a halt. Dried fish was thrown to Gripsy and her team, and the dogs were staked out. The 2 gentlemen picked up a snug little corrie on the hillside, covered themselves with fur, applied alcohol to their insides, and fell asleep. As soon as he heard their snores, Yuli crept near. Both men had to be disposed of, almost at the same time. He would be no match for either in a fight, so they must have no warning. He contemplated stabbing them with his dagger, or bashing their brains in with a rock. Either alternative had its dangers. He looked about to see that he was not watched. Removing a strap from the sledge, he crept close to the gentleman, and managed to tie a strap around the right ankle of one, and the left ankle of the other, so that whoever jumped up first would be impeded by his companion. The gentleman snored on. While undoing the strap from the sledge, he noticed a number of spears. Perhaps they had been for trade and had not sold. He did not wonder at that. Removing one from its confining strap, he balanced it and judged that it would throw badly. For all that, the head was commendably sharp. Returning to the corrie, he nudged one of the gentlemen with his foot, until the gentleman rolled with a groan onto his back. Bringing the spear up as if he were about to transfix a fish, Yuli transfixed the gentleman through his parka, his ribcage, and his heart. The gentleman gave a terrible convulsive movement. Expression horrible, eyes wide, he sat up, grasped at the shaft of the spear, sagged over it, and then slowly rolled back with a long sigh that ended in a cough. Vomit and blood seeped from his lips. His companion did no more than stir and mutter. Yuli found that he had sunk the spear so fiercely it had driven through the gentleman and into the ground. He returned to the sledge for a second spear and dealt with the second gentleman as he had with the first, with equal success. The sledge was his, and the team. A vein throbbed at his temple. He regretted the gentlemen were not Fagors. He harnessed up the snarling and yelping Assakins and drove them away from the spot. Dim shoals of light rippled in the skies overhead, to be eclipsed by a tall shoulder of mountain. There was now a distinct path, a track that broadened mile by mile. It wound upwards until it negotiated a towering outcrop of rock. Round the base of the rock, a sheltered, high valley was revealed, guarded by a formidable castle. The castle was partly built of stone and partly hacked out of the rock. Its eaves were wide, to allow snow to avalanche from its roofs to the road below. Before the castle stood an armed guard of 4 men, drawn up before a wooden barrier which barred the road. Yuli halted as a guard, his furs decorated with shining brasses, marched up.
"Who are you, lad?" "I'm with my 2 friends. We've been out trading, as you see. They're away behind with a second sledge."
"I don't see 'em."
His accent was strange, not the Olonets to which Yuli was accustomed in the barrier's region.
"They'll be along. Don't you recognize Gripsy's team?"
He flicked the whip at the animals.
"So I do, of course. Know 'em well. That bitch is not called Gripsy for nothing."
He stepped to one side, raising his sturdy right arm.
"Let her up there,"
he shouted. The barrier rose. The whip bit. Yuli hollered, and they were through. He breathed deep as he got his first sight of Panoval. Ahead was a great cliff, so steep that no snow clung to it. In the cliff face was carved an enormous representation of Akka, the Great One. Akka squatted in a traditional attitude, knees under his shoulders, arms wrapped around his knees, hands locked palms upward, with the sacred flame of life in his palms. His head was large, topped with a knot of hair. His half-human face struck terror into a beholder. There was awe even in his cheeks. Yet his great almond eyes were bland, and there was serenity as well as ferocity to be read in that upturned mouth and those majestic eyebrows. Beside his left foot, and dwarfed by it, was an opening in the rock. As the sledge drew near, Yuli saw that this mouth was itself gigantic, possibly 3 times taller than a man. Within, lights could be seen, and guards with strange habits and accents, and strange thoughts in their heads. He squared his young shoulders and strode forward boldly. That was how Yuli came to Panoval. Never would he forget his entry into Panoval, and his passing from the world under the sky. In a daze, he steered the sledge past guards, past a grove of beggarly trees, and stopped to take in the roofed expanse before him, under which so many people lived out their days. Mist compounded with darkness as he left the gate behind to create a sketchy world with forms but no outlines. It was night. The few people moving about were wrapped in thick clothes, which, in their turn, were wreathed by nimbi of fog, encircling them, floating about their heads, moving after them in slow swirls like threadbare cloak trails. Everywhere was stone carved into walls and divisions, stalls, houses, pens, and flights of steps. For this great mysterious cave tipped away up towards the interior of the mountain, and had been hewn over the centuries into small, level squares, each separated from the next by steps and flanking walls. With forced economy, single torches fluttered at the head of each flight of steps, their flames oblique in a slight draught, illumining not the concourse, but the misty air, to which their smoke contributed further opacity. Ceaseless action of water through long eons had carved out a number of linked caves in the rock, in various sizes and on various levels. Some of these caves were inhabited and had become regularized by human endeavor. They were named and furnished with the necessities of rudimentary human life. The savage halted, and could proceed no farther into this great station of dark, until he found someone to accompany him. Those few outsiders who, like Yuli, visited Panoval, found themselves in one of the larger caves, which the inhabitants knew as Market. Here much of the necessary work of the community was carried out. For little or no artificial light was required, once one's eyes had become accustomed to the dimness. By day, the place rang with voices, and with the irregular knock of hammers. In Market, Yuli was able to trade the Asokins and the goods on the sledge for things necessary to his new life. Here he must stay. There was nowhere else to go. Gradually he became accustomed to the gloom, to smoke, to smarting eyes, and to the coughing of the inhabitants. He accepted them all, along with the security. It was his fortune to fall in with a decent fatherly trader named Kael, who, with his wife, ran a stall in one of the small squares of Market. Kael was a sorrowful man, with a downward-turning mouth, partly concealed by blackish moustaches. He befriended Yuli for reasons Yuli could not understand, and protected him from swindlers. He also went to some trouble to introduce Yuli to this new world. Some of the echoing noises of Market were attributable to a stream, the Vac, which ran through the rear end of Market, deep in its own chasm. This was the first free-flowing stream Yuli had ever seen, and it remained for him one of the wonders of the settlement. The splashing waters filled him with pleasure, and with his animistic faith, he regarded the Vac as almost a living thing. The Vac had been bridged, so that access was gained to the end area of Market, where increasing steepness of the ground necessitated many steps, which culminated in a wide balcony housing a huge statue of Akka, carved from the rock. This figure could be seen, its shoulders rising from shadows, even from the far side of Market. Akka held in his outstretched hands a real flame, which a priest replenished at regular intervals, appearing from a door in Akka's stomach to do so. The people of Akka presented themselves to the feet of their god regularly, where they offered up all manner of gifts to him, which were accepted by the priests, unobtrusive in black and white striped robes. The supplicants prostrated themselves, and a novice swept the ground with a feathery brush, before they dared gaze hopefully up at the black stone eyes high above them in the web of shadow, and retreat to less holy ground. Such ceremonials were a mystery to Yuli. He asked Kael about them, and received a lecture that left him more confused than before. No man can explain his religion to a stranger. Nevertheless, Yuli received a strong impression that this ancient being, represented in stone, fought off the powers raging in the outer world, particularly Wutra, who ruled the skies and all the ills associated with the skies. Akka was not greatly interested in humans. They were too puny for his concern. What he wanted was their regular offerings, to keep him strong in the struggle with Wutra, and a powerful Akan ecclesiastical body existed to see that Akka's desires in this respect were carried out, in order that disaster did not descend on the community. The priesthood, in alliance with the militia, had the governance of Panoval. There was no one overall ruler, unless one counted Akka himself, who was generally supposed to be out prowling the mountains with a celestial club, looking for Wutra, and such of his dreadful accomplices as the worm. This was surprising to Yuli, He knew Wutra. Wutra was the great spirit before whom his parents, Alejo and Onessa, offered prayers in time of danger. They had represented Wutra as benevolent, the bringer of light, and as far as he recalled, they never mentioned Akka. Various passages, as labyrinthine as the laws issued by the priesthood, led to various chambers adjoining Market. Some of these chambers were accessible, some forbidden of entry to common folk. About the forbidden regions, people were reluctant to talk. But he soon observed wrongdoers being dragged off there, hands tied behind their backs, winding up dark stairways into the Aularian shadows, some to the Holies, some to a punishment farm behind Market called Twink. In due course of time, Yuli traversed a narrow passage choked with steps, which led to a large, regularized cave called Rek. Rek also contained its enormous statue of Akka, here seen with an animal hanging on a chain about his neck, and dedicated to sport. Rek was the site at which mock battles, displays, athletic contests, and gladiatorial combats were held. Its walls were painted crimson and sang de boeuf, with swirling decorations. Much of the time Rek was almost empty, and voices boomed through its hollow spaces. Then citizens, with an especial bent for holiness, came and wailed up into the high vaunted dark. But on the glowing occasions of the games, then music sounded, and the cavern was crowded to overflowing. Other important caverns opened from Market. At its eastern side, a nest of small squares, or large mezzanines, led up between flights of steps, impeded by heavy balustrades, to an extensive residential cavern called Vak, after the stream that surfaced there, sunk deep in its gurgling ravine. Over Vak's great entrance arch was much elaborate carving, with globular bodies entwined between flowing waves and stars. But much of it had been destroyed in some forgotten roof fall. Vak was the oldest cavern after Market, and was filled with livings, as they were called, dating back many centuries. To one arriving on its threshold from the outer world, viewing, or rather guessing at, its mounting and confused terraces that climbed back into obscurity, Vak in the uncertain light was a daunting dream, where substance could not be distinguished from shadow, and the barrier of the child felt his heart quail in his chest. A force like Akka was needed to save anyone who trod in such a thronged necropolis, but he adapted with the flexibility of youth. He came to look on Vak as a prodigal town. Falling in with guild apprentices of his own age, he roamed its muddle of livings, which were clustered on many floors, often leading one from another. Cubicle was stacked on cubicle in profusion, the furniture on each fixed, because carved from the same stone as floor and walls, all in one flowing line. The stories of rights of ways and privacies in these organic warrens was complex. Hut always related to the guild system of Vak, and always, in case of dispute, to be settled by the judgment of a priest. In one of these livings, Tuska, Kael's kindly wife, found Yuli a chamber of his own, only 3 doors from where she and Kael lived. It was roofless, and its walls curved. He felt as if he had been set down within a stone flower. Vak sloped steeply, and was dimly lit by natural light, more dimly than Market. The air was sooty with the exhalations of fat lamps, but clerics collected tax on every lamp, which had numbers stamped on their clay bases, so that they were used sparingly. The mysterious fogs which afflicted Market had less power in Vak. From Vak, a gallery led directly to Rek. There were also, on lower ground, ragged arches, leading to a high-roofed cavern called Groin, which had good, clean air, although the inhabitants of Vak thought the inhabitants of Groin rather barbarous, chiefly because they were members of more lowly guilds, slaughterers, tanners, diggers of chert and clay and fossil wood. In the honeycombed rock adjoining both groin and wreck was another large cavern full of habitations and cattle. This was Prain, which many avoided. It was being energetically extended by the Sappers' Guild when Yuli arrived. Prain collected all the night soil from the other suburbs and fed it to swine and noctiferous crops, which thrived on heat. Some of the farmers in Prain bred as a sideline a strain of bird called a preet, which had luminous eyes and luminescent patches on its wings. Preets were popular as cage birds. They added a little brightness to the livings of Vac and Groin, though they also were the subject of taxes collected by priests for Akka. In Groin they are gruff, in Prain pretty tough, went a local saying, but Yuli found the people lifeless, except when roused by the games, rare exceptions being those few traders and trappers living in market in terraces of their own guild, who regularly had occasion to be blessed by Akka and sent on business in the outside world, as had been the case with the two gentlemen of his acquaintance. From all the major caverns, and from smaller ones, paths and tunnels led into the blind rock, some ascending, some descending. Panoval was full of legends of magical beasts that came in from the primordial dark of the rock, or of people who were spirited away from their livings into the mountain. Best to stay put in Panoval, where Akka looked after his own with his blind eyes. Better Panoval, too, and taxes than the cold glare of outside. These legends were kept alive by the Sayers Guild, members of which stood on every stairway or waited on terraces and spun fantastic tales. In this world of nebulous gloom, words were like lights. In one other section of Panoval, which figured largely in people's whispered discourse, Yuli was not allowed to make his way. That was the Holies. The Holies could be reached by gallery and stair from market, but it was guarded by the militia and set apart by repute. No one went voluntarily through its winding approaches. In the Holies lived the militia, forever guarding the law of Panoval, and the priesthood, forever guarding its soul. All these arrangements were so magnificent to Yuli that he could not see their meanness. It took Yuli little time to find how closely the people were governed. They expressed no surprise in a system to which they had been born, but Yuli, accustomed to open spaces and the easily comprehended law of survival, was astonished at the way in which their every movement was circumscribed, yet they thought themselves uniquely privileged. With his legitimately acquired stock of skins, Yuli planned to purchase a stall next to Kyle and set up shop. He discovered that there were many regulations that forbade anything so simple, nor could he trade without a stall, unless he had a special license, and for that he would have to have been born a member of a hawker's guild. He needed a guild, an apprenticeship, and certain qualifications, a kind of exam, that only the priesthood could confer. He also needed a 2-part certificate from the militia, together with insurance and references, nor would he be able to trade until he owned a living. Yet, he could not possess the room Tusker had rented for him until he was fully accredited with the militia. He was unable to meet even the most elementary qualification, a belief in Akka, and a proof of regular sacrifices to the god.
It's simple. First you, as a savage, must attend a priest.
That was the dictum of a sharp-faced militia captain, before whom Yuli had to appear. He confronted Yuli in a little stone room, the balcony of which was a metre or so above one of Market's terraces, and from which one might survey the whole animated scene. The captain wore a floor-length cloak of black and white over the customary skins. On his head he wore a bronze helmet displaying the holy symbol of Akka, a kind of 2-spoked wheel. His hide boots came halfway up his calf. Behind him stood a fagor, a black and white woven band tied around its hairy white brow. "Pay attention to me," growled the captain, but Yuli found his eyes ever drifting towards the silent fagor, wondering at its presence. The Ancipital stood with an air of taciturn repose, ungainly head thrust forward. Its horns were blunt. They had been sawn short, and their cutting edges dulled with a file. Yuli saw that it had a leather collar and thong about its throat, half concealed under white hair, a sign of its submission to man's rule. Yet it was a threat to the citizens of Panoval. Many officers appeared everywhere, with a submissive fagor beside them. The fagors were valued for their superior ability to see in the dark. Ordinary people went in fear of the shambling animals that spoke basic Olonets. How was it possible, Yuli wondered, for men to form liaisons with the same beasts who had imprisoned his father, beasts that everyone in the wilds hated from birth? The interview with the captain was dispiriting, and worse was to come. He could not live unless he obeyed the rules, and they appeared interminable. There was nothing for it, as Kyael impressed upon him, but to conform. To be a citizen of Panoval, you had to think and feel like a Panovalian. So he was consigned to attend the priest in the Alley of Livings, where he had his room. This entailed numerous sessions, at which he was taught a ritualized history of Panoval, born from great Akka's shadow on the eternal snows, and forced to learn many of the scriptures by heart. He also had to do whatever Satal, the priest, told him to do, including the running of many tedious errands, for Satal was lazy. It was no great consolation to Yuli to find that the children of Panoval went through similar courses of instruction at an early age. Satal was a solidly built man, pale of face, small of ear, heavy of hand. His head was shaven, his beard plaited, in the manner of many priests of his order. There were twists of white in the plaits. He wore a knee-length smock of black and white. His face was deeply pocked. It took Yuli some while to realize that despite the white hairs, Satal was not past middle age, being only in his late teens. Yet he walked in a round-shouldered way suggesting both age and piety. When he addressed Yuli, Satal spoke always kindly but remotely, keeping a gulf between them. Yuli was reassured by the man's attitude, which seemed to say, "This is your job and mine, but I shall not complicate it by probing into what your inner feelings are." So Yuli kept quiet, applying himself to the task of learning all the necessary Faustian verses. "But what do they mean?" he asked at one point in bewilderment. Satal rose slowly in the small room and turned about, so that his shoulders loomed black in a distant source of light, and all the rest of him flowed into encompassing shadow. A dull highlight gleamed on his pate as he inclined his head towards Yuli, saying, admonishingly, "Learn first, young fellow, then interpretation. After learning, then less difficulty in interpretation. Get everything by heart. You hardly need it by head. Akka never enforces understanding from his people, only obedience." "You said that Akka cares nothing for anyone in Panoval." "The important point, Yuli, is that Panoval cares for Akka. Now then, once again. Whoso laps Freyr's bane, like a fish swallows ill bait. When 't groweth late, our feeble frames he will burn." "But what does it mean?" Yuli asked again. "How can I learn it if I don't understand it?" "Repeat it, son," said Satal sternly. "Whoso laps." Yuli was submerged in the dark city, its networks of shadows snatched at his spirit, as he had seen men in the outer world catch fish with nets under the ice. In dreams, his mother came to him, blood flying from her mouth. Then he would wake, to lie in his narrow cot, staring up, far beyond the confines of his flower-shaped room, to the roof of Vac. Sometimes, when the atmosphere was fairly clear, he could see distant detail, with bats hanging up there, and stalactites, and the rock gleaming with liquid that had ceased to be liquid, and he wished he could fly away from the traps he found himself in. But there was nowhere else to go. Once, in midnight desperation, he crawled through to Kyael's home for comfort. Kyael was annoyed at being woken, and told him to go away, but Tuska spoke to him gently, as if he were her son. She patted his arm and clutched his hand. After a while she wept softly, and told him that indeed she had a son, a good kind lad of about Yuli's age. Usilk by name, but Usilk had been taken from her by the police for a crime she knew he had never committed. Every night she lay awake and thought of him, concealed in one of those terrifying places in the Holies, guarded by Fagors, and wondered if she would ever see him again. "The militia and the priests are so unjust here," Yuli whispered to her. "My people have little to live on in the wilds, but all are equal, one with another, in the face of the cold." After a pause, Tuska said, "There are people in Panoval, women as well as men, who do not learn the scriptures, and think to overthrow those who rule. Yet, without our rulers, we should be destroyed by Akka." Yuli peered at the outline of her face through the dark. "And do you think that Usilk was taken because he wanted to overthrow the rulers?" In a low voice she replied, holding tightly to his hand. "You must not ask such questions, or you'll meet trouble. Usilk was always rebellious. Yes, perhaps he got among the wrong people."
"Stop your chatter," Kyael called. "Get back to your bed, woman, and you to yours, Yuli."
These things Yuli nursed in himself, all the while he went through his sessions with Satal. Outwardly, he was obedient to the priest. "You are not a fool, even if you are a savage, and that we can change," said Satal. "Soon you shall progress to the next step, for Akka is the god of earth and underground, and you shall understand something of how the earth lives, and we in its veins. These veins are called land octaves, and no man can be happy or healthy unless he lives along his own land octaves. Slowly, you can acquire revelation, Yuli. Maybe, if you're good enough, you could yourself become a priest and serve Akka in a greater way." Yuli kept his mouth shut. It was beyond his ability to tell the priest that he needed no particular attentions from Akka. His whole new way of life in Panoval was a revelation. The days followed one another peacefully. Yuli became impressed with the never-varying patience of Satal, and began disliking his instruction periods less. Even away from the priest, he thought about his teaching. All was fresh and curiously exciting. Satal had told him that certain priests, who undertook to fast, were able to communicate with the dead, or even with personages in history. Yuli had never heard of such things, but hesitated to call them nonsense. He took to roving alone through the suburbs of the city, until its thick shadows took on for him colours of familiarity. He listened to people, who often talked of religion, or to the sayers who spoke at street corners, who often laced their stories with religion. Religion was the romance of the darkness, as terror had been of the barriers, where tribal drums warded off devils. Slowly, Yuli began to perceive in religious talk not a vacuum, but a core of truth. The way in which people lived and died had to be explained. Only savages needed no explanation. The perception was like finding an animal's trail in the snow. Once he was in a malodorous part of Prain, where human scumble was poured into long trenches, on which the noctiferous crops grew. Here, the people were pretty tough, as the saying had it. A man with short-cropped, free-flowing hair, and therefore neither a priest nor a sayer, ran up and jumped into a scumble barrow.
"Friends,"
he said, standing before them,
listen to me for a moment, will you? Just stop your labours and hear what I have to say. I speak not for myself, but for the great Akka, whose spirit moves inside me. I have to speak for him, although I put my life in danger, for the priests distort Akka's words for their own purposes."
People stopped to listen. Two tried to make a joke at the young man's expense, but the others stood in submissive interest, Yuli included.
"Friends, the priests say that we have to sacrifice to Akka and nothing more, and he will then keep us safe in the great heart of this mountain. I say that is a lie. The priests are content and do not care how we, the ordinary people, suffer. Akka tells you through my lips that we should do more. We should be better in ourselves. Our lives are too easy. Once we have made sacrifices and paid taxes, we care nothing. We merely enjoy or go to the games. You hear so often that Akka cares nothing for us, and everything for his battle with Wutra. We must make him care. We must become worthy of his care. We must reform ourselves. Yes, reform. And the easy-living priests must reform themselves also."
Someone called to say the militia were coming.
The young man paused. "My name is Nab. Remember what I say. We too have a role in the great war between sky and earth. I will be back to speak if I can. Speak my message to all Panoval. Reform! Reform! Before it's too late!"
As he jumped down, there was a surge among the crowd that had gathered. A great tethered fagor rushed forward, with a soldier at the other end of his leash. It reached forward and grabbed Nab's arm with its powerful horned hands. He gave a cry of pain, but a hairy white arm went round his throat, and he was led away in the direction of Market and the Holies.
"He shouldn't have said such things,"
a grey man muttered as the crowd dispersed. Yuli followed the man on impulse and grasped his sleeve. "The man Nab said nothing against Akka. Why should the militia take him away?" The man looked furtively about.
"I recognize you. You're a savage, or you wouldn't ask such stupid things."
For answer, Yuli raised his fist. "I'm not stupid, or I would not ask my question."
"If you weren't stupid, you'd keep quiet. Who do you think has power here? The priesthood, of course. If you speak out against them."
"But that's Akka's power." The grey man had slipped away into the dark. And there in the dark, that ever-watchful dark, could be felt the presence of something monstrous. Akka? One day, a great sporting event was to be held in Rek. It was then that Yuli, acclimatized to Panoval, underwent a remarkable crystallization of emotion. He hurried along to the sports with Kael and Tuska. Fat lamps burned in niches, leading the way from Vac to Rek, and crowds of people climbed through the narrowing rock passages, struggling up the worn steps, calling to one another as they filed into the sports arena. Carried along by the surge of humanity, Yuli caught a sudden view ahead of the chamber of Rek. Its curved walls flickered with light. He saw but a slice of the chamber to begin with, trapped between the veined walls of the passage along which the rabble had to pass. As he moved, so into that framed distant view moved Akka himself, high above the heads of the crowd. He ceased to listen to what Kael was saying. Akka's gaze was on him. The monstrous presence of the dark was surely made visible. Music played in Rek, shrill and stimulating. It played for Akka. There Akka stood, broad and horrible of brow, its large stone eyes unseeing, yet all-seeing, lit from below by flares. Its lips dripped disdain. The wilderness held nothing like this. Yuli's knees were weak. A powerful voice inside him, one he scarcely recognized as his own, exclaimed, "Oh, Akka, at last, I believe in you. Yours is the power. Forgive me. Let me be your servant." Yet alongside the voice of one longing to enslave himself was another, speaking simultaneously in a more calculating manner. It said, the people of Panoval must understand a great truth, which it would be useful to get to comprehend by following Akka. He was astonished at the confusion within himself. A war that did not lessen as they entered the chamber, and more of the stone god was revealed. Nab had said,
"Humans have a role in the war between sky and earth."
Now he could feel that war alive within him. The games were intensely exciting. Running races and spear throwing were followed by wrestling between humans and Fagors, the latter with their horns amputated. Then came the bat shoot, and Yuli emerged from his pietistic confusions to watch the excitement. He feared bats. High above the crowd, the roof of wreck was lined with the furry creatures, dangling with their leather wings above their heads. Archers came forward and shot in turn at the bats with arrows, to which were attached silken threads. The bats, when hit, fell fluttering down, and were claimed for the pot. The winner was a girl. She wore a bright red garment, tight at the neck, and long to the ground. And she pulled back her bow and shot more accurately than any man, and her hair was long and dark. Her name was Iskador, and the crowd applauded her wildly, none more so than Yuli. Then there were the gladiatorial combats, men against men, men against Fagors, and blood and death filled the arena. Yet, all the time, even when Iskador was tensing her bow and her lovely torso, even then, Yuli thought in terms of great joy that he had found an amazing faith. The confusions within would be banished by greater knowledge, he assumed. He recalled the legends he had listened to round his father's fire. The elders had spoken of the two sentinels in the sky, and of how the men on earth had once offended the god of the skies, whose name was Wutra, so that Wutra had banished the earth from his warmth. Now, the sentinels watched for the hour when Wutra returned, to look again with affection on the earth, and see if the people behaved better. If he found they did, then he would remove the frosts. Well, Yuli had to acknowledge that his people were savages, just as Satal claimed. How else would his father have allowed himself to be dragged away by Fagors? Yet, there must be a germ of truth in the tales, for here, in Panoval, was a more reasoned version of the story. Wutra was now merely a minor deity, but he was vengeful, and he was loose in the skies. It was from the skies that peril came. Akka was the great earth god, ruling underground where it was safe. The two sentinels were not benign. Being in the sky, they belonged to Wutra, and they could turn against mankind. Now the memorized verses began to make sense. Illumination shone from them, so that Yuli muttered with pleasure what had previously given him pain, gazing upon Akka's face as he did so. Skies give false prospects. Skies shower extremes. Against all such schemes, Akka's earth overhead protects. Next day, he went humbly to Satal and told the man that he had been converted. The pale, heavy face of his priest regarded him, and Satal drummed his fingers on his knees. "How are you converted? Lies fly about the livings these days." I looked at Akka's face. For the first time I saw it clear. Now my heart is open. Another false prophet was arrested the other day. Yuli smote his chest. "What I feel inside me is not false, father." "It's not so easy," said the priest. "Oh, it is easy. It is easy. Now everything will be easy." He fell at the priest's feet, crying his delight. "Nothing's so easy. Master, I owe you everything. Help me. I want to be a priest, to become as you." During the next few days, he went about the lanes and livings, noticing new things. No longer did he feel himself encased in gloom, buried underground. He was in a favoured region, protected from all the cruel elements that had made him a savage. He saw how welcome the dim light was. He saw, too, how beautiful Panoval was, in all its chambers. In the course of their long habitation, the caves had been decorated by artists. Whole walls were covered with paintings and carving, many of them illustrating the life of Akka and the great battles he had fought, as well as the battles he would fight, when again enough humans had faith in his strength. Where the pictures had grown old and faint, new ones had been painted on top of them. Artists were still at work, often perched dangerously on top of scaffolding that reached towards the roof, like the skeleton of some mythical long-necked animal.
"What's the matter with you, Yuli? You attend to nothing?"
Kael said. "I'm going to be a priest. I've made up my mind."
"They'll never let you. You from outside."
"My priest is speaking to the authorities." Kael pulled at his melancholy nose, slowly lowering his hand until the tugging operations were taking place at one end of his moustache, as he contemplated Yuli. By now, Yuli's eyesight had so adjusted to the dimness that every nuance of expression on his friend's face was clear. When Kael moved without a word to the back of his stall, Yuli followed. Again grabbing his moustache for security, Kael placed his other hand on Yuli's shoulder.
"You're a good lad. You remind me of you, Silk, but we won't go into that. Listen to me. Panoval isn't like it was when I was a child, running barefoot through the bazaars. I don't know what's happened, but there's no peace anymore. All this talk of change, nonsense to my mind. Even the priests are at it, with wild men ranting about reform. I say, let well enough alone. Know what I mean?"
"I know what you mean, yes."
"Well then, you may think that it would be soft being a priest. So it might. But I wouldn't recommend it at present. It's not as secure as it used to be, if you follow me. They've become restive. I hear they often execute heretical priests in the holies. You'd do better here, indentured to me, making yourself useful. Understand? I'm speaking to you for your own good."
Yuli looked down at the worn ground. "I can't explain how I feel, Kael. Sort of hopeful. I think things ought to change. I want to change myself. I don't know how." Sighing, Kael removed his hand from Yuli's shoulder.
"Well, lad, if you take that attitude, don't say I didn't warn you."
Despite Kael's grumpiness, Yuli was touched that the man cared about him, and Kael passed on the news of Yuli's intentions to his wife. When Yuli went to his little curved room that evening, Tuska appeared in his doorway.
"Priests can go anywhere. If you become an initiate, you'll have the run of the place. You'll come and go in the holies."
"I suppose so."
"Then you may find what has happened to you, Silk. Try to, for my sake. Tell him I still think of him. And come and tell me if you can find any news of him."
She put a hand on his arm. He smiled at her. "You are kind, Tuska. Don't your rebels who want to bring down the rulers of Panoval have any news of your son?" She was frightened.
"Yuli, you will change in all ways when you're a priest. So I'll say no more, for fear of injury to the rest of my family."
He lowered his gaze. "Akka, strike me if I ever harm you." On the next occasion when he appeared before the priest, a soldier was also present, standing behind Satal in the shadows with a fagor on a leash. The priest asked Yuli if he would give up everything he possessed to walk in the path of Akka. Yuli said that he would. "Then it shall be done." The priest clapped his hands, and off marched the soldier. Yuli understood, then, that he had now lost his few possessions, everything but the clothes he wore, and his knife which his mother had carved, would be taken by the military. Speaking no further word, Satal turned, beckoning with one finger, and began to walk towards the rear of Market. Yuli could do nothing but follow, pulse beating fast. As they came to the wooden bridge spanning the chasm, where the Vac leaped and tumbled, Yuli looked back. Beyond the busy scene of trade and barter, out through the far archway of the entrance, catching a glimpse of snow. For some reason, he thought of Iskador, the girl with the dark hair flowing. Then he hurried after his priest. They climbed the terraces of the worship area, where people jostled to leave their sacrifices at the feet of the image of Akka. At the back were screens, intricately painted. Satal whisked past them and led into a narrowing passage, up shallow steps. The light became rapidly dimmer as they turned a corner. A bell tinkled. In his anxiety, Yuli stumbled. He had reached the holies sooner than he had bargained for. Just for once, in crowded Panoval, no one else was about. Their footsteps echoed. Yuli could see nothing. The priest ahead of him was an impression, nothing. Blackness within blackness. He dared not speak or reach out or call. Blind following was what was now demanded of him, and he must treat all that came as a test of his intentions. If Akka loved chthonic darkness, so must he. All the same, the lack of everything, the void that registered itself on his senses only as a whispered noise, assaulted him. They walked forever into the earth, so it seemed. Softly, suddenly, light came, a column of it appearing to strike down through a stagnant lake of darkness, creating on its bed a circle of brightness towards which two submerged creatures advanced. It silhouetted the heavy figure of the priest, black and white garb swirling about him. It allowed Yuli some sense of where he was. There were no walls. It was more frightening than total darkness. He had already grown so accustomed to the confines of the settlement, to having a cliff, a partition, a fellow's back, a woman's shoulder, always within jostling distance, that agoraphobia seized him. He went sprawling, uttering a gasp as he fell to the paving. The priest did not turn. He reached the place where the illumination fell and marched steadily on, shoes clacking, so that his figure was lost almost immediately behind the misty shaft of light. Desperate at being left, the youth picked himself up and ran forward. As the shaft of light impaled him, he stared up. High above him was a hole through which ordinary daylight shone. Up there were the things he had known all his life, the things he was renouncing for a god of darkness. He saw ragged rock. Now he could comprehend that he was in a chamber larger than the rest of Panoval, and higher. At a signal, perhaps the tinkling bell he had heard, someone somewhere had opened a high door onto the outside world. As warning? As temptation? Or merely as a dramatic trick? Maybe all three, he thought, since they were so much more clever than he. And he hurried on after the priest's disappearing figure. In a moment, he sensed rather than saw that the light behind him faded. The high door had closed. He was again in unbroken darkness. They at last reached the far side of the gigantic chamber. Yuli heard the priest's steps, slow. Without faltering, Satal had reached a door, on the panel of which he rapped. After some delay, the door opened. A fat lamp floated in the air, borne above the head of an aging woman who sniffed continuously. She allowed them to pass into a stone corridor before fastening the door behind them. Matting covered the floor. Several doors confronted them. Along both walls, hip-high, ran a narrow band of carving, which Yuli wanted to look at more closely, but did not dare to. Otherwise, the walls were underrated. The sniffing woman knocked at one of the doors. When response came, Satal pushed it open and motioned Yuli in. Bowing, Yuli passed his mentor's outstretched arm and marched into the room. The door closed behind him. That was the last he saw of Satal. The room was furnished with detachable furniture of stone, covered with coloured rugs. It was lit by a double lamp standing on an iron holder. 2 men sat at a stone table and looked up without smiling from some documents. One was a militia captain, his helmet with its wheel insignia resting on the tabletop by his elbow. The other was a thin grey priest with a not unfriendly face, who blinked as if the mere sight of Yuli's face dazzled him.
Yuli of the outside, since you have come this far, you have taken one step on the way to become a priest of great Akka.
The priest said in a reedy voice.
I am Father Siphans, and first of all, I must ask you if you have any sins that destroy your peace of mind, to which you wish to confess.
Yuli was disconcerted that Satal had left him so abruptly, without even a whispered farewell, though he understood that he must now give up such worldly things as love and friendship. Nothing to confess, he said sulkily, not looking the thin priest in the eye. The priest cleared his throat. The captain spoke. Youth, look at me. I am Captain Ebron of the North Guard. You entered Panovel on a sledge teamed by Asokins, called Gripsy's Team. It was stolen from 2 renowned traders of this city, named Atrimb and Prast, both of Vak. Their bodies were found not many miles from here, with spears through them, as if they had been done to death in their sleep. What say you about this crime? Yuli stared at the floor. I know nothing of it. We think you know everything. Had the crime been committed within the territory of Panovel, it would carry the penalty of death. What do you say? He felt himself shaking. This was not what he had expected. I have nothing to say. Very well. You cannot become a priest while this guilt lies on you. You must confess the crime. You will be shut up until you speak. Captain Ebron clapped his hands. 2 soldiers entered and grasped Yuli. He struggled for a moment to test their strength, had his arms sharply wrenched, and allowed himself to be led away. Yes, he thought, the holies, full of priests and soldiers. They've got me properly. What a fool I am, a victim. Oh, Father, you abandoned me. It was not even as if he had been able to forget about the 2 gentlemen. The double murder still lay heavy inside him, although he always tried to rationalize it by reminding himself that they had attempted to kill him. Many a night as he lay on his cot in Vac, staring up at the distant vault, he saw again the gentleman's eyes as he sat up and tried to pull the spear from his entrails. The cell was small and damp and dark. When he recovered from the shock of being alone, he felt cautiously about him. His prison was featureless, except for an ill-smelling gutter and a low shelf on which to sleep. Yuli sat on it and buried his face in his hands. He was given plenty of time to think. His thoughts, in the impenetrable darkness, took on a life of their own, as if they were the figments of delirium. People he knew, people he had never seen, came and went about him, engaged in mysterious activities. "Mother!" he exclaimed. Onessa was there, as she had been before her illness, slender and active, with her long, serious face, that readily broke into a smile for her son, though it was a guarded smile with lips scarcely parted. She bore a great bundle of twigs on her shoulder. A litter of little horned black piglets walked before her. The sky was a brilliant blue. Both Metallics and Freya shone there. Onessa and Yuli stepped along a path out of a dark larch forest, and were dazzled by the brightness. Never had there been a blue like that. It seemed to tint the piled snow and fill the world. Ahead, was a ruined building. Although it had been solidly built in the long past, weather had broken it open like an old tree fungus. Before it stood a flight of shallow steps, now ruined. Onessa flung down her twigs and sprang so eagerly up the steps that she almost skipped. She raised her gloved hands as she went, and even offered a snatch of song to the crisp air. Rarely had Yuli seen his mother in such spirits. Why did she feel like that? Why not more often? Not daring to put these questions direct, yet longing to have some personal word from her, he asked, "Who built this place, Mother?"
"Oh, it's always been here. It's as old as the hills."
"But who built it, Mother?"
"I don't know. My father's family, probably long ago. They were great people with stores of grain."
This legend of his mother's family's greatness was well known to him, and the detail of the store of grain. He marched up the ruined steps and pushed open a reluctant door. Snow scattered in a cloud as he shouldered his way inside. There was the grain, golden, piles of it, enough for them all forevermore. It started running towards him in a river, great piles of it cascading down, over the steps, and from under the grain, 2 dead bodies heaved to view, struggling blindly towards the light. He sat up with a great cry, sprang to his feet, stood up, paced to the cell door. He could not understand where these alarming visions came from. They seemed not to be a part of him. He thought to himself, "Dreams are not for you, Dodger. You're too tough. You think of your mother now, yet you never showed her affection. You were too afraid of your father's fist. You know, I really believe I hated my father. I believe I was glad when the Fagors carried him off. Weren't you?" No. It's just that my experiences have made me hard. You're hard, Dodger. Hard and cruel. You killed those 2 gentlemen. What are you going to be? Better to confess to the murders and see what happens. Try and love me. Try and love me. I know so little. That's it. The whole world, you want to find out. Akka must know. Those eyes see everything. But me, you're so small, Dodger. Life's no more than one of those funny feelings when the children flies overhead. He marvelled at his own thoughts. Finally, he cried for the guards to open his door, and found that he had been incarcerated for 3 days. For a year and a day, Yuli served in the Holies as a novice. He was not allowed to leave the halls, but dwelt in a monastic nocturne, not knowing whether Freya and Metallics swam separately or together in the sky. A wish to run through the white wilderness gradually left him, erased by the penumbral majesty of the Holies. He had confessed to the murder of the 2 gentlemen. No punishment followed. The thin grey priest with the blinking eyes, Father Siphans, was the charge father over Yuli and other novices. He clasped his hands and said to Yuli,
"That unhappy incident of the murders is now sealed behind the wall of the past. Yet you must never allow yourself to forget it, lest, in forgetting, you come to believe that it never happened. Like the many suburbs of Panoval, all things in life are interwoven. Your sin and your longing to serve Akka are of a piece. Did you imagine that it was holiness that led a man to serve Akka? Not so. Sin is a more powerful mover. Embrace the dark. Through sin, you come to terms with your own inadequacy."
Sin was a word often on Father Siphan's lips at one period. Yuli watched it there with interest, with the absorption pupils devote to their masters. The way the lips moved was something he imitated to himself later, alone, using the movements to repeat all that he had to learn by heart. While the father had his own private apartment, to which he withdrew after instruction, Yuli slept in a dormitory with others of his kind, in a nest of dark within the dark. Unlike the fathers, they were allowed no pleasures. Song, drink, wenches, recreation were forbidden, and their food was of the most Spartan kind, selected from the offerings made by supplicants of Akka daily. "I can't concentrate. I'm hungry," he complained once to his charge father.
"Hunger is universal. We cannot expect Akka to fatten us. He defends us against hostile outside forces, generation by generation."
Which is more important, survival or the individual?
"An individual has importance in his own eyes, but generations have priority."
He was learning to argue the priest's way step by step. But generations are made up of individuals.
Generations are not only the sum of individuals. They contain also aspirations, plans, histories, laws, above all, continuities. They contain the past as well as the future. Akka refuses to work with individuals alone, so individuals must be subdued, quenched if necessary.
Slyly, the father taught Yuli to argue. On the one hand, he must have blind faith. On the other, he needed reason. For its long journey through the years, the entombed community needed all defenses, needed both prayer and rationality. The sacred verses claimed that at some time in the future, Akka, in his lonely battle, might suffer defeat and the world undergo a period of intense fire, descending from the skies. The individual must be quenched to avoid the burning. Although the entombed halls went Yuli, with all these ideas declaiming themselves in his head, they stood his understanding of the world upside down. But therein lay much of their attraction, since every revolutionary new insight only emphasized his previous ignorant state. Among all the deprivations, one sensory delight stole upon his bewilderment to soothe him. The priests found their way through the dark labyrinth by wall reading, an arcane mystery in which Yuli was soon to be initiated. There was also another directional clue intended to delight: music. At first, Yuli, in his innocence, imagined that he heard the sound of spirits overhead. He could make nothing of the trickling line of melody played on a one-stringed vrach. He had never seen a vrach. If not a spirit, could it be the wail of wind through a crevice somewhere in the rock? His delight was so secret that he asked no one about the sounds, not even his fellow novices, until walking one day unexpectedly with Siphans into a religious service. Choirs were important, and monody even more so, with a single voice launched into the hollows of the dark. But what Yuli came to love most were the interventions by inhuman voices, those of the instruments of Panoval. Nothing similar was ever heard in the barriers. The only music the besieged tribes there knew was a prolonged drumming, on a drum made of hide, clacking of animal bones struck together, and clapping of human hands, accompanied by a monotonous chant. It was the luxurious complication of the new music that convinced Yuli of the reality of his still awakening spiritual life. One great tune in particular took him by storm: Oldorando, which had a part for an instrument that soared above all others, then dived into their midst, finally to retreat into a secure melodic refuge of its own. Music became almost an alternative to light for Yuli. When he talked to his fellow novices, he found that they felt little of his exhilaration, but they, he came to realize, all carried a much greater central commitment to Akka himself than he. Most of the novices had loved or hated Akka from birth. Akka was nature to them, as he was not to Yuli. When he wrestled with such matters during the sparse hours allotted to sleep, Yuli felt guilt that he was not as the other novices. He loved the music of Akka. It was a new language. But was not music the creation of men, rather than of... Even when he choked off the doubt, another doubt sprang up. How about the language of religion? Wasn't that also the invention of men? Perhaps pleasant, ineffectual men, like Father Siphan's.
Belief is not peace, but torment. Only the Great War is peace.
That part of the creed at least was true. Meanwhile, Yuli kept his own counsel, and fraternized only superficially with his fellows. They met for instruction in a low, damp, foggy hall named Cleft. Sometimes they went in utter darkness, sometimes in the glow of wicks carried by the fathers. Each session ended with the priest pressing his hand to the novice's forehead, gesturing at his brain, an action at which the novices laughed later in their dormitories. Priests' fingers were rough, from the wall reading by which they navigated briskly about the labyrinths of the holies, even in the most pitchy blackness. Each novice sat in a curiously shaped dock, built of clay bricks, facing his instructor. Each dock was decorated in individual low reliefs to make their identification in the dark easier. Their instructor sat opposite and above them, astride a clay saddle. When only a few weeks of the novitiate had lapsed, Father Siphans announced the subject of heresy. He spoke in a low voice, coughing as he did so. Worse than non-belief was to believe wrongly. Yuli leaned forward. He and Siphans had no light, but the charge father in the next box did. A fluttering flame which served to throw a foggy orange nimbus about Siphans' head and shade his face. The old man's white and black gown further disintegrated his outlines, so that he merged with the dark of the chamber. Mist rolled about them, trailing anyone who walked slowly by, practicing wall reading. Coughs and muttering filled the low cavern. Water dripped ceaselessly like small bells. A human sacrifice, Father. Did you say a human sacrifice?
The body is precious, the spirit expendable. One who has spoken against the priesthood, saying they should be more frugal to aid Akka. You are far enough on with your studies to attend his execution. Ritual from barbarous times.
The nervous eyes, two tiny points of orange, flickered in the dark like a signal from a remote distance. When the time came, Yuli walked through the lugubrious galleries, nervously trying to wall read with his fingers. They entered the largest cavern in the holies, called State. No light was allowed. Whispering filled the air as the priesthood assembled. Yuli surreptitiously took hold of the hem of Father Siphan's gown, in order not to lose him. Then, a voice of a priest, declaiming the history of the long war between Akka and Wutra. Night was Akka's, and the priests were set to protect their flock through the long night's battle. Those who opposed the guardians must die.
Bring forth the prisoner!
There was much talk of prisoners in the holies, but this one was special. The tramp of the militia's heavy sandals could be heard, a shuffling, then brightness. A shaft of light blazed down. The novices gasped. Yuli recognized that they stood in the vast chamber through which Satal had led him a long while ago. The light source was, as before, high above the multitude of heads. It appeared blinding. At its base stood a human figure, tied to a wooden framework, legs and arms spread. It was in the upright position, and naked. Even as the prisoner gave a cry, Yuli recognized the dense, impassioned face, square and framed by short-cropped hair. It was the young man he had once heard speak in Prain, Narb. His voice and message were also recognizable.
Priests, I'm not your enemy, though you treat me like one, but your friend. Generation by generation, you sink into inaction. Your numbers grow less. Panoval dies. We are not just passive votaries of great Akka. No, we must fight with him. We must also suffer. In the great war between sky and earth, we must play our part. We must reform and purify ourselves.
Behind the bound figure were militiamen in gleaming helmets, guarding him. Others arrived, bearing smoking brands. With them marched their fagors, checked by leather leads. They halted. They turned inward. They hoisted their brands high above their heads, and the smoke rose in leisurely braids upwards. Forward creaked a stiff cardinal, bowed under black and white garb, and an elaborate mitre. He struck a golden staff against the ground 3 times, crying shrilly in the priestly olinets.
Have done! Have done! Have done! O great Akka, our warrior god, appear to us!
A bell tinkled. A second pillar of the brilliant white light, solidifying rather than banishing the surrounding night. Behind the prisoner, behind the fagors and the soldiers, Akka appeared, reaching upwards. A murmur of expectation came from the crowd. It was a skeletal scene, the militia and the massive white beasts all but transparent. Akka, chalky in the column of light, the whole embedded in obsidian. In this representation, the semi-human head of the god thrust forward, and his mouth was open. His eyes were as sightless as ever.
Take this unsatisfactory life, O great Akka, and use it for thy satisfaction.
Functionaries moved smartly forward. One began to crank at a handle set in the side of the frame, holding the prisoner. The frame began to creak and shift. The prisoner cried softly once, as his body was forced to bend backwards. As the hinges on the framework opened, his body arched back, exposing his helplessness. 2 captains marched forward, with a fagor between them. The great beast's blunted horns had been capped with silver, and reached almost to the height of the soldier's eyebrows. It stood in the ungainly customary stance of a fagor, head and prow of chest thrust forward, its long white hair stirring slightly in the draught that blew through state. Music sounded again, drum, gongs, vrats, drowning out Nab's voice, and the sustained warble of a flugel rising high above them. Then everything stopped. The body was bent double now, legs and feet twisted somewhere out of sight, head right back, exposing throat and thorax, gleaming pale in the column of light.
Take, O great Akka! Take what is already thine! Eradicate him!
At the priest's scream, the fagor stepped a pace forward and bent down. It opened its shovel mouth and applied rows of blunt teeth to either side of the proffered throat. It bit. It raised its head, and a great morsel of flesh came up with it. It moved back into place between the 2 soldiers, swallowing non-committally. A trickle of red ran down its white front. The rear column of light was cut off. Akka disappeared back into his nourishing darkness. Many of the novices fainted. As they jostled out of state, Yuli asked, "But why use those devilish fagors? They're man's enemy. They should all be killed."
They are the creatures of Wutra, as their colour shows. We keep them to remind us of the enemy,
said Sifans. And what will happen to Nab's body?
It will not be wasted. Every item is of some application. The whole carcass may go for fuel, perhaps to the potters, who always need to fire their kilns. I really don't know. I prefer to keep myself aloof from administrative details.
He dared say no more to Father Sifans, hearing the distaste in the old priest's voice. To himself, he said over and over again, "Those evil brutes, those evil brutes. Akka should have no part of them." But the fagors were all over the holies, padding patiently along with the militia, their noctilucent eyes peering here and there under their craggy brows. One day, Yuli tried to explain to his charge father how his father had been caught and killed by Fagors in the wild.
You do not know for sure they killed him. Fagors are not always entirely evil. Sometimes Akka subdues their spirit.
I'm sure he's dead by now. There's no way of being certain, though. He heard the father lick his lips as he hesitated, and then leaned towards Yuli in the blackness.
There is a way of being sure, my son.
Oh, yes. If you mounted a great expedition from Panoval north.
No. Other ways, more subtle. You will one day understand the complexities of Panoval more fully. Or perhaps you won't. For there are entirely other orders of the priesthood, warrior mystics, of which you do not know. Perhaps I had better say no more.
Yuli urged him on. The priest's voice sank still lower, until it was almost lost under the splash of a water drip near at hand.
Yes, warrior mystics, who forswear the pleasures of the flesh, and in return gain mysterious powers.
That's what Nab advocated, and was murdered for it.
Executed after trial. The superior orders prefer us, the administrative orders, to remain as we are. But they communicate with the dead. If you were one of them, you could speak with your father after death.
In the dark, Yuli stammered his amazement.
There are many human and divine capacities which can be trained, my son. I myself, when my father died, fell into a fast through sorrow, and after the passage of many days, saw him clear, suspended in the earth, which is Akka's, as if in another element, with his hands over his ears, as if he heard some sound he disliked. Death is not an end, but our extension in Akka. You recall the teaching, my son?
I'm still angry with my father. Perhaps I have difficulty because of that. He was weak at the end. I wish to be strong. Where are these warrior mystics of whom you speak, father?
If you do not believe my words, as I sense, it is pointless my telling you anything further.
The voice held a nicely calculated shade of petulance. I'm sorry, father. I'm a savage, just as you say. You think the priesthood should reform itself, as Nab claimed, don't you?
I take a middle way.
He sat leaning forward, tersely, for a while, blinking as if there was more to be said, and Yuli heard his dry eyelids flutter.
Many schisms divide the holies, Yuli, as you will come to see if you take your orders. Things are less easy than they were when I was a boy. Sometimes it seems to me...
The water drops went splash, 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 and someone coughed distantly. What, father?
Oh, you have heretical thoughts enough without my planting more. I can't imagine why I talk to you. That's the end of instruction for today, boy.
Talking not to Siphans, who liked to proceed by equivocation, but to his fellows, Yuli gradually learnt something of the power structures that held the community of Panoval together. The administration was in the hands of the priests, and they worked with the militia, one reinforcing the other. There was no final arbitrator, no great chief, like the chiefs in the tribes of the wilderness. Behind each order of the priesthood lay another. They faded off into the metaphysical darkness, in obscure hierarchies, none finally with the power to command all the others. Some orders, went the rumour, lived in more distant caverns in the mountain chain. In the holies, habits were lax. Priests might serve as soldiers, and vice versa. Women came and went among them. Under all the prayer and learning was confusion. Akka was elsewhere. Somewhere there was greater faith. Somewhere along the receding chain of command, thought Yuli, must be Siphan's order of warrior mystics, who could commune with the dead and perform other amazing acts. The rumours, really no more to be listened to than the drip of water down a wall. whispered of an order elsewhere, set above the inhabitants of the Holies, who were referred to, when they were referred to at all, as the Keepers. The Keepers, according to the whisper, were a sect to which admission was by election. They combined the dual role of soldiering and priesthood. What they kept was knowledge. They knew things unknown even in the Holies, and that knowledge gave them power. By keeping the past, they laid claim to the future. Who are these Keepers? Do we see them? Yuli asked. The mystery excited him, and as soon as he heard of them, he longed to be part of the mysterious sect. He was speaking again to Father Siphans, almost at the end of his term. The passage of time had matured him. He no longer mourned his parents, and the Holies kept him busy. He had discovered recently in his charge father an intense relish of gossip. The eyes blinked faster, the lips trembled, and the morsels slipped out. Every day, as the two men worked together in the prayer hall of their order, Father Siphans allowed himself a small ration of revelation.
The Keepers can mix among us. We do not know who they are. Outwardly, they look no different from us. I might also be a Keeper for all you know.
Next day, after prayer, Father Siphans beckoned Yuli with a mittened hand, and said,
Come, since your novice term is nearly up, I'll show you something. You recollect what we were talking about yesterday?
Of course. Father Siphans pursed his lips, squeezed his eyes together, raised his little sharp nose like a shrew's towards the ceiling, and nodded his head sharply a dozen times. Then he set off at a stiff, mincing pace, leaving Yuli to follow. Lights were rare in this section of the Holies, and, in some places, forbidden entirely. The two men moved now with assurance through total darkness. Yuli kept the fingers of his right hand extended, lightly touching a carved skein unwinding on the wall of the corridor. They were passing through Warbow, and Yuli was now wall-reading. Steps were indicated ahead. Two of the luminous-eyed priests fluttered in a wicker cage, punctuating the junction between the main passage, a side one, and the steps. Yuli and his old charge father progressed steadily upwards, clack, 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 upstairs, along passages punctuated by more stairs, avoiding by habit others who walked in the limestoned dark. Now they were in Tangwild. The wall scroll on the rock under Yuli's fingers told him so. In a never-repeating design of intertwined branches sported small animals, which Yuli considered must have been figments of some long-dead artist's imagination. Animals that hopped and swam and climbed and rolled. For some reason, Yuli imagined them all in vivid colours. The band of wall scroll carving ran for miles in all directions, never more than a handspan wide. This was one of the secrets of the Holies. Nobody could get lost in the labyrinthine dark once they had memorized the various patterns that identified the sectors and the coded signs signaling turns or steps or corridor divisions, all woven into the design. They turned into a low gallery, which the resonance of sound told them was otherwise unoccupied. Here, the wall scroll was of quaint men squatting with outturned hands among wooden huts. They must be outside somewhere, Yuli thought, enjoying the scenery beneath his palm. Siphans halted, and Yuli bumped into him. As he apologized, the old man rested against the wall.
Be silent, and let me enjoy a good pant, he said.
In a moment, as if regretting the severity of his tone, he said,
I'm getting old. On my next birthday, I shall be 25. But the death of an individual is nothing to our Lord Akka.
Yuli feared for him. The father fumbled about the wall. Moisture ran down the rock and soaked everything.
Ha! Yes, here.
The charge father opened a small shutter, permitting light to blaze in upon them. Yuli had to shield his eyes for a moment. Then he stood by Father Siphans and looked out. A grunt of astonishment escaped him. Below them, lay a small town built on a hill. Crooked lanes ran up and down, sometimes fronted by quite grand houses. They were intersected by alleys, where riotous building concocted a maze of dwellings. On one side, a river ran in a chasm, and livings perched dangerously on its very edge. People, tiny as ants, moved among the lanes and jostled inside roofless rooms. The noise of their traffic rose faintly to where the men stood peering down. "Where are we?" Siphans gestured.
"That's Vac. You've forgotten it, haven't you?"
He watched with some amusement, his nose screwed up, as Yuli stared down open-mouthed. How simple he was, he thought. He should have recognized it was Vac without having to ask, like a savage. He could see the far archway leading to wreck, faint as ice in the distance. Nearer, squinting, he made out familiar livings, and the alley where his room had been, and the home of Kyael in Tuska. He recalled them, and the beautiful black-haired Iskador, with longing. But his feelings were muted, because there was no point in yearning for a bygone world. Kyael and Tuska would have forgotten him, as he had them. What chiefly struck him was how bright Vac appeared, for he remembered it as a place of deep shadow, lacking all colour. The difference marked how greatly his sight had improved during his stay in the Holies.
"You recollect that you asked me who the keepers were?"
said Father Siphans.
"You asked if we saw them. Here is my response."
He indicated the world below them.
"The people down there do not see us, even if they look upward. They are still unable to spot us. We are superior to them. So are the keepers superior to mere members of the priesthood. Within our fortress, there is a secret fortress."
Father Siphans, help me. Is that secret fortress? Is it friendly towards us? Secrecy is not always friendly. The father blinked his eyes.
"The question should be rather, is the secret fortress necessary to our survival? And the answer to that is yes, whatever it costs. You may find that a strange answer coming from me. I am for the middle way in everything but this. Against the extremities of our life, against which Akka seeks to defend us, extremes are called for. The keepers keep truth, according to the scriptures. Our world has been withdrawn from Wutra's fire. Many generations ago, the people of Panoval dared to defy great Akka, and went to live outside our sheltering holy mountain. Towns like Vac, which we see before us, were built under the naked skies. Then we were punished by fire, which Wutra and his cohorts sent down. A few survivors lived to return to our natural home, here. This is not merely scripture, Yuli. Forgive the blasphemy of that merely. This is scripture, I should say. It is also a history that our people have lived. The keepers in their secret fortress keep that history, and many things that still survive from the period of naked skies. I believe they see uncloudedly what we see clouded.
Why are we in the Holies not considered fit to know these things?
Enough to know them as scripture, a parable. Myself, I believe that the naked knowledge is kept from us, first, because those in power always prefer to hoard knowledge, which is power, and second, because they believe that armed with such knowledge, we might again attempt to return to the outside world of naked skies, at such time as great Akka banishes the snows.
Yuli thought with racing thoughts. Father Siphan's frankness astonished him. If knowledge was power, where stood faith? It occurred to him that he was possibly being tested, and was aware of the priest awaiting his answer with alert interest. Playing safe, he brought in the name of Akka again. Surely if Akka banishes the snow, that is his invitation to return to the world of skies. It is not natural for men and women to be born and die in darkness. Father Siphans sighed.
So you say. But you were born under the skies.
I hope to die there too, Yuli said, with a fervour that surprised himself. He feared that his unpremeditated response would provoke his charge father's anger. Instead, the old man placed a mittened hand on his shoulder.
We all desire conflicting desires.
He struggled with himself, either to speak or to stay silent, then said calmly,
Come, we will return, and you shall lead the way. Your reading of the wall scrolls has become excellent.
He closed the shutter on Vac. They regarded each other as the night rushed back. Then they returned through the dark sleeve of the gallery. Yuli's initiation as a priest was a great event. He fasted for 4 whole days, and came light-headed before his cardinal in Lathorn. With him went 3 other young men of Yuli's own age, also due to take all the vows of a priest, also to sing for 2 hours, standing in stiff clothes and unaccompanied by music, the liturgies memorized for the occasion. Their voices rose thinly in the great dark church, hollow as a cistern. Darkness be our guise, ever and sting the sinner within, to sing. Bremley we begin, priests, priests of great rate, golden in ancient Akka's gaze, armoured in ancient right. A solitary candle stood between them and the figure of the seated cardinal. The old man remained motionless throughout the ceremony. Perhaps he slept. A breeze blew the candle flame fluttering in his direction. In the background stood the 3 charge fathers who had sponsored the young men to priesthood. Yuli could see Siphans dimly, his nose wrinkled upwards like a shrew's in pleasure, nodding to the chant. No militia were present, or fagors. At the end of the initiation, the stiff old figure decked out in its black and whites, and chains of gold, rose to its feet, raised its hands above its head, and intoned a prayer for the initiates.
And grant finally, O ancient Akka, that we may move ever more deeply into the caverns of thy thought, until we discover within ourselves the secrets of that illimitable ocean, without bound or dimension, which the world calls life, but which we privileged few know to be everything that is beyond death and life.
Flugels began to play. Swelling music filled Lathorn and Yuli's heart. Next day, he was given his first task, to go among the prisoners of Panoval and listen to their troubles. For newly ordained priests, there was an established procedure. They served first in the punishment area, and then were transferred to security before being allowed out to work among the ordinary people. In this process of hardening off, they were fortified in the distancing between them and the people implied in their ordination. Punishment was full of noise and burning brands. It also had its quota of warders, drawn from the militia and their fagors. It was situated in a particularly wet cavern. A light rain fell most of the time. Anyone who looked up could see the beads of moisture swinging downwards on a crooked path, teased by wind from stalactites far overhead. Warders wore heavy soles to their boots, which sounded on the pavements. The white-coated fagors which accompanied them wore nothing, able to rely on their natural protection. Brother Yuli's job was to work duty spells with one of the 3 guard lieutenants, a coarse, thick man called Dravog, who walked as if he were crushing beetles, and spoke as if he were chewing them. He constantly beat his leggings with his stave, making an irritating drumming noise. Everything that concerned the prisoners, including the prisoners themselves, was meant to be banged. All movements were executed to gongs, Any delay was punished by application of a stave. Noise was the order of the day. The prisoners were a sullen lot. Yuli had to legitimize any violence and frequently patch its victims. He soon found himself opposed to Dravog's mindless brutality, while the unremitting hostility of the prisoners eroded his nerves. The days spent under Father Siphans had been happy, even if he had not always appreciated that at the time. In these harsh new surroundings, he missed the dense dark, the silences, the piety, and even Siphans himself, with his cautious friendliness. Friendship was not a quality Dravog recognized. One of the sectors of punishment was a cavern called Twink. In Twink, squads of prisoners worked at demolishing the rear wall to enlarge the workspace. The toil was endless.
"They're slaves, and you've got to beat them to keep them going," Dravog said.
The remark gave Yuli an uncomfortable glimpse into history. Probably much of Panoval had been opened up in this way. The rubble from the excavation was carried away in clumsy wooden carts, which needed the efforts of 2 men to shift. The carts trundled to a place somewhere in the warrens of the Holies, where the vac ran far below ground level, and a deep pit waited to receive the rubble. Twink contained a farm worked by the prisoners. Noctiferous barley was grown for bread. Fish were farmed in a pool fed by a stream which poured from the rock. A quota of larger fish was culled every day. Diseased fish were dug into long banks where enormous edible fungi grew. Their pungent odor cut across the senses of anyone entering Twink. Nearby, in other caverns, were more farms and chert mines. But Yuli's movements were almost as circumscribed as those of the prisoners. Twink formed the limit of his beat. He was surprised when Dravog, in conversation with another warder, mentioned that one of the side passages leading from Twink would take him into Market. Market? The name conjured up a jostling world he had left behind in a different life, and he thought nostalgically of Kyael and his wife. "You'll never be a proper priest," he told himself. The gongs were struck. The wardens shouted. The prisoners strained their grudging bodies. The fagors shambled back and forth, sticking their mitts up their slotted nostrils, and occasionally exchanging a grunted word with each other. Yuli hated their presence. He was watching 4 prisoners, under the eye of one of Dravog's warders, trawl in the fish pool. To do this, the men were forced to get into the freezing water up to their stomachs. When their net was full, they were allowed to climb out and drag the catch onto the bank. The fish were gout. They were a pale, strawy white with blind blue eyes. They struggled hopelessly as they were dragged from their natural element. A rubble cart was passing, pushed by 2 prisoners. One of its wheels struck a stone. The prisoner, shouldering the nearby shaft, staggered and fell. As he went, he struck one of the fishers, a youth stooping to get a hold on the end of the net, who plunged headfirst into the water. The warder began to shout, and struck about him with his stave. His fagor hopped forward and grasped the prisoner, who had slipped, lifting him off his feet. Dravog and another warder came running up in time to beat the young prisoner about his head, as he dragged himself from the pool. Yuli grasped Dravog's arm. "Leave him alone. It was an accident. Help him out."
"He's not allowed in the pool on his own,"
Dravog said savagely, elbowing Yuli out of the way and striking again. The prisoner climbed out with blood and water pouring from his head. Another warder rushed up, his brand hissing in the rain, his fagor behind him, eyes pink in the shadows. He shouted, sorry to have missed the excitement. He joined with Dravog and the other warders in booting the half-drowned prisoner back to his cell in the next cavern. When the commotion had died and the mob disappeared, Yuli cautiously approached the cell, in time to hear a prisoner in the adjoining cell call,
Are you all right, you Silk?
Yuli went to Dravog's office and collected the master key. He unlocked the cell door, took a fat lamp from a niche in the passage, and entered. The prisoner sprawled on the floor in a pool of water. He was supporting his torso with his arms, so that the outline of his shoulder blades stuck painfully through his shirt. Head and cheek were bleeding. He turned a sullen look at Yuli, then, without change of expression, let his head droop again. Yuli looked down at the soaked and battered skull. Tormented, he squatted by the man, setting the lamp down on the filthy floor.
Scum off, monk,
the man growled.
I'll help you if I can.
You can't help. Scum it.
They remained in the same positions, without moving or speaking, and water and blood mingled in the pool.
Your name's Usilk, I believe.
No response. The thin countenance remained pointing down at the floor.
Is your father's name Kael, living in Vac?
Leave me alone.
I know. I knew him well, and your mother. She looked after me.
You heard what I said?
With a sudden burst of energy, the prisoner flung himself on Yuli, beating at him rather feebly. Yuli rolled over and disengaged himself, jumping up like an Asokin. He was about to fling himself into the attack when he paused. With an effort of will, he controlled himself and pulled back. Without a word more, he collected the lamp and left the cell.
A dangerous one, that,
Dravog said to him, permitting himself a sly grin at the priest's expense, seeing his flustered appearance. Yuli retreated to the brothers' chapel and prayed in the dark to an unresponsive Akka. There was a story Yuli had heard in market, a story not unknown to the ecclesiastics in the holies, about a certain worm. The worm was sent by Wutra, wicked god of the skies. Wutra put the worm into the labyrinth of passages in Akka's holy mountain. The worm is large and long, its girth being about equal to that of a passageway. It is slimy, and it slides along noiselessly in the dark. Only its breathing can be heard, issuing from its flabby lips. It eats people. They are safe one moment, the next they hear the evil breathing, the rustle of long whiskers, and then they are swallowed. A spiritual equivalent of Wutra's worm was now at large in the labyrinths of Yuli's thought. He could not prevent himself seeing, in the thin shoulders and blood of the prisoner, the gulf that lay between preachments and practice in Akka. It was not that the preachments were so pious, for mainly they were practical, stressing service. Nor was it that life was so bad. What troubled him was that they were at odds. There returned to his memory something that Father Siphans had said to him.
It is not goodness and holiness that lead a man to serve Akka. More often, it is sin such as yours.
Which implied that many among the priesthood were murderers and criminals, little better than the prisoners. Yet they were set over the prisoners. They had power. He went about his duties grimly. He smiled less than he had. He never felt happy working as a priest. The nights he spent in prayer, the days in thought, and in trying, when possible, to forge some sort of contact between himself and Usilk. Usilk shunned him. Finally, Yuli's time in punishment was completed. He entered a period of meditation before going to work with the security police. This branch of the militia had come under his notice while working in the cells, and he found within himself the ghost of a dangerous idea. After only a few days in security, Wutra's worm became ever more active in his mind. His task was to see men beaten and interrogated, and to administer a final blessing to them when they died. Grimmer and grimmer he became, until his superiors commended him and gave him cases of his own to handle. The interrogations were simple, for there were few categories of crime. People cheated or stole, or spoke heresy. Or they went to places that were forbidden, or plotted revolution, the crime that had been Usilk's. Some even tried to escape to Wutra's realm, under the skies. It was now that Yuli realized that a kind of illness gripped the dark world. Everyone in authority suspected revolution. The illness bred in the darkness, and accounted for the numerous petty laws that governed life in Panoval. Including the priesthood, the settlement numbered almost 6,750 people, every one of whom was forced into a guild or order. Every living, guild, order, dormitory was infiltrated by spies, who themselves were not trusted, and also had an infiltrated guild of their own. The dark bred distrust, and some of its victims paraded hang-dog before Brother Yuli. Although he loathed himself for it, Yuli found he was good at the work. He felt enough sympathy to lower his victim's guard, enough destructive rage to tear the truth out. Despite himself, he developed a professional's taste for the job. Only when he felt secure did he have Usilk brought before him. At the end of each day's duty, a service was held in the cavern called Lathorn. Attendance was compulsory for the priesthood, optional for any of the militia who wished to attend. The acoustics of Lathorn were excellent. Choir and musicians filled the dark air with swirling veins of music. Yuli had recently taken up a musical instrument. He was becoming expert on the flugel, a bronze instrument no bigger than his hand, which he at first despised, seeing other musicians play enormous peats, vraks, baron bohms, and double close. But the tiny flugel could turn his breath into a note that flew as high as a childrum, soaring up to the clouded roof of Lathorn, above all conspiring melody. With it, Yuli's spirit also flew, to the traditional strains of caparisoned. In his penumbra, and his favourite, the richly counterpointed Oldorando. One evening, after service, Yuli left Lathorn with an acquaintance, a shriven fellow priest by the name of Bervin, and they walked together through the tomb-like avenues of the Holies, to run their fingers over new carvings, even then being created by the three brothers Kilandar. It chanced that they encountered Father Siphans, also strolling, reciting a litany to himself in a nervous undertone. They greeted each other cordially. Bervin politely excused himself, so that Yuli and Father Siphans could parade and walk together. "I don't enjoy my feelings about my day's work, Father. I was glad of the service." As was his fashion, Siphans responded to this only obliquely.
"I hear marvellous reports of your work, Brother Yuli. You will have to seek further advancement. When you do, I will help you."
"You are kind, Father. I recall what you told me." He lowered his voice. "About the Keepers. An organization for which one can volunteer, you said."
"No, I said one can only be elected to the Keepers."
"How can I put my name forward?"
"Akka will aid you when it is necessary."
He sniffed with laughter.
"Now you are one of us, I wonder. Have you heard a whisper of an order above even the Keepers?"
"No, Father. You know I don't listen to whispers."
"Ha! You should. Whispers are a blind man's sight. But if you are so virtuous, then I will say nothing of the Takers."
"The Takers? Who are they?"
No, don't worry. I will not say a word. Why should you bother your head with secret organizations, or tales of hidden lakes free of ice? Such things may be lies, after all. Legends, like Wutra's worm."
Yuli laughed. "Very well, Father. You have worked me up to sufficient interest. You can tell me everything." Siphans made tisking noises with his thin lips. He slowed his step and sidled into an alcove.
"Since you force me, very regrettable, You may remember how the rabble lives in Vac. Its rooms all a huddle, one on top of the next without order. Suppose this mountain range in which Panoval lives is like Vac. Better, like a body with various interconnected parts, spleen, lungs, vitals, heart. Suppose there are caverns just as large as ours above us and below us. It's not possible, is it?
No.
I'm saying it is possible. It is a hypothesis. Let us say that somewhere beyond Twink, there exists a waterfall, falling from a cavern above ours, and that waterfall falls to a level below ours, some way below. Water plays where it will. Let us say that it falls into a lake, the waters of which are pure and too warm for ice to form on them. Let us imagine that in that desirable and secure place live the most favoured, the most powerful, the takers. They take everything of the best, the knowledge and the power, and treasure it for us there, until the day of Akka's victory.
And keep those things from us.
What's that? Phillips, I missed what you said, brother. Well, it's just an amusing story, I tell you.
And does one have to be elected to the takers? The father made little clicking noises with his tongue.
Who could penetrate such privilege, supposing it existed? No, my boy, one would have to be born to it. A number of powerful families, with beautiful women to keep them warm, and perhaps secret ways to come and go, even beyond Akka's domains. No, it would need a revolution to get near such a hypothetical place.
He stuck his nose in the air and giggled. Father, you tease the poor simple priests below you. The old priest's head went to one side, judicially.
Poor you are, my young friend, and will most like remain so. Simple you are not, and that is why you will always make a flawed priest, as long as you continue. That is why I love you.
They parted. The priest's declaration troubled Yuli. Yes, he was a flawed priest, as Siphans said. A music lover. Nothing more. He washed his face in icy water as his thoughts burned. All these hierarchies of priesthoods, if they existed, led only to power. They did not lead to Akka. Faith never explained precisely, with a verbal precision to rival the precision of music, how devotion could move a stone effigy. The words of faith led only to a foggy obscurity called holiness. The realization was as rough as the towel on which he dried his cheeks. Lying in the dormitory far from sleep, he saw how old Siphan's life had been stripped from the old man. Real love had been starved from him, until he was left only with teasing ghosts of affection. He did not really care, had perhaps ceased to care a while ago, whether those beneath him had faith or not. His hints and riddles expressed a deep-rooted dissatisfaction with his own life. In sudden fear, Yuli told himself that it would be better to die a man in the wilderness than a dry mouth here, in the shadowy safeties of Panoval, even if it meant leaving behind his flugel and the strains of Oldorando. The fear made him sit up, casting off his blanket. Dark winds, the restless inhabitants of the dormitory, blew about his head. He shivered. With a kind of exultation, matching the exultation he had experienced on entering Rec long ago, he whispered aloud, "I don't believe. I believe nothing." Power over others, he believed. He saw it in action every day. But that was purely human. Perhaps he had actually ceased to believe in other than human oppression during that rite in state, when men had allowed a hated Fagor to bite the words from young Narb's throat. Perhaps Narb's words might still triumph, and the priests reform themselves until their lives held meaning. Words, priests. They were actual. It was Akka that was nothing. Into the moving dark he whispered the words, Akka, you are nothing. He did not die, and the winds still rustled in his hair. He jumped up and ran, fingers unwinding the wall scroll. He ran and ran until he was exhausted, and his fingertips raw. He turned back, panting. Power he wanted, not subjection. The war in his mind was stilled. He returned to his blanket. Tomorrow he would act. No more priests. Dozing, he started up once again. He was back on a frozen hillside. His father had left him, taken by the Fagors, and he flung his father's spear contemptuously into a bush. He recalled it, recalled the movement of his arm, the hiss of the spear as it embedded itself among the tattered branches, the knife-sharp air in his lungs. Why did he suddenly recollect that insignificant detail? Since he had no powers of self-analysis, the question remained unanswered as he drifted into sleep. The morrow was the last day of his interrogation of Usilg. Interrogations were permitted for only 6 days consecutively. Then the victim was allowed to rest. Rules in this respect were strict, and the militia kept a suspicious eye on the priesthood in all these matters. Usilk had said nothing useful, and was unresponsive alike to beating and cajolery. He stood before Yuli, who was seated on an inquisitorial chair carved elaborately from a solid chunk of timber. It served to emphasize the difference between the state of the two men. Yuli outwardly at ease, Usilk half-starved, ragged, shoulders bowed, face wan, and without expression. We know that you were approached by men who threaten the security of Panoval. All we wish is their names, and then you can go free, back to Vac.
I did not know him. It was a word in the crowd.
Both question and answer had become conventional. Yuli rose from his chair and walked round the prisoner, giving no sign of his emotions. Usilk, listen. I feel no enmity for you. I respect your parents, as I told you. This is our last session together. We shall not meet again, and you will certainly die in this miserable place for no reason.
I have my reasons, monk.
Yuli was surprised. He had expected no response. He lowered his voice. We all have reasons. I will put my life in your hands. I am unfit to be a monk, Usilk. I was born in the white wilderness under the skies far to the north of Panoval, and to the wilderness I wish to return. I will take you with me. I will help you to escape. That's true speaking. Usilk raised his gaze to Yuli's.
Scum off, monk. That trickery won't work on me.
It's true speaking. How can I prove it? You wish me to blaspheme against the god to whom I made my vows? You think I can say these things lightly? Panoval has shaped me, yet something in my inner nature makes me rebel against it and its institutions. They bring shelter and content to the multitude, but not to me. Not even in the favored role of priest. Why not? I cannot say. Except that it is how I am made. He choked back his flow of words. I'll be practical. I can get a spare monk's cassock for you. When we go from this cell later, I will help you slip into the holies, and we will escape together.
Scumble on your tricks.
Yuli fell into a rage. It was all he could do to stop himself attacking and beating the man. He flew in fury to the instruments hanging on the wall, and lashed at his chair with a whip. He seized the fat lamp that stood on the table, and thrust it under Usilk's eyes. He hit himself on the chest.
Why should I lie to you? Why betray myself? What do you know, after all?
Nothing. Nothing worth having. You're just a thing, snatched up from Vac, your life without meaning or importance. You have to be tortured and killed, because that is your destiny. Fine. Go ahead with it. Enjoy feeling your strength die day by day. It's the price you pay for pride, and for being a cretin. Do what you will. Die 1,000 times. I've had enough. I can't bear the torment. I'm off. Think of me as you lie in your own scumble. I'll be out, free, under the sky where Akka's power can't reach. He shouted these words, careless who heard him, blazing before the beaten pallor of Usilk's face. Scum off, monk. Just the same sullen phrase he had used all week. Jumping back a pace, he brought up the whip and struck Usilk with the stock across his broken cheek. All his force and rage went behind the blow. His glaring gaze saw by the lamp's uncertain light exactly where on the cheek under the eye and across the bridge of Usilk's nose the stock struck. He stood, with whip half raised, watching as Usilk's hand came up towards the injury, how his knees buckled. He swayed and fell to the floor, resting on knees and elbows. Still clutching the whip, Yuli stepped over the body and quitted the cell. In his own confusion, he was scarcely aware of the confusion round him. Warders and militia were running here and there in an unexpected manner. The normal progress through the dark veins of the Holies was a funereal walking pace. A captain came along briskly, holding a flaring torch in one hand and shouting orders.
"You're one of the priest interrogators?"
he demanded of Yuli. What of it?
"I want all these rooms cleared of prisoners. Get them back to their cells. The injured are going to be put in here. Look sharp."
Injured? What injured? The captain roared his annoyance.
"Are you deaf, brother? What do you think all the shouting's been about this last hour? The new borings in Twink have collapsed, and many good men are buried. It's like a battlefield down there. Now, get moving and get your prisoner back in his cell fast. I want this corridor cleared in 2 minutes."
He moved on, shouting and cursing. He was enjoying the excitement. Yuli turned back. Usilk still lay crumpled on the floor of the interrogation room. Stooping, he seized him under the shoulders and dragged him into an upright position. Usilk moaned and appeared semi-conscious. By levering one of the prisoner's arms over his shoulder, Yuli could persuade him to walk after a fashion. In the corridor, where the captain still roared, other interrogators were removing their victims, hustling excitedly, nobody exactly looking displeased at this interruption to routine. They headed into the dark like shadows. Now was his chance to disappear, while the excitement was on. And Usilk? His rage was dying, his guilt returning. He was aware of wishing to show Usilk that he was sincere in his earlier offer of help. The decision was made. Instead of heading towards the prison cells, he turned towards his own quarters. A plan grew in his mind. First, he had to revive Usilk to prepare him for escape. It was useless to think of taking him to the brothers' dormitory, where they would be discovered. There was a safer place. Wall reading, he turned off before the dormitories, propelling Usilk up a winding stair, off which, in a warren-like arrangement, the chambers of some of the fathers led. The band of carving under his hand kept him informed of where he was, even when the darkness grew so intense that phantasmal crimsons drifted through it like submerged weeds. At Father Sifan's door, he tapped and entered. As he had calculated, there was no response. At this time of day, Sifans should be engaged elsewhere. He pulled Usilk in. He had stood outside this door many times, but had never entered it. He was at a loss. He helped Usilk to sit, leaning with his back against a wall, and groped about for the lamp bracket. After some blundering against furniture, he found it, and spun the chert wheel attached to the bracket. A spark flew, A tongue of light grew, and he lifted the lamp from its socket and looked about him. Here were all Father Siphan's worldly goods, few in number. In one corner stood a small altar with a statue of Akka, greasy with handling. There was a place for ablutions. There was a shelf supporting one or two objects, including a musical instrument, and a mat on the floor. Nothing more. No table or chairs. Lost in shadow was an alcove which Yuli knew, without looking, would contain a cot where the old father slept. He moved into action. With water from the basin piped from the rock, he washed Yusilk's face and tried to revive him. The man drank a little water, puking as he did so. On the shelf in a tin was some doughy barley bread. Yuli fed some to Yusilk and ate a chunk himself. He shook Yusilk's shoulder gently. "You'll have to forgive my temper. You provoked it. I'm only a savage at heart, not fit to be a priest. Now you see that I spoke truth. We are going to escape from here. With a rockfall in Twink, it should be easy to get away." Yusilk merely moaned. "What do you say? You're not that bad. You'll have to move for yourself."
"You will never trick me, monk."
He looked at Yuli through slitted eyes. Yuli squatted down beside him. The movement made Yusilk flinch away. "Look, we have already committed ourselves. I have committed myself. Try and understand. I'm asking nothing from you, Yusilk. I'm just going to help you get out of here. There must be some way to escape through the North Gate, dressed as monks. I know an old trapper woman called Laurel. Not many days journeying north from here, who will allow us shelter while we grow used to the cold."
"I'm not moving, man."
Smiting his forehead, Yuli said, "You'll have to move. We are hiding in a father's room. We can't stay here. He's not a bad old boy, but he'll surely report us if he discovered us."
"Not so, Brother Yuli. Your not-so-bad old boy is a grave of secrets."
Jumping up, Yuli turned and stood face to face with Father Siphans, who had emerged quietly from the alcove. He put forward a papery hand in a protective gesture, fearing attack. "Father." The gesture became one of reassurance, as Father Siphans blinked at him in the wan light.
"I was resting. I was in Twink when the roof fell in. What a mess. Fortunately, I was not in great danger, but a piece of rock flew and hit my leg. I can advise you that there will be no escape through the North Gate. The guard have closed it and declared a state of emergency, just in case the worthy citizens do something unwise."
"You're going to report us, Father?" From the olden days, the days of his adolescence, he had kept one possession, the bone knife which his mother had carved in her well days. His hand crept beneath his cassock and grasped the knife as he asked his question. Siphans sniffed.
"Like you, I shall do something unwise. I'm going to advise you on the best route to take to leave our country. I am also going to advise you not to take this man with you. Leave him here. I'll see to him. He's close to death."
"No, he's tough, Father. He'll recover quickly when the idea of freedom really sinks in. He's been through much, haven't you, Yusilk?" The prisoner stared up at them, across a blackened cheek, which had already swollen enough to close one eye.
"Also, he is your enemy, Yuli, and will remain so. Beware of him. Leave him to me."
"It's my fault he is my enemy. I will make amends, and he will forgive me when we are safe." The father said,
"Some men do not forgive."
As they stood regarding each other, Yusilk made clumsy movements to rise to his feet, and stood gasping, resting his forehead against the wall. "Father, I hardly can ask you this," Yuli said. "For all I know, you are a keeper. Will you come with us to the outer world?" The eyes blinked rapidly.
"Before my initiation, I felt I could not serve Akka, and I attempted once to leave Panoval. But I was caught, because I was always one of the docile kind, and not savage like you.
You never forget my origins.
Oh, I envied savagery. I still do. But I was defeated. My wish was subverted by my nature. I was caught and treated... Well, as to how I was treated, let me merely say that I also am a man who cannot forgive. That was long ago. Since then, I have gained promotion.
Come with us.
I will remain here and nurse my injured leg. I always have my excuses, Yuli.
Taking a stone from the floor, the father drew a sketch on the wall for Yuli, explaining an escape route to him.
It is a long journey. You must travel beneath the Quiescent Mountains. You will find yourself at last, not in the north, but the more clement south. Stay well, and prosper.
Spitting on his hand, he erased the marks on his wall and tossed the stone into a corner. Finding nothing to say, Yuli put his arms round the old man so that his frail arms were pinned to his side, and hugged him. We'll go at once. Farewell, Yusilk said, speaking with difficulty. You must kill this fellow. Kill him now, or as soon as we leave, he will give the alarm. I know him, and I trust him. It's a trick. You and your damned tricks, Yusilk. I won't let you touch Father Sifans. This was said in some agitation. As Yusilk came forward, and Yuli put out a detaining arm to keep him from the old priest. Yusilk struck at his arm, and for a moment the two wrestled together, until Yuli pushed him off as gently as possible. Come on, Yusilk. If you're fit enough to struggle, let's go. Wait, I see I'll have to trust you, monk. Prove yourself true by freeing a comrade of mine. His name is Scurro, and he worked with me at the fish pool. He'll be in cell 65. Also fetch a friend of mine from Vac. Stroking his chin, Yuli said, You're in no position to dictate anything. Every delay meant danger. Yet he saw that it was necessary to make some gesture to placate Yusilk, if they were to agree at all. Sifan's plan made it clear that they had a dangerous journey ahead. All right, Scurro. I remember the man. He was your revolutionary contact. Are you still trying to interrogate me? Very well. Father, may Yusilk stay here with you while I collect this Scurro. Good. And who is the man in Vac? A kind of smile moved briefly over Yusilk's broken face. Not a man. A woman. My woman, monk. Name of Iskador. Queen of archery. Lives at the bow. Bottom alley. Iskador. Yes, I know her. I knew her once by sight. Get her. She and Scurro are tough. We'll see how tough you are later, monk. The father tweaked at Yuli's sleeve and said softly to him, almost inserting his nose into Yuli's ear. My apologies. I have changed my mind. I do not dare to be left alone with this surly and stupid person. Please, take him with you. You have my assurances I shall not leave my room. He clutched fiercely at Yuli's arm. Yuli clapped his hands together. Very well, Yusilk. We go together. I'll show you where you can steal a habit. Put it on, go and collect Scurro. I will go down into Vac and collect your girl, Iskador. We will meet at the inner corner of Twink, where there are 2 passages leading off, so that we can escape if necessary. If you and Scurro do not come, I shall have to leave without you, knowing you have been captured. Is that clear? Yusilk grunted. Is that clear? Yes, let's move. They moved. They left the shelter of Sifan's small room and launched themselves into the thick night of the corridor. Fingers to wall scroll, Yuli led on, forgetting in his excitement even to bid farewell to his old mentor. The people of Panoval at this time were hard-headed. They had no great thoughts, except to keep their stomachs fed. Yet they had a kind of small change in stories, which were bartered about by storytellers from time to time. At the great entrance, by the guardhouses, Before a visitor to Panoval came among the terraces of Market, trees grew, small in number and stunted, but definitely green trees. They were properly prized for their rarity and for their habit of yielding an occasional harvest of wrinkled nuts called roofers. No tree managed to crop every year, but every year one tree or other had a few lime-coloured roofers dangling from its outer twigs. Most of the roofers had maggots in them, but the dames and children of Vac and Groin and Prane ate the maggots along with the flesh of the nut. Sometimes the maggots died when the nut was cracked. The poor little story had it that the maggots died of shock. They believed that the interior of their nut was their whole world, and the wrinkled case that contained it, the sky. Then one day, their world was cracked open. They saw with horror that there was a gigantic world beyond their world, more important and brighter in every way. It was too much for the maggots, and they expired at the revelation. Yuli thought of the maggots in the roofer nuts as he left the gaunt shadows of the Holies for the first time in more than a year, and returned, dazzled, to the busy world of ordinary life. At first, the noise and the light and the bustle of so many people reduced him to a state of shock. All the challenge and temptation of that world was epitomized by Iskador. Iskador the beautiful. The image of her face was fresh in his mind, as if he had seen her only yesterday. Confronting her, he found her even more beautiful, and could only stutter before her. Her father's living had several compartments, and was part of a small factory for making bows. He was the grand bowmaster of his guild. Rather haughtily, she allowed the priest in. He sat on the floor and drank a cup of water, and slowly managed to tell her his tale. Iskador was a sturdy girl of no-nonsense appearance. Her flesh was milky white, contrasting with her flowing black curly hair and her hazel eyes. Her face was broad, with high cheekbones, and her mouth wide and pale. All her movements were energetic, and she folded her arms over her bosom in a businesslike way, as she listened to what Yuli had to say.
"Why doesn't Yusilk come here and tell me all this rigmarole?"
she asked. "He is collecting another friend for the journey. He could not come into Vac. His face is a bit bruised at present, and would excite unwelcome attention." The dark hair hung down on either side of her face, framing it with two wings. Now the wings were flicked impatiently aside with a toss of the head, as Iskador said,
"Anyhow, I have an archery contest in 6 days, which I want to win. I don't want to leave Panoval. I'm happy enough here. It was Yusilk who was always complaining. Besides, I haven't seen him for ages. I've got another boyfriend now."
Yuli stood up, flushing slightly. "Fine. If that's how you feel, just keep quiet about what I've told you. I'll be off and take your message to Yusilk." His nervousness before her made him more brusque than he intended.
"Wait,"
she said, coming forward with extended arm, a well-shaped hand reaching out towards him.
"I didn't say you could go, monk. What you tell me is pretty exciting. You're meant to plead on Yusilk's behalf, begging me to come along with you."
"Just 2 things, Miss Iskador. My name is Yuli, not Monk. And why should I plead on Yusilk's behalf? He's no friend of mine. And besides..." His voice tailed off. He glared angrily at her, cheeks colouring.
"Besides what?"
There was a hint of laughter in her question. "Oh, Iskador, you're beautiful, that's what besides. And I admire you myself, that's what besides." Her manner changed. She put her hand up, so as to half hide her pale lips.
"Two, that's what besides. Both rather important. Well, Yuli, that does make a bit of difference. You're not unpresentable yourself. Now I come to look at you. How did you get to be a priest?"
Sensing the turn of the tide, he hesitated, then said boldly, "I killed 2 men." She seemed to spend a long time while regarding him from under her thick eyelashes.
"Wait there, while I pack a bag and a strong bow," she said at last.
The collapse of the roof had sent an anxious excitement through Panoval. The event, most dreaded in popular fancy, had occurred. Feelings were somewhat mixed. With dread went a relief that only prisoners and warders and a few fagors had been buried. They probably deserved everything that Great Akka sent them. At the rear of Market, barriers were drawn up, and the militia were out in force to keep order. Rescue teams, men and women of the Physicians' Guild, and workers were moving back and forth at the scene of the disaster. Throngs of onlookers pressed forward, some quiet and tense, others merry, where an acrobat and a group of musicians encouraged them to be cheerful. Yuli pressed through the melee with the girl behind him, and people gave way to a priest out of long custom. Twink, where the disaster had occurred, had an unfamiliar look. No onlookers were allowed, and a line of brilliant emergency flares was set up to assist the rescuers. Prisoners fed powder into the flares to maintain their brightness. The scene was one of grim action, with prisoners digging and other ranks behind waiting to take over when they rested. Fagors had been set to hauling away the rubble carts. Every so often, a shout went up, then digging became more feverish, and a body would emerge from the earth to be passed to waiting physicians. The scale of the disaster was impressive. With the collapse of a new boring, part of the roof of the main cave had fallen in. There had been more than one subsidence. Most of the floor was piled high with rock, and the fish and fungus farm had largely been obliterated. The source of the original weakness that led to the disaster was a subterranean stream, which now gushed from its course, adding a flood to the other difficulties. The rockfall had almost buried the rear passages. Yuli and Iskador had to scramble over a pile of debris to get there. Fortunately, this action was concealed from inquiring eyes by a still larger pile of debris. They climbed through without being stopped. Usilk and his comrade Skoro were waiting in the shadows. "The black and white suits you, Usilk," Yuli commented sarcastically, referring to the priestly disguise both prisoners wore. For Usilk had come eagerly forward to clutch Iskador. Perhaps displeased by his battered face, she kept her distance, appeasing him by holding his hands. Even in his disguise, Skoro still looked the prisoner. He was tall and thin, with the droop to his shoulders of a man who had spent too long in a cell too small. His hands were large and scarred. His glance, at least during this encounter, was indirect, flinching from meeting Yuli's eyes. He took little sips of sight when Yuli's attention was elsewhere. When Yuli asked him if he was prepared for a difficult journey, he merely nodded, grunted, and shrugged a bag of possessions further onto his shoulder. It was an inauspicious start to their adventure, and for a moment Yuli regretted his impulse. He was throwing away too much to consort with two characters like Usilk and Skaro. First, he perceived, he must assert his authority, or they would meet nothing but trouble. Usilk evidently had the same thought in mind. He pushed forward, adjusting his pack. "You're late, monk. We thought you'd backed out. We thought it was another of your tricks. Are you and your mate up to a hard journey? You look ill." "Best to get going, and not stand about talking," Usilk said, squaring his shoulders and pushing forward, between Iskador and Yuli. "I lead, you cooperate," Yuli said. "Let's get that clear, then we'll all agree together." "What makes you think you're going to lead, monk?" Usilk said jeeringly, nodding to his two friends for support. With his half-closed eye, he looked both sly and threatening. He was feeling pugnacious again, now that the prospect of escape was offered. "Here's the answer to that," Yuli said, bringing his bunched right fist round in a hard curve and sinking it into Usilk's stomach. Usilk doubled up, grunting and cursing,
Scum you, ye aider!
Straighten up, you Silk, and let's march before we're missed. There was no more argument. They moved after him obediently. The faint lights of Twink died behind them, but at Yuli's fingertips went a wall scroll, serving as his sight. Teasingly formed of beads and chains of tiny shells, spinning out like a melody played on a flugel, leading them down into the enormous silences of the mountain. The others did not share his priestly secret, and still relied on light to get about. They began to beg him to go more slowly, or to let them light a lamp, neither of which he would do. He seized on the opportunity to take Iskador's hand, which she gave gladly, and he walked in a steady delight to feel her flesh against his. The other two contented themselves with clinging to her garment. After some while, the passages branched, the walls became rougher, and the repeating pattern gave out. They had reached the limits of Panoval, and were truly alone. They rested. While the others talked, Yuli kept clear in his mind the plan that Father Siphans had sketched for him. Already he regretted that he had not embraced the old man, and bidden him farewell. Father, you understood much about me, I believe, for all your odd ways. You know what a lump of clay I am. You know that I aspire to good, but cannot rise above my own dull nature. Yet you did not betray me. Well, I did not knife you either, did I? You must keep trying to improve yourself, Yuli. You're still a priest, after all. Or am I? Well, when we get out, if we get out, and there's this wonderful girl. No, I'm not a priest, old father. Bless you. Never could be. But I did try, and you helped. Fare you well, ever. Get up, he called, jumping to his feet and assisting the girl to hers. Iskador rested a hand lightly on his shoulder, in the dark, before they set off again. She did not complain about being tired when Usilk and Skaro began to do so. They slept eventually, huddled together at the foot of a gravelly slope, with the girl between Usilk and Yuli. Night fears got to them. In the dark, they imagined that they heard Wutra's worm slithering towards them, its jaws open and its slimy whiskers trailing. We'll sleep with a light burning, Yuli said. It was chill, and he held the girl tight, falling asleep with one cheek against her leather tunic. When they woke, they nibbled frugally on the food they had brought. The way became much more difficult. There had been a cliff fall, and they crawled for hours on their bellies, nose to toe, each calling to the other unashamedly, in order to keep in touch in the overmastering night of the earth. A freezing wind whistled through the slot they had to work their way through, icing their hair to their heads.
Let's go back,
Skoro begged, when at last they could stand, bent-backed and draw in breath.
I prefer imprisonment to this.
Nobody answered him, and he did not repeat the suggestion. They could not go back now, but the great presence of the mountain silenced them as they proceeded. Yuli was hopelessly lost. The rock collapse had thrown him out of his reckoning. He could no longer remember the old priest's map, and was almost as helpless without the repeating pattern at his fingers as the others. A whispering noise grew, and he strove to follow it. Bars of evil and unidentifiable colour drifted before his staring eyes. He felt that he was pressing through solid rock. His breath broke from his open mouth in sharp gasps. By mutual consent, they rested. The way had been leading downhill for hours. They staggered on, Yuli with one hand to the side, one arm raised above his face, so that he did not strike his head against rock, as he had already done on several occasions. He felt Iskador clutching his habit. In his present state of fatigue, the touch was merely an annoyance. With his mind rambling, he began to believe that the way he breathed controlled the diseased colours he saw. Yet that could not be entirely correct, for a kind of luminosity was creeping into view. He plunged on, ever down, squeezing his swollen lids tight together, and then releasing them. Blindness was descending upon him. He was seeing a faint, milky light. Looking round, he seemed to see Iskador's face as in a dream, or a nightmare, rather, for her eyes were staring, her mouth gaping, in the ghostly disk of her face. At his gaze, her awareness returned. She stopped, clutching at him for support, and Usilk and Skurror barged into them.
"There's light ahead," Yuli said. "Light! I can see again!"
Usilk grasped Yuli's shoulders.
"You scumming villain! You have brought us through! We're safe! We're free!"
He laughed greatly and rushed ahead, arms outstretched, as if to embrace the source of the light. In joy, the others followed, stumbling down the rough ground, through a light that never was before, unless over some unknown northern sea, where icebergs swam and clashed. The way levelled out. The roof withdrew. Pools of water lay at their feet. They splashed through, and the path led up again steeply, until they were reduced to a walk, and the light grew no stronger, though there were now fierce noises all round. Suddenly, they were at the end of the way, and stood daunted on the lip of a fissure. Light and noise surrounded them.
"Aka's eyes,"
gasped Skurror, and stuck a fist between his teeth. The fissure was like a throat, leading down into the belly of the earth. They could look up at the gullet, some way above. From the brink of the gullet, a river burst, and plunged down into the fissure. Just below where they stood, the force of the falling water struck rock for the first time. Its energy created the intense drumming they had heard. It then cascaded into depths, where it was lost to view. The water was white even where it did not foam, and shot through with livid greens and blues. Although it radiated the dim light in which they rejoiced, the rocks behind it seemed no less bright. They were coated in thick whirls of white and red and yellow. Long before they had finished gazing upon this spectacle, and looking at the white ghosts of each other, they were drenched by spray.
"This isn't the way out,"
Iskador said.
"This is a dead end. Where now, Yuli?"
He pointed calmly to the far end of the ledge on which they stood. "We go by that bridge," he said. They made their way carefully towards the bridge. The ground was slimy with ropey green algae. The bridge looked grey and ancient. It had been built of chunks of stone carved from the rock nearby. Its arch curved up, then stopped. They saw that the structure had collapsed, and was no more than a stub of a bridge. Through the milky light, another stub could be seen dimly on the far side of the chasm. There had once been a way across, but no more. For a while they stood staring across the gulf, not looking at one another. Iskador was the first to move. Bending, she set her bag down and pulled her bow from it. She tied a thread to an arrow of a kind she had used when Yuli saw her prize-winning performance a long time ago. Without a word, she placed herself at the edge of the chasm, a foot firm on the edge, and raised the bow. She drew back her arm as she did so, squinting along it almost casually, and let fly. The arrow seemed to curl through the spray-laden light. It reached its zenith over an outcrop of rock, glanced against the rocky wall above the waterfall, and fell back, its power spent, until it clattered at Iskador's feet. Usilk clapped her shoulder. "Brilliant. Now what do we do?" For answer, she tied stout cord to the end of the string, and then picked up the arrow and drew in the thread. Soon the leading end of the cord ran over the projecting ledge, and travelled back down to nestle in her hand. She then produced a rope on which she made a noose, drew that over the projection too, slipped the other end of the rope through the noose, and pulled the whole thing tight. Do you wish to go first? She asked Yuli, passing him the rope end. Since you are our leader. He looked in her deep-set eyes, wondering at her cunning, and the economy of her cunning. Not only was she telling Yusilk that he was not the leader, she was telling him, Yuli, to prove that he was. He chewed this over, finding it profound, then grasped the rope and squared up to the challenge. It was alarming, but not too dangerous, he estimated. He could swing across the chasm, and then, walking against vertical rock, climb to the level of the lip over which the waterfall poured. As far as they could see, there was a space to climb in and avoid being swept away by the water. The possibilities that followed could be assessed only when he was up there. He certainly was not going to show fear in front of the two prisoners, or Iskador. He launched himself rather too hurriedly across the abyss, his mind in part on the girl. Striking the opposite cliff rather clumsily, his left foot slipped on green slime. He jarred against the wall with his shoulder, swung into spray, and lost his grip on the rope. Next second, he was falling down the chasm. Amid the roar of water came their united cry, the first time they had genuinely done something in unison. Yuli struck rock, and clung there with every fibre of his being. He squeezed his knees up under his body, fought with his toes, and gripped the rock. His fall had been no more than 2 meters, though it jarred every bone in his body, and had been broken by a boulder protruding from the cliff. It afforded him little more than a foothold, but that was enough. Gasping, he crouched in his awkward position, scarcely daring to move, his chin almost on a level with his boots. His anguished gaze fell on a blue stone lying below his eyes. He focused on it, wondering if he was going to die. The stone would not come sharp. He felt that he might have reached out over the ledge, where he crouched, and picked it up. Suddenly his senses told him the truth of the matter. He was not looking at a nearby stone, but a blue object far below. Vertigo seized him, paralyzing him. Accustomed to the plains, he had no immunity against such an experience. He closed his eyes and clung. Only Yusilk's shouts, coming from a long way off, forced him to look again. Distantly below lay another world, to which the fissure in which he crouched served as a kind of telescope. Yuli had a view no bigger than his hand into an enormous cavern. It was illuminated in some way. What he had taken for a blue stone was a lake, or possibly a sea, since he had a glimpse only of a fragment of a hole, whose size he could not attempt to guess. On the shore of the lake were a few grains of sand, now interpretable as buildings of some kind. He lay in a cataplexy, staring senselessly down. Something touched him. He could not move. Someone was speaking to him, clutching his arms. Without will, he allowed himself to cooperate in sitting up with his back against the rock, and locking his arms about his rescuer's shoulders. A bruised face, with damaged nose, slashed cheek, and one closed black and green eye, swam before his vision. "Hang on tight, man. We're going up." He managed then to hold himself against Yusilk, as the latter worked his way slowly upwards, and eventually hauled them, with enormous labour, over the rock lip from which the waterfall poured. Yusilk then collapsed, flat out, panting and groaning. Yuli looked down for Iskador and Skoror, just visible on the other side of the fissure, faces upturned. He also looked more sharply down, into the fault, but his vision of another world had disappeared, eclipsed by spray. His limbs trembled, but he could control them sufficiently to help the others to join him and Yusilk. In silence, they clutched each other thankfully. In silence, they picked their way amid the boulders on the side of the rushing stream of the waterfall. In silence, they went on, and Yuli kept silence over the vision of the other world he had glimpsed. But he thought again of old Father Sifan's. Could it have been a secret fortress of the Takers, momentarily revealed to him amid the wilderness of rock? Whatever it was, he took it inside himself and was mute. The warrens in the mountain seemed endless. Without light, the party of 4 went in fear of crevices. When they judged it to be night, they found a suitable nook to sleep, and huddled together for warmth and company. Once, after climbing for hours along a natural passage strewn with boulders from a long-vanished stream, they found a niche at shoulder height into which all 4 could scramble, to tuck themselves away from the chill wind that had been blowing in their faces all day. Yuli went to sleep immediately. He was roused by Iskador shaking him. The other men were sitting up, whispering apprehensively.
"Can you hear?"
she asked.
"Can you hear?"
Usilk and Scarrow asked. He listened to the wind sighing down the passage, to a distant trickle of water. Then he heard what had disturbed them, a continuous rasping noise, as of something moving fast against the walls.
"Wutra's worm,"
Iskador said. He clutched her firmly.
"It's just a story they tell," he said.
But his flesh went cold, and he grasped his dagger.
"We're safe in this niche,"
Scarrow said.
"If we keep quiet."
They could only hope he might be right. Unmistakably something was approaching. They crouched where they were, peering nervously into the tunnel. Scarrow and Usilk were armed with staves, stolen from the warders of punishment. Iskador had her bow. The noise grew louder. Acoustics were deceptive, but they thought it came from the same direction as the wind. There was a rasping element to the noise now, and a rumble as of boulders being thrust heedlessly aside. The wind died, blocked perhaps. A smell assailed their nostrils. It was a ripe aroma of festering fish, of scumble, of rotten cheese. A greenish fog permeated the passage. Legend said Wutra's worm was silent, but now it approached with a roar, whatever it might be. Moved more by terror than courage, Yuli peered from their lair. There it was, coming fast. Its features could hardly be discerned behind the bank of green luminescence it pushed along, in front of it. 4 eyes, banked 2 and 2, whiskers, and fangs gigantic. Yuli pulled his head back in horror, choking. It was approaching irresistibly. Next moment, they all 4 had a sight of its face in profile. It plunged by, eyes glaring insanely. Stiffish whiskers brushed their furs. Then their vision was blocked by scaly ribs, rippling by, blue-lit, scouring dust in upon them, choking them with filth and stink. There were miles of it. Then it was past. Clutching each other, they peered out of their hiding place to see the end of it. Somewhere at the beginning of the boulder-strewn passage was a wider cave through which they had come. A convulsion was taking place down there. The green luminescence, still visible, rippled. The worm had sensed them. It was turning round and coming back. For them. Iskador stifled a cry as she realized what was happening.
"Rocks! Fast!"
Yuli said. There was loose rock they could throw. He reached towards the sloping back of the niche. His hand struck something unexpected and furry. He drew back. He struck his chert wheel. A spark flew and died, living long enough for him to see that they were keeping company with the mouldering remains of a man, of which only bones and his enveloping furs remained. And there was a weapon of sorts. He struck a second spark.
"It's a dead Shaggy,"
Usilk exclaimed, using the prisoner's slang for fagor. Usilk was right. There was no mistaking the long skull, from which the flesh had dried, or the horns. Beside the body was a staff capped by a spike, and a curved blade. Akka had come to the aid of those threatened by Wutra. Both Usilk and Yuli reached out and grabbed the shaft of the weapon.
"For me, I've used these things,"
Yuli said, wrenching at it. Suddenly his old life was back. He recalled facing a charging Yelk in the wilderness. Wutra's worm was returning. Again the scraping noise, more light, livid and green. Yuli and Usilk ventured a quick look out of the niche, but the monster was unmoving. They could see the blur of its face. It had turned and was facing back in their direction, but did not advance. It was waiting. They chanced to look in the other direction. A second worm was bearing down on them from the direction the first had come. 2 worms. Suddenly, in Yuli's imagination, the cave system was crawling with worms. In terror, they clung to each other. As the light grew brighter and the noise nearer, but the monstrous creatures would be concerned only with each other. Following a wave of fetid air, the head of the monster plunged by, 4 eyes glaring as it stared to its front. Bracing the lower half of his newly acquired spear against the side of the niche, Yuli thrust the point out beyond the rock, hanging on with both hands. It pierced the churning side of the worm as it charged forward. From the long opening tear in its body, a thick jam-like substance gushed and flowed down the full extent of its body. The monster was slowing before its whiskered tail had passed the shelf where the 4 humans sprawled. Whether the 2 worms had been intending to fight or mate would never be determined. The second worm never reached its target. Its forward motion petered out. Waves of crudely telegraphed pain caused the body to ripple, the tail to lash. Then it was still. Slowly, its luminescence died. All was quiet, save for the sough of the wind. They dared not move. They scarcely dared change their position. The first worm was still waiting somewhere in the darkness. Its presence, indicated by a faint green glow, scarcely discernible over the body of the dead monster. Afterwards, they agreed that this was the worst part of their ordeal. Each supposed in his or her private thoughts that the first worm knew where they were, that the dead worm was its mate, and that it was only waiting for them to stir, to plunge forward, and be revenged. Eventually the first worm did move. They heard the slither of its whiskers against the rock. It slid cautiously forward, as if expecting a trap, until its head loomed over the body of its dead adversary. Then it began to feed. The 4 humans could no longer stay where they were. The sounds were too terrifyingly suggestive. Jumping clear of the spilt ichor, they regained the passage and scampered away into the dark. Their journey through the mountain was resumed, but now they stopped frequently and listened to the sounds of the dark. And when they needed to speak, they spoke in low, tremulous voices. Occasionally they found water to drink, but their food gave out. Iskador shot down some bats, but they could not bring themselves to eat the creatures. They wandered in the labyrinth of stone, growing weaker. Time passed. The security of Panoval was forgotten. All that remained of life was an endless darkness to be traversed. They began to come upon bones of animals. Once they struck a chert and discovered 2 human skeletons sprawling in an alcove, one with an arm about the other. Time had robbed the gesture of any gentleness it might once have possessed. Now there was only bone to scrape against bone, and terrifying grin to respond to the skull's grin. Then, in a place with a colder airflow, they heard movements and found 2 red-furred animals, which they killed. Close by was a cub, mewling and poking up its blunt nose at them. Tearing the cub apart, they devoured it while the flesh was still warm, and then, in a sort of raging paroxysm of awakened hunger, devoured the 2 parents as well. Luminescent organisms grew on the walls. They found signs of human habitation, the remains of a shack and something that might have been a boat, sprouted a crop of fungi. Nearby, a chimney in the cavern roof had encouraged a small flock of preets. With her unfailing bow, Iskador downed 6 of the birds, and they cooked them in a pot over a fire, with fungi and a pinch of salt for flavor. That night, as they slept together, unpleasantly vivid dreams visited them, which they attributed to the fungi. But when they set off next morning, they came after only 2 hours of walking to a low, wide cavern, into which green light filtered. In one corner of the cave, a fire smouldered. There was a crude pen inside which were 3 goats, their eyes bright in the twilight. 3 women sat nearby, on a pile of skins, an ancient crone with white hair, and 2 younger women. The latter ran off squealing when Yuli, Usilk, Iskador, and Skurror appeared. Skurror ran forward and jumped in with the goats. Using an old utensil lying nearby as a pail, he milked the goats into it, despite the unintelligible cries of the crone. There was little milk to be had from the animals. What there was, they shared before moving on, casting the utensil down behind them as they left before the men of the tribe returned. They entered a passage that turned sharply and had been barricaded. Beyond lay the mouth of the cave and, beyond that, open country, mountainside and valley, and the brilliant light of the realm ruled by Wutra, god of the skies. They stood closer together, for now they felt the bond of unity and friendship regarding the beautiful prospect. When they regarded each other, their faces were full of merriment and hope, and they could not keep from shouting and laughing. They skipped about and hugged one another. When their eyes were accustomed sufficiently to the brightness, they could shield their brows and gaze up to where Batalix flitted among thin clouds, his disk a pale orange. The time of year must be near the spring equinox, and the time of day noon, for 2 reasons. Batalix was vertically overhead, and Freya was sailing below her to the east. Freya was several times the brighter, spilling its light over snow-covered hills. Fainter Batalix was always the faster sentinel, and would soon be setting, while Freya lingered still at zenith. How beautiful the sight of the sentinels was! The seasonal pattern of their dance in the heavens returned fresh to Yuli's mind, making him open heart and nostrils. He leaned on the carefully wrought spear with which he had killed the worm, and let his body fill with daylight. But Usilk laid a detaining hand on Skurror, and lingered in the mouth of the cave, looking out apprehensively. He called to Yuli. "Wouldn't we do better to stay in these caves? How are we supposed to live out there, under that sky?" Without removing his eyes from the landscape ahead, Yuli sensed that Iskador stood halfway between him and the men at the cave mouth. Without looking back, he answered Usilk. "Do you remember that story they told in Vac, about the maggots in the roofer nuts? The maggots thought their rotten nut was the whole world, so that when the nut cracked open, they died of shock. Are you going to be a maggot, Usilk?" To that, Usilk had no answer, but Iskador had. She came up behind Yuli and slipped her hand into the crook of his arm. He smiled, and his heart sang, but he never ceased staring hungrily ahead. He could see that the mountains through which they had come would provide shelter southward. Stunted trees no higher than a man grew sparsely, and grew upright, which indicated that the chill west wind of the barriers no longer had power here. He still retained his old skills, learnt from Alejo long ago. There would be game in the hills, and they could live sensibly under the sky, as the gods intended. His spirit rose, swelling until he had to fling his arms out wide. "We will live in this sheltered place," Yuli said. "The 4 of us will stay united, whatever else happens." From a snowy fold of hillside, distantly, merging into the evening sky, smoke rose. He pointed ahead. "People live there. We'll force them to accept us. This shall be our place. We'll rule them, and teach them our ways. From now on, we live under our own laws, not other people's." Squaring his shoulders, he set off down the slope, among a shallow stand of trees, and the others followed, Iskador first, walking proudly, then the others. Some of Yuli's intentions worked out, and some did not. After numerous challenges, they were accepted in a small settlement sheltering under a protective fold of mountain. The people lived on a squalidly primitive level. Because of their superior knowledge and their boldness, Yuli and his friends were able to impose their will on the community, to rule it, and to enforce their own laws. Yet they never became truly integrated, because their faces looked different, and the Olonets they spoke went with a different lilt from the local variety. And they discovered that this settlement, because of its advantages, always lived in fear of raids from a larger settlement some way off on the banks of a frozen lake. Indeed, these raids were made more than once during the years that followed, with great suffering caused and loss of life. Yet Yuli and Yusilk became cunning, and maintained their cunning because they were outsiders, and built ferocious defences against the invaders from Dorzin, as the larger settlement was called. And Iskador taught all the young women how to make bows and use them. They came to perform with great skill. The next time the invaders arrived from the south, many died with arrows in their chests. And then there were no more attacks from that direction. Yet inclement weather beat upon them, and avalanches rolled down from the mountains. There was no end to storms. Only in cave mouths could they grow a few maggoty crops or sustain a few mangy animals to give them milk and meat, so that their numbers never grew, and they were always hungry or seized by illnesses that could be ascribed only to the malignant gods. Of Akka, Yuli allowed no mention. Yet Yuli took the beautiful Iskador for his woman, and loved her, and looked every day on her broad, strong face with comfort. They had a child, a boy they called Si, in memory of Yuli's old priest in Panoval, who survived all the pains and dangers of childhood and grew up wild. Yusilk and Skaro also married, Yusilk to a small brown woman named Isik, curiously like his own name. Isik, despite her stature, could run like a deer and was intelligent and kind. Skaro took a girl named Fiti, a capricious lady who sang beautifully, and led him a hell of a life, and produced a baby girl who died after 1 year. Yet Yuli and Yusilk could never agree. Although they united in the face of common danger, Yusilk at other times displayed hostility to Yuli and his plans, and tricked him when he could. As the old priest had said, some men never forgive. Yet a deputation came from the larger settlement of Dorzin, which had suffered losses following an outbreak of disease. Having heard of Yuli's reputation, they begged him to rule them in place of their dead leader, which Yuli did, to be away from the vexation of Yusilk. And he and Iskador and their child lived by the frozen lake, where game was plentiful, and administered the laws firmly. Yet, even in Dorzin, there were almost no arts to relieve the monotony of their hard life. Though the people danced on feast days, they had no musical instruments beyond clappers and bells. Nor was there any religion, except for a constant fear of evil spirits, and a stoic acceptance of the enemy, cold and sickness and death. So that Yuli became at last a real priest, and tried to instill in the people a feeling of their own spiritual vitality. Most men rejected his words because, although they had welcomed him, he was an outsider, and they were too sullen to learn new things. But he taught them to love the sky in all its moods. Yet life was strong in him, and Iskador, and in Si, and they never let die the hope that better times were emerging. He kept the vision he had been granted in the mountains, that there was possibly a way of life more enjoyable than the one immediately granted, more secure, less subject to the chances and the elements. Yet he, and his beautiful Iskador, grew older for all that, and felt the cold more with the passing years. Yet they loved the lakeside place where they lived, and, in memory of another life and another set of expectations, called it by the name of Oldorando. This is as far as the story of Yuli, son of Alejo and Onessa, can go. The story of their descendants and what befell them is a far greater tale. All unknown to them, Freya drew nearer to the chilly world. For there was truth buried in the obscure scriptures Yuli rejected, and the sky of ice would in due process of time become a sky of fire. Only 50 Heliconian years after the birth of their son, true spring would visit the inclement world that Yuli and his beautiful Iskador knew. A new world was already poised to be born. Embrudok. And Shaital said, "You think we live at the center of the universe. I say we live in the center of a farmyard. Our position is so obscure that you cannot realize how obscure. This I tell you all. Some disaster happened in the past, the long past. So complete was it that no one now can tell you what it was or how it came about. We know only that it brought darkness and cold of long duration. You try to live as best you can. Good, good. Live well. Love one another. Be kind. But don't pretend that the disaster is nothing to do with you. It may have happened long ago, yet it infects every day of our lives. It ages us, it wears us out, it devours us. It tears our children from us. It makes us not only ignorant, but in love with ignorance. We're infested with ignorance. I'm going to propose a treasure hunt, a quest, if you like, a quest in which every one of us can join. I want you to be aware of our fallen state, and to maintain constant alertness for evidence as to its nature. We have to piece together what has happened to reduce us to this chilly farmland. Then we can improve our lot, and see to it that the disaster does not befall us and our children again. That's the treasure I offer you. Knowledge. Truth. You fear it, yes, but you must seek it. You must grow to love it. 1. Death of a grandfather. The sky was black, and men bearing torches came from the south gate. They were thickly wrapped in skins, and trod with a high step to get through the snow lying in the lanes. The holy man was coming. The holy man was coming. Young Laintal I hid in the porch of the ruined temple, his face shining with excitement. He watched the procession trudge by between the old stone towers, each one encrusted on its east face with the snow that had arrived earlier in the day. He noticed how colour existed only at the spluttering ends of the torches, on the end of the Holy Father's nose, and in the tongues of the 6-dog team that pulled him. In each case, the colour was red. The heavy-laden sky, in which the sentinel, Batalix, was buried, had leached all other colours away. Father Bondor Loganon, from distant Borleon, was fat, and made fatter by the enormous furs he wore. Furs of a kind not used in Oldorando. He had come alone to Oldorando. The men who accompanied him were local hunters, each one already known to Laintal I. It was on the father's face that the boy focused all his attention, for strangers came seldom. He had been smaller, less tough, on the occasion of the father's last visit. The holy man's face was oval, and massively creased by horizontal lines, into which such features as his eyes fitted as best they could. The lines seemed to compress his mouth into a long, cruel shape. He sat his sledge and stared about him suspiciously. Nothing in his attitude suggested he liked being back in Aldorando. His gaze took in the ruined temple. This visit was necessary, because Aldorando had killed its priesthood some generations ago, as he knew. His uncomfortable stare rested a moment on the boy standing between two square pillars. Laental Eye stared back. It seemed to him that the priest's look was cruel and calculating, but he could hardly expect to think well of a man who was coming to perform last rites over his dying grandfather. He smelt the dogs as they went by, and the tarry scent of burning torches. The procession turned and was heading up the main street, away from the temple. Laental Eye was in two minds about following. He stood on the steps and hugged himself, watching as the sledge's arrival attracted people from their towers, despite the cold. In the murk at the far end of the lane, under the big tower where Laental Eye and his family lived, the procession halted. Slaves appeared to deal with the dogs. They would be housed in the stable under the tower, while the Holy Father climbed stiffly from his perch and bundled into shelter. At the same time, a hunter approached the temple from the south gate. It was a black-bearded man named Rune, whom the boy greatly admired for his swaggering air. Behind him, shackles clamped around horny ankles, trudged an ancient Fagor slave, Mike.
"Well, Laental, I see the father has arrived from Borlean. Aren't you going to welcome him?"
No.
"Why not? You remember him, don't you?"
If he didn't come, my grandfather wouldn't be dying.
Rune clapped him on the shoulder.
"You're a good lad. You'll survive. One day, you will rule Embrudok yourself."
He used the old name for Aldorando, the name in fashion before Yuli's people came. 2 generations before the present Yuli, who now lay awaiting the priest's rites.
I'd rather have grandfather alive than be a ruler.
Rune shook his head.
"Don't say that. Anyone would rule, given the opportunity. I would."
You'd make a good ruler, Rune. When I grow up, I'm going to be like you, and know everything and kill everything.
Rune laughed. Laental Eye thought what a fine figure he cut, as his teeth flashed between bearded lips. He saw ferocity, but not the priest's slyness. Rune was in many ways heroic. He had a natural daughter called Oira, almost Laental's age. And he wore a suit of black skins unlike anyone else's, cut from a giant mountain bear he had slain single-handed. Carelessly, Rune said,
"Come on, your mother will want you at this time. Climb on Mike, and he'll give you a ride."
The great white Fagor put out his horned hands and allowed the boy to scramble up his arms onto his bowed shoulders. Mike had been in servitude in Embrudok a long while. His kind lived longer than humans. He said in his thick, choking voice,
"Come, boy."
Laental Eye reached up and clasped the horns of the Ancipitol for security. As a sign of his enslavement, the sharp double edges of Mike's horns had been filed smooth. The 3 figures trudged up the time-worn street, heading towards warmth, as the dark closed in on another of the countless nights of winter. A winter that had ruled over this tropical continent for centuries. Wind shifted powdery snow from ledges. It drifted down on them. As soon as Holy Father and dogs had entered the big tower, the onlookers disappeared, scurrying back to their billets. Mike set down Laental Eye in the trampled snow. The boy gave Rune a cheery wave as he dashed himself against the double doors set in the base of the building. A stench of fish greeted him in the murk. The dog team had been fed on gout, hooked from the frozen voral. They jumped up as the boy entered, barking savagely on their leashes, showing their sharp teeth, A human slave who had accompanied the father shouted ineffectually to them to keep quiet. Liental Ai growled back, keeping his fingers wrapped under his arms, and climbed the wooden stairs. Light filtered from above. 6 floors were piled above the stable. He slept in a corner on the next floor. His mother and grandparents were on the top floor. Between lived various hunters in his grandfather's service. As the boy passed by, they turned their broad backs to him, being already busy packing. Liental Ai saw, as he climbed to his floor, that Father Bondor Loganon's few belongings had been deposited here. The man had installed himself, and would sleep nearby. No doubt he would snore. Grown-ups generally did. He stood looking down at the priest's blanket, marvelling at the strangeness of its texture, before going upstairs to where his grandfather lay. Liental Ai paused, with his head through the hatch, staring into the room, viewing everything from the perspective of the floor. This was really his grandmother's room, the room of loyal Bry, since girlhood. Since the time of her father, Wall In Den, who had been lord of the Den tribe, lord of Embrudok. It was filled now with loyal Bry's shadow. She stood with her back to a fire burning in an iron brazier, close by the opening through which her grandson peered. The shadow loomed upon walls and low-beamed ceiling, threateningly. Of the elaborate tapestried gown that his grandmother always wore, nothing transferred to the walls but an uncertain outline, with sleeves converted to wings. 3 other people in the room appeared dominated by loyal Bry and her shadow. On a couch in one corner lay little Yuli, his chin jutting above the furs that covered him. He was 29 years old and worn out. The old man was muttering. Loyal Annan, Liental Ai's mother, sat next to him, clutching her elbows with her hands, a woebegone look on her sallow face. She had not yet noticed her son. The man from Borlean, Father Bondologanon, sat nearest Liental Ai, his eyes closed, praying aloud. It was the prayer as much as anything which halted Liental Ai. Normally he loved to be in this room, full of his grandmother's mysteries. Loyal Bry knew so many fascinating things, and to some extent took the place of Liental Ai's father, who had been killed while on a stungerbag hunt. Stungerbags contributed to the fetid honey smell in the room. One of the monsters had been caught recently and brought home bit by bit. Broken shards of plating, chopped from its back, helped fuel the fire and keep the cold at bay. The pseudo-wood burned with a yellow flame, sizzling as it burned. Liental Ai looked at the west wall. There was his grandmother's porcelain window. Faint light from outside transfused it with a sullen, orange glow, scarcely competition for the firelight. "It looks funny in here," he said at last. He came up one more step, and the bright eyes of the brazier gleamed at him. The father unhurriedly finished his prayer to Wutra and opened his eyes. Netted among the compressed horizontal lines of his face, they were unable to open far, but he fixed them gently on the boy and said, without preliminary greeting,
"You'd better come here, lad. I've brought something from Borlean for you."
"What's that?" He held his hands behind his back.
"Come and see."
"Is it a dagger?"
"Come and see."
He sat perfectly still. Loyal Bry sobbed. The dying man groaned. The fire spat. Liental Ai approached the father warily. He could not grasp how people could live in places other than Aldorando. It was the center of the universe. Elsewhere there was only wilderness. The wilderness of ice that stretched forever, and occasionally erupted in Fagor invasions. Father Bondor Loganon produced a little hound and placed it in the boy's palm. It was scarcely longer than the palm. It was carved, as he recognized, out of Kaidor horn, with a wealth of detail which delighted him. Thick coat curled over the hound's back, and the minute paws had pads. He examined it for a while before discovering that the tail moved. When it was wagged up and down, the dog's lower jaw opened and closed. There had never been a toy like it. Liental Ai ran round the room in excitement, barking, and his mother jumped up to shush him, catching him in her arms.
"One day this lad will be the lord of Alderando,"
Loilanen said to the father, as if by way of explanation.
"He will inherit."
"Better he should love knowledge, and study to know more,"
said Loyal Bry, almost as an aside.
"Such was my Yuli's preference."
She wept afresh into her hands. Father Bondor Loganon squeezed his eyes a little more, and inquired Laental Ai's age.
6 1/4 years.
Only foreigners had to ask such questions.
"Well, you're almost at manhood. In another year you'll become a hunter, so you'd better soon decide. Which do you want more, power or knowledge?"
He stared at the floor.
"Both, sir. Or whichever comes easier."
The priest laughed and dismissed the boy with a gesture, waddling over to see his charge. He had ingratiated himself. Now, business. His ear, attuned by experience to the visitation of death, had caught the sound of a change in the rate of little Yuli's breathing. The old man was about to leave this world for a perilous journey down along his land octave to the obsidian world of the Gossis. Getting the women to aid him, Bondor Loganon stretched the leader out with his head to the west, lying on his side. Pleased to be released from Inquisition, the boy rolled on the floor, fighting with his horn dog, barking softly back at it as it furiously exercised its jaw. His grandfather passed away while one of the most savage dogfights in the history of the world was taking place. Next day, Liental Ai wished to stay close to the priest from Borleon, in case he had more toys hidden in his garments. But the priest was busy visiting the sick, and in any case, Loilanen kept firm hold of her son. Liental Ai's natural rebelliousness was curbed by the quarrels that broke out between his mother and his grandmother. He was the more surprised, because the women had been loving to each other when his grandfather lived. The body of Yuli, he who was named after the man who came with Iskador from the mountains, was carted off, stiff as a frozen pelt, as if his last act of will was to hold himself rigidly away from his woman's caresses. His absence left a black corner in the room, where Loyal Bry squatted, turning only to snap at her daughter. All the tribe were built solid, buttressed with subcutaneous fat. Loyal Bry's once renowned stature still lingered, though her hair was grey and her head lost between her shoulder bones, as she stooped over the cold bed of that man of hers, that man loved with intense passion, for half a lifetime, since she first beheld him, an invader, wounded. Loilanen was of poorer stuff. The energy, the power to love, the broad face with seeking eyes like dark sails, had missed Loilanen, passing directly from grandmother to young Liental Ai. Loilanen was strawy, her skin sallow, since her husband died so young. There was a falter in her walk, and a falter too, perhaps, in her attempt to emulate her mother's regal command of knowledge. She was irritable now, as Loyal Bry wept almost continuously in the corner.
"Mother, give over. Your din gets on my nerves."
"You are too feeble to mourn your man properly. I'll weep till I'm taken. I'll bleed tears."
"Much good it will do you."
She offered her mother bread, but it was refused with a contemptuous gesture.
"Shaital made it.
I won't eat."
"I'll have it, Mama,"
Leontal Eye said. Owl's Rune arrived outside the tower and called up, holding his natural daughter, Oira, by the hand. Oira was a year younger than Leontal Eye, and waved enthusiastically to him, as he and Loilanen stuck their heads out of the window.
"Come up and see my toy dog, Oira. It's a real fighter, like your father."
But his mother bundled him back into the room and said sharply to Loyal Bry,
"It's Owl's Rune, wishing to escort us to the burial. Can I tell him yes?"
Rocking herself slightly. Not turning, the old woman said,
"Don't trust anyone. Don't trust Owl's Rune. He has too much effrontery. He and his friends hope to gain the succession."
"We've got to trust someone. You'll have to rule now, Mother."
When Loyal Bry laughed bitterly, Loilanen looked down at her son, who stood smiling and clutching the horned dog.
"Then I shall, until Leontal Eye becomes a man. Then he'll be Lord of Embrudok."
"You're a fool if you think his uncle Nachri will permit that,"
the old woman responded. Loilanen said no more, drawing her mouth up in a bitter line, letting her regards sink down from her son's expectant face to the skins which covered the floor. She knew that women did not rule. Already, even before her father was put under, her mother's power over the tribe was going, flowing away as the river Voral flowed. None knew where. Turning on her heel, she shouted out of the window without more ado,
"Come up!"
So abashed was Leontal Eye by this look of his mother's, as if she perceived he would never be a match for his grandfather, never mind the more ancient bearer of the name of Yuli, that he hung back, too wounded to greet Oira when she marched into the chamber with her father. Owl's Rune was 14 years of age, a handsome, swaggering young hunter who, after a sympathetic smile at Loilanen and a rumple of Leontal Eye's hair, went over to pay his respects to the widow. This was year 19 after union, and already Leontal Eye had a sense of history. It lurked in the dull-smelling corners of this old room, with its damps and lichens and cobwebs. The very word history reminded him of wolves howling between the towers, the snow at their rumps, while some old, bony hero breathed his last. Not only was grandfather Yuli dead, Drezil also had died. Drezil, Yuli's cousin brother, Leontal Eye's great-uncle, the father of Nachri and Klils. The priest had been summoned, and Drezil had gone down rigid into the dirt of history. The boy remembered Drezil with affection, but he feared his quarrelsome uncles, those sons of Drezil, Nachri, and the boastful Klils. As far as he understood these things, he expected that, no matter what his mother said, old traditions would guarantee it was Nachri and Klils who would rule. At least they were young. He would make himself a good hunter, and then they would respect him, instead of ignoring him as at present. Owl's Rune would help. The hunters did not leave the hamlet this day. Instead, they all attended the funeral of their old lord. The Holy Father had calculated exactly where the grave should be, close by a curiously carved stone, where the ground was softened enough by hot springs for burial to be possible. Owl's Rune escorted the two ladies, wife and daughter of little Yuli, to the place. Leontal Eye and Oira followed, whispering to each other, with their slaves and Mike, the Fagor, following them. Leontal Eye worked his barking dog to make Oira giggle. Cold and water created a curious stage for grief. Fumaroles, springs, geysers, burst from the ground to the north of the hamlet, pouring across naked rock and stone. Driven by the wind, the water from several geysers fanned out westwards in a curtain, to freeze before it struck the ground, building up into elaborate, fanciful shapes, intertwining like rope. Hotter springs, lashing this superstructure with warm water, kept it in a perilous state of plasticity, so that chunks would break off from time to fall clacking to the rock, and gradually be washed away. A hole had been dug to accommodate the old hero, once conqueror of Embrudok. 2 men with leather buckets laboured to bail water out of it. Wrapped in a coarse cloth without decoration, little Yuli was lowered in. Nothing went with him. The people of Campanlat, or those who bothered to learn the art, knew only too well what it was like down below, in the world of the Gossies. There was nothing anyone could take with them to help. Huddled about the grave was the population of Aldorando, some 170 men, women, and children. Dogs and geese also joined the crowd, looking on in a nervous animal way, whereas the humans stood passively, changing their weight from foot to foot. It was cold. Batalix was high but lost in cloud. Freya was still in the east, an hour after its rise. The people were dark and of substantial build, with the great barrel bodies and limbs, which were the heritage of everyone on the planet at this period. The weight of adults at present was close to 12 stains in the local measure, whether male or female, with little variation. Drastic changes would occur later. They huddled in 2 groups of roughly equal numbers, their breath cloudy about them. One group of hunters and their women, one of corpsmen and their women. The hunters wore suits of reindeer skin, the bristly pelage of which was so thickly matted that even strong blizzards could not blow the hairs apart. The corpsmen wore lighter garb, generally of ruddy deer pelts, suited to a more sheltered life. 1 or 2 hunters wore fagor pelts, boastfully, but those hides were generally reckoned too greasy and heavy for comfort. Steam rose from both groups, to be snatched away by the breeze. Their coats gleamed with moisture. They stood, unmoving, watching. Some of the women, remembering strands of the old religion, threw down a large brassimip leaf each, as being about the only green stuff freely available. The leaves blew about uncertainly, whooping as they turned over. Some trundled into the soggy hole. Ignoring everything, Bondologanon proceeded with the business in hand, squeezing his eyes shut as if he would crack them like nuts. He recited the prescribed prayer to the heathens gathered about him. Mud was shoveled into the hole. These things were kept short, out of respect for the weather and its effect on the living. As the hole filled, loyal Bry gave a terrible cry. She ran forward and threw herself on her husband's grave. Ours Rune was quick to catch her up and hold her, while Nachri and his brother looked on, arms folded, half in amusement. Loyal Bry broke away from Ours Rune's hold. Stooping, she grasped 2 handfuls of mud and smeared it over her face and hair, crying as she did so. Liental I and Oira laughed with delight. It was fun to see adults doing silly things. Although the holy man continued with the service as if nothing had happened, his face wrinkled with disgust. This miserable place, Embrudok, was known for its lack of religion. Well, their Gossies would suffer, sinking through the earth to the original boulder. Tall and old, the widow of little Yuli ran among the crackling ice structures, through the mist, down to the frozen Voral. Geese took off in dismay before her as she went crying along the bank, a crazed hag of 28 hard winters. Some of the other children laughed, until their mothers silenced them in shame. The stricken old lady capered on the ice, with stiff, rickety movements like a puppet. Her figure was dark grey against the greys, blues, whites of the wilderness, before which all their dramas were played out. Like loyal Bry, all present there were balanced on the edge of an entropy gradient. The children's laughter, the sorrow, the madness, even the disgust, were human expressions of a war against perpetual cold. None knew it, but that war was already tipping in their favour. Little Yuli, like his great ancestor Yuli the priest, founder of the tribe, had emerged from eternal dark and ice. Young Leontal I was a precursor of the light to come. Loyal Bry's scandalous behaviour lent spice to the feasting that was held after the funeral. All celebrated. Little Yuli was fortunate, or accounted so, for he had a father to welcome him to the world of Gossies. His former subjects celebrated not only his departure, but a more worldly journey, the holy man's return to Borlean. For that, the priest had to be well filled, with rathel and barley wine, to keep out the cold on his return home. Slaves, they too, Borleanians, but Father Bondologanon overlooked that, were dispatched to load the sledge and harness up the yelping dogs. Leontal I and Oira went along to the south gate with a merry crowd to see him off. The priest's face squeezed itself into something like a smile at the sight of the boy. He bent suddenly and kissed Leontal I on the lips.
"Power and knowledge to you, son," he said.
Too overcome to reply, Leontal I lifted the toy dog in salute. In the towers that night, over a last bottle, tales were told again of little Yuli, and of how he and his tribe had arrived in Embrudok, and of how unwelcome they were. As Father Bondologanon was drawn back, pickled, across the plain to Borlean, the clouds parted. Above him, beading the night sky, were the prodigal stars. Among the constellations and the fixed stars was a light that crawled. Not a comet, but Earth Observation Station Avernus. From the ground below, the station appeared as no more than a point of light, casually watched by travellers and trappers as it passed overhead. Close to, it revealed itself as an irregular and complex series of units with a number of specialised functions. The Avernus housed some 5,000 men, women, children, and androids, all of the adults specialising in some aspect of the planet below. Helliconia, an Earth-like planet with particular interest for the people of Earth. 2. The past that was like a dream. Leontal I, overcome by warmth and fatigue, fell asleep long before the celebrations were over. The stories went on over his head, much as the winds blew about the planet, in a cold fury of possession. The stories were of the activities of men, above all of his heroism, of the way he killed such and such a devil animal, of the way enemies were defeated, and, in particular, on this evening after the burial, of how the first Yuli had come down out of darkness to found a new way of life. Yuli captured their imaginations because he had been a holy man, yet had rejected faith in favour of his people. He had battled with and defeated gods who now had no name. An elemental quality in Yuli's character, something between ruthlessness and fair-mindedness, awoke a response in the tribe. His legend grew in their minds, so that even his great-grandson, another Yuli, little Yuli, could ask himself in times of stress, what would Yuli have done? That first place he named Aldorando, to which he went with Iskador from the mountain did not prosper. It could do no more than survive. It existed precariously on the edge of a frozen lake, Lake Dorzin, and could merely bow beneath the elemental furies of winter, unaware that those furies were about to exhaust themselves. Of that, there was no hint in Yuli's lifetime. Perhaps that was another reason why the present generation, in the stone towers of Embrudok, liked to speak of him. He was their ancestor, who lived in deep winter. He represented their survival. Their legends were the first part of their awareness to admit of the possibility of a change in climate. Together with the towns hived in the great mountain ranges of the Quizzint, that the first wooden Eldorado lay close to the equator, in the middle of the extensive tropical continent of Campanlat. Of the concept of that continent, nobody in Yuli's time had knowledge. Their world was limited by the hunting territory and the encampment. Only Yuli had experience of the tundras and Zastrugi, which stretched away to the north of the Quizzint. Only Yuli had experience of the foothills of that enormous natural feature, which formed the western end of the continent, known as the Barriers. There, among fast-moving frosts, volcanoes situated over 4,000 meters above sea level added their own kind of intransigence to the weather, spreading a lava plateau over the ancient impact rocks of Helliconia. He was spared knowledge of the awesome territories of Niktraik. To the east of Campanlat looms the Eastern Range, hidden from the eyes of Yuli and all other men behind cloud and storm. The earth here gathers itself up into range after enormous mountain range, culminating in a volcanic shield across which glaciers grind their way down from peaks over 14,000 meters high. Here, the elements of fire and earth and air exist almost in their pure form, held in a cold fury too great to permit a mellowing into alloys less opposed. Yet even here, at a slightly later date, by the time of the death of little Yuli, even on ice sheets penetrating almost to the stratosphere, ancipital life might be observed, clinging to existence, rejoicing in the storm. The howling white wilderness of the Eastern Shield was known to the Fagors. They called it Niktraik, and believed it to be the throne of a white wizard who would cast the sons of Freya, the hated man-things, out of the world. Stretching north and south for almost 3,500 miles, Niktraik separated the inner part of the continent from the chill eastern seas. Those seas lashed against the cliffs of Niktraik, which reared precipitously 1,800 meters above the water. The waves turned to ice as they burst upwards, bearding the cliffs with icicles or falling back to the swell as hail. Of this, the scattered human tribes knew nothing. Those generations lived by the hunt. The hunt formed the subject matter of most of the stories to be told. Although hunters hunted together and helped each other, ultimately the hunt concerned one man's courage, as he faced alone the savage beast, who turned to confront him. Either he lived, or he died. And if he lived, then others might live, the women and children back in safety. If he died, the tribe died, very likely. So Yuli's people, that small band by the frozen lake, lived as they had to, as committed as animals to their mode of existence. The listeners to the story enjoyed accounts of the lake settlement. There, fish were trapped in ways still so minutely described that the methods had been imitated in the Varal. Heads of deer were thrown into melt holes by the river's edge to collect much relished eels, just as Yuli had done once. Yuli's people also fought giant stungerbags, killed deer and savage boar, and defended themselves against Fagor raids. Depending on season, quick crops of barley and rye were grown. The blood of enemies was drunk. Men and women produced few children. In Aldorando, they matured by the age of 7 years, and were aging by the time they were 20. Even when they laughed and rejoiced, frost stood by their elbows. The first Yuli, the frozen lake, the fagors, the intense cold, the past that was like a dream. These vivid elements of legend were known to everyone, and often retold. For the little herd of people who sheltered out their lives in Embrudok were confined in ways to which that confinement blinded them. At puberty, they were each stitched into the skins of animals. The animals enfolded them. But dreams, and the past that was like a dream, gave them extra dimensions in which they could all live. Huddled close in Nukri and Klil's tower, after little Yuli's funeral, everyone took pleasure once more in sharing in the past that was like a dream. To make the past more vivid, or perhaps to dim the present, everyone drank Rathel, dispensed by Nukri's slaves. Rathel was the most highly valued liquid in Embrudok, after red blood. Little Yuli's funeral gave them the chance to break the unvarying routine of life, and to live imaginatively. So the great tale of the past, of two tribes uniting, even as men and women unite, was again retold. The tale was passed from mouth to mouth, much like the Rathel mug, one narrator taking over from the next, with hardly a pause. The children of the tribe were present, eyes gleaming in the smouldering light, as they sipped Rathel from their parents' wooden mugs. The tale they heard was called, familiarly, the Great Tale. At any festival, not merely at a burial or a coming of age, or at the festival of the double sunset, someone would be sure to cry, as darkness came slanting in, "Let's have the Great Tale!" It was a history of their past, and much more than that. It was all the art the tribe had. Music they lacked, and painting and literature, and almost anything fine. What had existed, the cold had devoured. But there remained the past that was a dream, that survived to be told. No one was more responsive to this tale than Leontal I, when he could manage to stay awake for it. One of its themes was the union of two conflicting sides. That he understood, for the division concealed by that union, in which the tribe had to believe as an article of faith, had been, a part of his family life. Only later, as he grew up, did he discover how there was never union in anything, only stifled dissent. But the narrators in the Fuggy Hall, in this year 19 after union, gleefully conspired to tell the great tale as one of unity and success. That was their art. The narrators jumped up one by one, declaiming their piece with varied assurance. The first narrators spoke of Great Yuli, and of how he came from the white wildernesses north of Panoval, to the frozen lake called Dorzin. But one generation gives place to another, even in legend, and soon another narrator rose to speak of those, scarcely less mighty, who followed Yuli. This narrator was Rol Sakil, the midwife, who had her man and her pretty daughter Dol by her side. She gave a certain emphasis to the spicier aspects of her share of the tale, which was much relished by her audience. While Leontal I dozed in the warmth, Rol Sakil told of Si, son of Yuli and Iskador. Si became the chief hunter of the tribe, and all feared him, because his eyes looked in different directions. He took a locally born woman named Kretha, or, according to the style of her tribe, Kre-Tha Den, who bore Si a son named Orphic, and a daughter named Aifilka. Both Orphic and Aifilka were valiant and strong. In days when it was unusual for two children to survive in one family, Aifilka went with Sargoth, or Sargoth Den, who excelled in catching milk, the two armed fish beneath the ice of Lake Dorzin. Aifilka could crack the ice with her singing. Aifilka bore a son to Sargoth, whom they called Drezil Den, a famous name in the legend. Drezil fathered the famous brothers, Nachri and Klils. Laughter. Drezil was Leontal Ai's great-uncle.
"Oh, I adore you, my baby,"
Aifilka cried to her child, fondling him and smiling. But this was at a time when tribes of Fagors were travelling in Kaidor-drawn sleighs over the ice, striking at human habitation. Both the pleasant Aifilka and Sargoth were killed in a raid, running away by the bleak lake's shore. Some afterwards blamed Sargoth for being a coward, or for not being vigilant enough. The young orphan, Drezil, was taken to live with his uncle, Orphic, who by now had a son of his own called Yuli, or Little Yuli, after his great-grandfather. Although he grew enormous, he was known as Little in memory of his ancestors' greatness. Drezil and Little Yuli became inseparable friends, and so remained through life, despite the trials that were to come. Both in their youth were great fighters and lusty men who seduced the den women, causing much trouble by their enjoyments. Some tales could be told on that score, were not certain folk present. Laughter. One and all said that Drezil and Yuli, the cousin brothers, looked alike, with their powerful dark faces, hawk noses, small curling beards, and bright eyes. Both stood alertly and were of good build. Both wore similar furs with trimmed hoods. Their enemies prophesied they would meet with the same fate, but it was to prove otherwise, as the legends will relate. Certainly, the old men and women whose daughters were in jeopardy prophesied that this pestilential pair would come to a bad end, and the sooner the better. Only those daughters themselves, lying with their legs open in the dark, and their lovers mounted on them, knew how beneficial the cousin brothers were, and how different one from the other. They knew in their inward natures Drezil was fierce, and Yuli gentle. Gentle as a feather, and as ticklish. At this point in the story, Leontal Ai roused. He wondered sleepily how it could ever have been that his ancient grandfather, so bent, so slow, had ever managed to tickle girls. One of the corpsmen continued the story. The elders and the old shaman of the lakeside tribe met together to decide how Drezil and Yuli should be punished for their lechery. Some spat anger when they spoke, because in their hearts they were jealous. Others spoke piously, since, being old, they could follow no course but virtue. The storyteller laid this simple wisdom on thick, and assumed a piping voice to make his audience laugh. Condemnation was unanimous. Although their numbers were depleted by disease and the Fagor raids, and every hunter was needed, the elders decided that little Yuli and Drezil should be expelled from the settlement. Of course, no woman was allowed to speak in the friends' favour. The message was conveyed. Yuli and Drezil saw nothing for it but to leave. As they were gathering up their weapons and kit, a trapper arrived at the camp, half dead, from another tribe on the eastern fringes of the lake. He brought word that Fagors were again approaching, this time in some force across the lake. They were killing any human they came across. This was at the time of a double sunset. Terrified, the men of the settlement promptly gathered up their women and possessions, and set fire to their homes. They began at once to move southwards, little Yuli and Drezil among them. At their retreating backs, fire flew in robes of red and black into the sky, until eventually the lake was lost from view. They followed the Voral River, travelling day and night, for Freya shone at night during this period. The ablest hunters travelled ahead and to either side of the main body, seeking food and safety. In the emergency, Yuli and Drezil were provisionally forgiven their sins. The party consisted of 30 men, including the 5 elders, 26 women, and 10 children under 7, the age of puberty. They had with them their sleighs, pulled by Asokins and dogs, following their numerous birds and a variety of hounds, some little more than wolves or jackals, or crosses between the two. These last were often the playthings of the children, given to them as puppies. Several days of travel followed. The weather was clement, although game was scarce. One Freya dawn, 2 of the hunters, Barrowin and Skellet, who had been acting as scouts, returned to the main body and reported a strange town ahead.
Where the river meets a frozen stream, water bursts into the air with great noise, and mighty towers built of stone stand up into the sky.
Such was Barrowin's report, and the first description of Embrudok. He described how our stone towers stand in rows and are decorated with brightly painted skulls, to ward off intruders. They stood in a shallow valley full of gravel, discussing what should be done. 2 more hunters arrived, dragging a trapper they had caught returning to Embrudok. They threw him to the ground and kicked him. He said that the Den tribe lived in Embrudok and were peaceful. Hearing there were more dens about, the 5 elders immediately said that they should make a detour round the hamlet. They were shouted down. The younger men said that they should attack immediately. They could then be accepted on a basis of equality by this distantly related tribe. The women voraciously agreed, thinking it would be pleasant to live in stone buildings. Excitement rose. The trapper was clubbed to death. All, men, women, and children, dipped their fingers in his blood and drank, that they might prevail before the day was done. The body was thrown to the dogs and birds.
Drezil and I will go forward and take in the lie of the land, little Yuli said. He stared challengingly at the men about him. They dropped their gaze and said nothing. We will win the day for you. If we do so, then we shall be in command, and will tolerate no more nonsense from these old men. If we lose the day, then you can throw our bodies to the animals.
And, said the next speaker to take up the story,
at little Yuli's brave speech, the canine company looked up from their feast and yelped their agreement.
The audience smiled seriously, recalling that detail from the past that was like a dream. Now the story of that past became more tense. The audience drank less rather, as it listened to how Drezil and little Yuli, the cousin brothers, planned to take the silent town. With them went 5 chosen heroes, their names well remembered: Barrowin, Skellet, Maldic, Curwain, and Big Afardil, who was killed that day, and by a woman's hand. The rest of the party remained where they were, so that the noise of their hounds did not give the game away. Beyond the icy river was no snow. Grass grew. Hot water gushed into the air, sending curtains of steam across the area.
It's true, murmured the audience. It still occurs as you say.
A woman drove black hairy pigs up a path. 2 children played naked among the waters. The invaders watched. They saw our stone towers, the strong ones, the ruinous ones, all laid out in streets, and the old city wall reduced to rubble. They marvelled. Drezil and Yuli skirted Embrudok alone. They saw how square our towers are, with walls sloping inwards all the way up, so that the room on the top floor is always smaller than those below. how we keep our animals in the bottom floor for warmth, up the ramp to save them in case the Vorel floods. They saw all the animal skulls, brightly painted and facing out to scare intruders. We always had a sorceress, didn't we, friends? At this period, it was loyal Bry. Well, the cousin brothers also saw 2 aged sentries up on top of the big tower. This very tower, friends. And in no time, they had nipped in and dispatched the greybeards. Blood flowed, I have to tell. "The flower," someone called. Oh, yes. The flower was important. Remember how the lake people said that the cousin brothers would meet with the same destiny? Yet when Dresil grinned and said, "We will do well ruling this town, brother," Yuli was looking at the little flowers at his feet. Flowers with pale petals, probably scantium. "A good climate," he said in surprise, and plucked the flower and ate it. They were scared when they first heard the hour whistler blow, for that famous geyser, known to all, was not known to them. They recovered, and then disposed their forces, so as to be prepared for the time when both sentinels were set, and the hunters of Embrudoc returned home, bearing with them the spoils of the chase, all unsuspecting. Leontal Eye roused at this point. There were battles in the past that was like a dream, and one was about to be described. But the new storyteller said, "Friends, we all had ancestors in the battle that followed, and all have gone since to the world of the Gossies, even if they were not dispatched prematurely on that occasion. Suffice it to say that all present acquitted themselves valiantly." But he, being youthful, could not dismiss the exciting part so lightly, and continued despite himself, eyes glowing. Those innocent and heroic hunters were surprised by Yuli's stratagem. Fire suddenly bloomed from the top of the herb tower, and tall flowers of flame rose into the evening air. The hunters naturally shouted out with alarm, dropping their weapons, and ran forward to see what could be done. Spears and stones rained down on them from the top of the neighbouring tower. Armed invaders appeared from concealment, shouting and thrusting their spears at unguarded bodies. Our hunters slipped, and fell in their own blood. But some invaders they managed to slay. Our town contained more armed men than the cousin brothers calculated for. Those were the brave corpsmen. They appeared from everywhere, but the invaders were desperate and hid in houses they had taken over. Young boys also were forced to fight, including some of you here, now past your prime. The fire spread. Sparks streamed overhead like husks in a winnowing, as if they would light the sky. Carnage grew in the streets and ditches. Our women took up swords from the dead to fight off the living. All acquitted themselves valiantly. But boldness and desperation won the day, not to mention the leadership of him who, this day, went down to the world of the Gossies to be with his ancestors. Eventually the defenders threw down their weapons and rushed away in the gathering dark, screaming. Dresil's blood was up. An avenging fury rose on his brow. He had seen big Affardil slain beside him, and from behind, and by a woman at that.
"That was my good old grandmother," cried Aurs Rune, and laughter and cheers rose on all sides. "There was always courage in our family. We are of Embrudoc stock, and not of Oldorando."
Dresil could scarcely be recognized for his fury. His face turned black. He ordered his company to hunt down and kill every surviving man of Embrudoc. The women were to be gathered into the stable of this very tower, friends. What a terrible day that was in our annals. But the victorious men, led by Yuli, took Dresil forcibly and said to him, that there must be no more killing. Killing brought bitterness. From the morrow, all must live in peace, to make a strong tribe, or there were not enough souls to survive. These wise words meant nothing to Drezil. He struggled until Baruin brought a bucket of cold water and flung it over him. Then he fell down, as if in a swoon, and slept that dreamless sleep which comes only after battle. Baruin said to Yuli,
"You sleep too, with Drezil and the others. I will keep watch, in case we are surprised by a counterattack."
But little Yuli was unable to sleep. He said nothing to Baruin, but he had been wounded, and his head was light. He felt himself near to death, and staggered outside to die under Wutra's sky, into which Freya was already preparing to ascend. For it was the 3rd quarter. He walked down the main street here, where grass grew coarse among streams of mud. Freya dawn was the colour of mud, and he saw a scavenging hound slink away, full-bellied, from the corpse of one of his fellow hunters. He leaned against a crumbling wall, breathing deep. Opposite him was the temple, ruined then as now. He stared without understanding at the decorations engraved in the stone. Remember, in those days, before loyal Bry civilized him, Yuli was by way of being a barbarian. Rats snicked in at the doorway. He moved to the temple, hearing only a rush in his ears. In his hand, he held a sword taken from a fallen adversary, a better weapon than any he possessed, made of good dark metal, here in our forges. This he held before him as he kicked in the door. Inside, tethered milch sows, and goats scuffled, field implements used to be stored there in those days. Looking about, Yuli saw a trapdoor in the floor, and heard voices whispering. Taking hold of the iron ring, he heaved up the door. Down in the pool of darkness under his feet, a smoking lamp burned.
"Who's there?"
someone called, a man's voice. And I expect you know whose it was. It was Wall Ein Den, then Lord of Embrudok, and well remembered by us all. You can picture him, tall and upright, though his youth had fled, with a long black moustache and no beard, all remarked on his eyes, which could outstare the boldest, and his haggardly handsome face, which in its time moved women to tears. This was the historic meeting between him, the old lord, and little Yuli. Little Yuli went slowly down the steps to him, almost as if he recognized him. Some of the masters of Kor were there with Lord Wall Ein, but they did not dare speak as Yuli came down, very pale, clasping his sword. Lord Wall Ein said,
"If you are a savage, then murder is your business, and you had better get it over with. I command you to kill me first."
"What else do you deserve hiding in a cellar?"
"We are old and powerless in battle. Once it was otherwise."
They confronted each other. Nobody moved. With a great effort, Yuli spoke, and his voice seemed to him to come from far away. "Old man, why do you leave this great town so poorly guarded?" Lord Wall Ein replied with his usual authority.
"It was not always thus, or you and your men would have met a different reception, you with your poor weapons. Many centuries ago the land of Embrudok was great, stretching north to the Quizints, and south almost as far as the sea. Then great King Dennis ruled. But the cold came, and destroyed what he had wrought. Now we are fewer than ever we were. For only last year, in the 1st quarter,
We were raided by the white Fagors, riding like the wind on their giant mounts. Many of our best warriors, including my son, were killed defending Embrudok, and now sink towards the original boulder. He sighed and added, Perhaps you read the legend carved on this building. If you can read. It says, First Fagors, then men. It was for that legend and other matters that our priesthood was slain 2 generations ago. Men must come first, always. Yet some days I wonder if the prophecy will not come true.
Little Yuli heard the Lord's words as if in a trance. When he attempted to reply, no words rose to his bloodless lips, and he felt the power drain from his inner Edra. One of the old men, between pitying and sniggering, said,
The youth has a wound.
As Yuli staggered forward, they backed away. Behind them was a low archway with a passage beyond, dimly lit from an overhead grating. Unable to stop now that he had started, he marched down the passage, dragging his feet. You know that feeling, friends, whenever you are drunk, as now. It was damp in the passage, and warm. He felt the heat on his cheek. To one side was a stone stairway. He could not understand where he was, and his senses were failing. And a young woman appeared on the stair, holding a taper before her. She was fairer than the skies. Her face swam before his vision.
"It was my grandmother!"
cried Leontal I, shrill with pride. He had been listening excitedly, and was confused when everyone laughed. At that time, the lady had no thought of bestowing any little Leontal eyes upon the world. She stared at little Yuli with wild eyes, and said something to him which he could not understand. He attempted a reply. The words would not come to his throat. His knees buckled. He sank down to the floor. Then he collapsed entirely, and all there believed him to be dead. At this thrilling juncture, the storyteller made way for an older speaker, a hunter, who took matters less dramatically. Wutra saw fit to spare Yuli's life on that occasion. Drezil took command of the situation where his cousin brother lay recovering from his wound. I believe that Drezil was ashamed of his bloodlust, and now took care to behave in a more civilized way, finding himself among civilized people like us. He may also have remembered the kindness of his father, Sargoth, and the sweetness of his mother, Ifilka, killed by the hated Fagor herd. He took over Prast's tower, where we used to store salt, living at the top of it and issuing orders like a true commander, while Yuli lay in bed in a low room beneath. Many at the time, myself included, disliked Drezil and treated him as a mere invader. We hated being ordered about. Yet when we understood what he intended, we cooperated and appreciated his undoubted good points. We of Embrudok were demoralized at that time. Drezil gave us our fighting spirit back and built up the defenses.
"He was a great man, my father, and I'll fight anyone who criticizes him,"
shouted Nukri, jumping up and shaking his fist. He shook it so energetically that he almost fell over backwards, and his brother had to prop him up. None speaks against Drezil. From the top of his tower, he could survey our surrounding country. The higher ground to the north, where he had come from, the lower to the south, and the geysers and hot springs, then strange to him. In particular, he was struck by the Hour Whistler, our magnificent regular geyser, bursting up and whistling like a devil wind. I recall he asked me about the giant cylinders, as he called them, spread all over the landscape. He had never seen Rajabarals before. To him, they looked like the towers of a magician, flat on top, made of strange wood. Though not a fool, he did not know them for trees. He was mainly for doing, not looking. He ordered where all his tribe from the frozen lake would be quartered, distributed in different towers. There, he showed a wisdom we might all follow, Nachri. Although many grumbled at the time, Dresil saw to it that his people lived in with ours. No fighting was allowed, and everything fairly shared. That rule, as much as anything, has caused us to intermingle happily. While he was billeting families, he had everyone counted. He could not write, but our corpsmen kept a tally for him. The old tribe here numbered 41 men, 45 women, and 11 children under the age of 7. That made 97 folk in all. 61 folk from the frozen lake had survived the battle, which made 158 people all told. A goodly number. As a boy, I was glad to have some life round the place again. After the deaths, I mean. I said to Dresil,
"You'll enjoy being in Embrudok." "It's called Oldorando now, boy," he said. I can still remember how he looked at me.
"Let's hear more about Yuli,"
someone called out, risking the wrath of Nachri and Klils. The hunter sat down, puffing, and a younger man took his place. Little Yuli made a slow recovery from his wound. He became able to walk out a short way with his cousin brother and survey the territory in which they found themselves, to see how it could best be hunted and defended. In the evenings, they talked with the old lord. He tried to teach them both the history of our land, but they were not always interested. He talked of centuries of history, before the cold descended. He told how the towers had once on a time been built of baked clay and wood, which the primitive peoples had developed in a time of heat. Then stone had been substituted for clay, but the same trusted pattern observed, and the stone withstood many centuries. There were some passages underground, and had been many more in better times. He told them the sorrow of Embrudok, that we are now merely a hamlet. Once a noble city stood here, and its inhabitants ruled for thousands of miles. There were no Fagors to be feared in those days, men say, and Yuli and his cousin brother Dresil would stride about the old lord's room, listening, frowning, arguing, yet generally respectful. They asked about the geysers. Those hot springs supply warmth to us. Our old lord told them all about the hour whistler, our unfailing symbol of hope. He told how the hour whistler has blown punctually every hour ever since time began. It's our clock, isn't it? We don't need sentinels in the sky. The hour whistler helps the authorities keep written records, as the masters of call are duty-bound to do. The cousin brothers were astonished to find how we divide the hour into 40 minutes, and the minute into 100 seconds, just as the day contains 25 hours, and the year 480 days. We learn such things in our mother's laps. They also had to learn that it was year 18 by the lordly calendar. 18 years had our old lord ruled. No such civilized arrangements existed by the frozen lake. Mind, I say no word against the cousin brothers. Barbarians though they were, they both soon mastered our system of Maker's Core, with the 7 core, each with different arts. The metal makers being the best, to which I'm proud to say, without boasting, I belong. The masters of each core sat on the Lord's Council then, as they do now, though, in my opinion, there should be 2 representatives from the Metal Maker's Core, because we are the most important, make no mistake. Following a lot of jeering and laughter, the raffle was passed around again, and a woman in late middle age continued the legend. Now I'll spin you a tale a lot more interesting than writing or timekeeping. You'll be asking what befell little Yuli when he got better of his wound. Well, I'll tell you in a dozen words. He fell in love, and that proved worse than his wound, because the poor fellow never recovered from it. Our old Lord Wall-Ein wisely kept his daughter. Poor pampered, loyal Bry-Den, who was in such a pother today, out of harm's way. He waited until he was sure that the invaders weren't a bad lot. Loyal Bry was then very lovely, and with a well-developed figure, enough for a man to get hold of, and she had a queenly way of walking, which you will all remember. So our old lord introduced her to little Yuli one day, up in his room. Yuli had already seen her once, on that terrible night of the battle when, as we've heard, he nearly died of his wound. Yes, this was the black-eyed beauty, with the ivory cheekbones and lips like a bird's wing, whom our friend mentioned. She was the beauty of her day, for the women from Lake Doors Inn were a plain lot, to my mind. All her features were precisely drawn on the velvet of her skin, and those lips, so trimly curving, were painted in delicate cinnamon. To speak truth, I looked a bit like that myself when I was a young girl. Such was loyal Bry when Yuli first saw her. She was the greatest wonder of the town. A difficult, solitary girl. People didn't care for her, but I liked her manner. Yuli was overwhelmed. He forever sought occasions when he could be alone with her, either outside or, better still, cloistered up close with her in her room in Big Tower, where she still lives to this day, with that porcelain window. It was as if she gave him a fever. He could not control himself in her presence. He used to swagger about and boast and swear in front of her, and make a real fool of himself. Many men get like that, but, of course, it didn't last. As for loyal Bry, she sat there like a little puppy, watching, smiling behind her high cheekbones, her hands folded in her lap. Of course, she encouraged him, needless to say. She wore a long, heavy gown, decorated with beads, not furs like the rest of us. I heard that she wore furs underneath, but that gown was extraordinary, and reached almost to the ground. I'd like a gown like that. The way she speaks, it still is a bit of a mixture of poetry and riddles. Yuli'd never heard anything like it, up on Lake Doors Inn. It flummoxed him. He boasted all the more. He was bragging about what a hunter he was, when she said, you know her musical voice, "We live out our lives in all kinds of darkness. Should we ignore them or explore them?" He just goggled at her, sitting there looking lovely in her cloth garment. It had beads stitched on it, as I said. Lovely beads. He asked if it was dark in her room. She laughed at him. "Where do you think is the darkest place in the universe, Yuli?" "Poor fool," he said. "I've heard that far Panoval is dark. Our great ancestor, whose name I bear, came from Panoval, and he said it was dark there. He said it was under a mountain, but I don't believe that. It was just a way of speaking in those times." Loyal Bry regarded her fingertips, resting like little pink beads on the lap of that lovely garment. "I think the darkest place in the universe is inside human skulls." He was lost. She made a proper fool of him. Still, I must watch my tongue about the dead, mustn't I? He was a bit soft, though. She used to bemuse him with romantic talk. You know what she used to say? "Have you ever thought how we know so much more than we can ever tell? It's true, isn't it? I long to have someone," she'd say. "Someone to whom I could tell everything. Someone for whom talk is like a sea on which to float. Then I'd hoist my dark sail." I don't know what she said to him. and Yuli would lie awake, clutching his wound and who knows what else, thinking of this magical woman, thinking of her beauty and her troubling words. Someone for whom talk is a sea on which to float. Even the way she turned her sentence seemed to him to be Loyal Bry's way and no one else's. He'd longed to be on that sea, sailing with her, wherever it was.
"That's enough of your womanly nonsense," cried Clills, struggling to his feet. "She put a spell on him. Father said so. Father also told us of the good things Uncle Yuli did at first, before she made him stupid."
He went on to tell them. Little Yuli got to know every inch of Oldorando while he was recovering. He saw how it is laid out, with the big tower at one end of the main street and the old temple at the other. In between, the women's house, the hunters' homes on one side, the towers of the Maker's Core on the other, the ruins farther out. How all our towers have the heating system of stone pipes, carrying hot water from springs throughout them. We couldn't build anything half so marvellous today. When he saw how the place was, he saw how it should be. With the aid of my father, Yuli planned proper fortifications, so that there would be no more attacks, especially no more Fagor attacks. You've heard how everyone was set to digging a mound with a ditch on its outer side, and a stout palisade on top. It was a good idea, though it cost a few blisters. Regular lookouts were drilled and posted at the four corners, as they still are. That was Yuli's and my father's doing. The lookouts were given horns to blow in case of a raid, the self-same horns we use today. There were proper hunts as well as proper lookouts. People were almost starved before the merging of the tribes. Once the entire town was enclosed, Drezil, my father, got the hunters breeding a proper hunting dog. Other scavengers could be kept out. Packs of hunting dogs could bring down game and run faster than we could. That was not much of a success, but we might try again sometime. What else? The guilds were able to make up their numbers. The Colour Makers' Corps enlisted some children among the newcomers. New mugs and platters were made for everyone from a vein of clay they know about. More swords were hammered out. Everyone had to work for the common good. No one went hungry. My father nearly worked himself to death. You drunken lot ought to remember Drezil while you're remembering his brother. He was a lot better than that one. He was. Poor Clills broke into tears. Others also began to cry, or laugh, or fight. Owl's Rune, himself, staggering slightly under the weight of Rathel he had drunk, grabbed up Lienthal Eye and Oira, and hustled them off to bed and safety. He looked blurrily down at their passive faces, trying to think. Somewhere in the course of the telling of the legend of the past that was like a dream, the future of the lordship of Oldorando had been decided. 3. A leap from the tower. On the day after little Yuli's burial, and the celebrations marking that occasion, everyone had to go back to work as usual. Past glories and discomforts were forgotten for the time being, except perhaps by Lienthal Eye and Loyal Annan. They were continually reminded of the past by Loyal Bry, who, when she was not weeping, liked to recall the happier days of her youth. Her chamber was still hung with tapestries of ancient lineage. Now, as then, ducts of hot water still gurgled under the floors. The porcelain window still gleamed. This was still a place of oils, powders, and perfumes. But there was no Yuli now, and Loyal Bry herself had decayed into old age. Moths had gotten the tapestries. Her grandson was growing up. But before Lienthal Eye's time, in the days when the mutual love of his grandparents flowered, a trivial-seeming incident occurred, which, in its repercussions, was to set a disastrous mark on Lienthal Eye, and on Embrudok, itself. A Fagor died. When he had recovered from his wound, little Yuli took Loyal Bry as his woman. A ceremonial was held to mark the great change that had come to Embrudok, for in this union the two tribes were symbolically united. It was agreed that the old lord, Wall Ein, and Yuli and Dresil should rule Aldorando as a triumvirate, and the arrangement worked well, because everyone had to strive hard together to survive. Dresil worked without cease. He took for his woman a thin girl whose father was a sword-maker. She had a singing voice and a lazy glance. Her name was Dli Hoin Den. The storytellers never said that Dresil soon grew disappointed with her, nor did they say that part of her initial attraction for Dresil was that she represented a pretty but anonymous member of the new tribe into which he wished to integrate. For, unlike his cousin brother Yuli, he saw team spirit as the clue to survival. His work was never for himself, nor, in a sense, was Dli Hoin. Dli Hoin bore Dresil 2 boys, Nachri, and, a year later, Klils, although he could spare little time apart with them. Dresil doted on his sons, lavishing on them a sentimental love denied him by the deaths of his parents, Aifilka and Sargoth. He instilled in the boys and their friends many legends concerning their great-great-grandfather, Yuli, the priest from Pranoval, who had defeated gods whose names were now forgotten. Dli Hoin taught them the rudiments of annotation, but nothing more. Under their father's care, both boys became adequate hunters. Their house was always full of noise and alarms. Fortunately, a clownish element in their characters, in Nachri's in particular, was never perceived by their fond father. As if to defeat the predictions of those who had claimed that the cousin brothers would meet one and the same fate, little Yuli became self-absorbed to almost the extent that Dresil absorbed himself in the community. Under the influence of Loyal Bry, Yuli grew soft, and hunted less and less. He sensed the hostility of the community towards Loyal Bry and her exotic ideas, and withdrew himself from it. He sat in the big tower and let the storm winds blow outside. His woman and her ancient father taught him much that was mysterious, both about the world that was past and the world below. So it came about that little Yuli embarked upon that sea of talk on which Loyal Bry's dark sail flew free, and lost all sight of land. Speaking of the world below, one day in the second quarter of the year, Loyal Bry said to little Yuli, gazing at him with her lustrous eyes, "My splendid one, you commune in your head with the memory of your parents. You see them sometimes as if they still walk the earth. Your imagination has the power to conjure up the forgotten sunlight in which they walked. Yet here, in this empire of ours, we have a method of communing direct with those who have gone before. They still live, sinking down in the world below towards the original boulder, and we can reach them, as the fish dives to feed on the riverbed." He murmured in exchange, "I would like to talk to my father, Orphic, now that I am old enough to have sense. I would tell him of you." "We also set store by our wonderful parents and their parents, who had the strength of giants. You observe the stone towers in which we live. We cannot build them, yet our parents did. You see how scalding earth water has been trapped in pipes to heat our towers. We cannot manage that art, yet our parents did. They are gone from our sight, yet they still exist as gossies and fess-ups." "Teach me these things, Loyal Bry." "Because you are my lover, and my pulse rises up when I behold your flesh. I will teach you to speak direct to your father, and, through him, to all your tribe who ever lived." "Is it possible that I could speak even to my great-grandfather, Yuli of Panoval?" "In our children, our 2 tribes will merge, my lover, as they do in those infants of Dresil's.
you shall learn to speak with Yuli, and mingle his wisdom with ours. You are a great person, my lover, and not a mere tribesman, like the poor fools outside. You shall be greater by speaking direct with the first Yuli."
Much though loyal Bry cared for little Yuli, because she needed someone on whom to build a great love, she foresaw that he would fall further into her power if she taught him esoteric arts. With his protection, she could remain in sumptuous idleness, as she had done before the invasion. Much though little Yuli loved this indolent, intelligent woman, he perceived that she might bind him to her by such devices, and resolved to learn from her all he could, and not be deceived. Something in her temperaments, or their situation, rendered him deceived nonetheless. Loyal Bry gathered to her an old learned woman, and an old learned man. With their aid, she taught Yuli the discipline of father communing. Yuli gave up the hunt entirely, in order to contemplate. Barrowin and others provided their food. He began to practice Pauk. In that trance state, he hoped to meet with the Gossi of his father, Orphic, and commune through the Gossi with Fessups, the ancestral Gossis sinking down through the lower world towards the original boulder, from which the world began. At this time, Yuli rarely went out. Such unmanly behaviour was a mystery in Aldorando. Loyal Bry had roved greatly in the countryside about Embrudock when a girl, as her grandson, Leontal I, would come to do. She wished Yuli to see for himself how stones marking land octaves trailed all round the continent. Accordingly, she engaged a grey, hawkish man by name Asur Tal. Then Asur Tal was the grandfather of Shaital, later to play a great part in affairs. Loyal Bry commanded Asur Tal to take Yuli into the lands to the northeast of Aldorando, where she had once stood, watching day turn to dim day, and dim day to brief night, and felt the pulse of the world flow through her. So Asur Tal took Yuli on foot, in a clement season. It was early winter when Batalix rose well to the south of east, shining there alone for less than an hour, the interval diminishing day by day, before the second sentinel also rose. A wind blew, but the sky was as clear as brass. Although Asur Tal was withdrawn and rather bent, he managed the distance better than Yuli, who was out of training. He made Yuli ignore the distant wolves and study all he saw in terms of esoteric art. Asur Tal showed him stone posts, such as there had been by Lake Doors Inn. The posts were set solitary, in wild places, each marked with a symbol of a wheel, with a ring at its centre, and two lines connecting ring with wheel. He expounded their meaning in a sing-song voice. He said that the posts bore a symbol in which power radiated from a centre towards a circumference, as power radiated from ancestors to descendants, or from Fessups via Gossis to the living. The pillars marked land octaves. Every man or woman born was born on one octave or another. The power in land octaves varied with the season, determining whether infants were born male or female. The land octaves flowed everywhere, until they reached the distant seas. People lived most happily when they conformed to their own land octaves. Only when they were buried on their current land octave could they, as Gossis, hope to communicate with their living children, and their children, when their time came to make the journey to the world below, should also lie along the correct land octave. With his hand held like a chopper, old Asur Tal chopped at the hills and valleys about them.
Remember that simple regulation and father communing can be established. The word grows fainter, like an echo along mountain valleys, from one vanished generation to the next, throughout the kingdoms of the dead, who outnumber the living, as lice outnumber men.
As little Yuli regarded the barren mountainside, a strong revulsion rose in him against his teaching. Not long since, his interest had been only with the living, and he had felt himself free. "This business of talking to the dead," he said heavily. "The living should have no traffic with the dead. Our place is here, travelling on this earth." The old man snickered, caught Yuli's furred sleeve in a familiar way, and pointed downwards.
"You may think so. You may think so. Unfortunately, it is the rule of existence that our place is both here and down below, down in the grit. We must learn to use the gossies as we use animals for our benefit."
"The dead should keep in their place."
"Oh, well, as for that, you'll be dead one day yourself. Besides, Mistress Loyal Bry wishes you to learn these things, does she not?"
Yuli desired to shout, "I hate the dead, and want nothing of them." But he bit off the words and stood silent. And so he was lost. Although he learned how to perform the rituals of father communicating, little Yuli was never able to communicate with his father, much less with the first Yuli. The dead yielded no response. Loyal Bry explained this by saying that his parents had been buried in an incorrect land octave. Nobody fully understood the mysteries of the world below. In trying to understand more, he sank further under his woman's power. All this time, Drezil worked for the community, consulting with the old lord. He never lost his love for Yuli, even making his two sons study some of the lore that their strange aunt readily poured forth. But he never permitted them to stay long, lest they become bewitched. 2 years after Nahri was born to Drezil, Loyal Bry presented little Yuli with a daughter. They named her Loyalanan. With the midwife's help, Loyalanan was born in the tower under the porcelain window. Loyal Bry, assisted by Yuli, gave their daughter a special present. They gave her, and through her, all Aldorando, a calendar. Owing to the disruptions of the centuries, Embrudock had had more than one calendar. Of the 3 old calendars, the most generally known was the so-called Lordly. The Lordly simply counted years from the ascension of the last lord. The other 2 were antiquated, and one, the Ancipital, regarded as sinister. It had been abandoned for that reason, and for that reason, it never entirely died. The Dennis went in for large numbers, and was not perfectly understood since the priests had been expelled from the town. Under these old calendars, the birth of Loyalanan fell, respectively, in the years 21, 343, and 423. Now her birth date was declared to be the year 3 after union. Henceforth, dates would be kept with reference to the number of years since Aldorando and Embrudock came together. The population received this gift with the same stoicism they received the news that there was a band of Ancipital marauders in the vicinity. One Batalic's dawn, when the clouds were thick as phlegm, and hoarfrost speckled the ancient breastworks of the hamlet, the horns of the lookout sounded from an eastern tower. Immediately, there was stir and shouting. Drezil ordered all women to be locked in the women's tower, where many of them were already at work. He assembled his men, armed at the barricades. His little sons came forth trembling to join him, and stare towards the rising sun. In the grey dawn distance, horns showed. The Fagors attacked in strength. Among their number were 2 who rode on Kaidors, their own particular animals horned and mailed, in fibrous red fur thick enough to withstand any cold. As they were assailing the barricades, Drezel had one of his men break down a small earth dam, previously built to pen in the hot waters of a geyser. Fagors notoriously hate water. A scalding flood now burst upon them, swirling about their knees, causing awful confusion in their ranks. Some hunters leaped forward to press home their advantage. One of the Kaidors went down in yellow mud, hoofs thrashing, and was killed by a well-flung spear to the heart. In panic, another of the great beasts made a standing jump, clearing the barricade. It was the legendary spring jump of the homed horse, which few humans ever witnessed. The animal came down among the warriors of Aldorando. They clubbed the Kaidor to death and captured its rider. Many other brutes were maimed by stones. The attackers retreated at last, while only one defender had been killed. All were exhausted. Some flung themselves into hot springs to restore their energies. This was a great victory for united action, declared Drezel. He strode about in a kind of fury, brow dark with triumph, shouting to all that they were now one tribe, and had been blooded. Henceforth, all must work for all, and all would prosper. The women gathered round to listen, whispering while the men lay flat, recovering. It was the year 6. Kaidor meat was good. Drezel ordered a feast of celebration, to start when both sentinels had set. The Kaidor carcass was parboiled in the earth waters, and then roasted over fires lit in the square. Barley wine and rathel were provided to celebrate the victory. Drezel made a speech, as did the old lord Wall Ein. Songs were sung. The man who had charge of slaves brought forward the captured Fagor. Nobody present that evening, in the year 6, had any reason for misgivings. Humans had again fought off their legendary foes, and everyone intended to celebrate the occasion. The celebrations would include the putting to death of their captive. The inhabitants of Aldorando had no way of knowing how special a personage their captive was among the ancestral race, or that his death would drift down the backwaters of the years until terrible retribution would be visited on them and their offspring. Everyone fell silent as the monster stood among them, glaring at them with his large scarlet eyes. His arms were lashed behind his back with leather rope. His horned feet pawed restlessly at the ground. In the gathering dark, he seemed immense, the boogeyman of all their nocturnal dreams, a creature from uneasy dim-day sleeps. He was clad in shaggy white fur, stained by mud and battle. He stood challengingly before his human captors, giving off a resonant smell, his bony head with its 2 long horns thrust forward between his shoulders. His thick white milt appeared foraging up the slits of his nostrils, first one, then the other. This brute wore strange accoutrements. A broad stomacher, fashioned from hide, was strapped round his girth. Spurs at ankle and wrist supported protruding spikes. The elegant razored horns were capped with metal. It fitted his gigantic skull like a harness, coming to a 2-pronged point at the center of the forehead between the eyes, curving behind the ears, and fastening elaborately under the jaw, so as to encompass the long, bony chops. Barrowin stepped forward and said,
"See what our concerted action has achieved. We have captured a chief. By his headgear, this beast leads a component. Look at him well, you young men who have never before seen a foggy close. For they are our traditional enemy in darkness and light."
Many young hunters stepped forward and tugged the creature's matted hair. He stood unmoving and let forth a fart like a small thunderclap. They fell back, alarmed.
Fuggies organize their herds into components, Drezel explained. Most can speak Olonet. They take humans as slaves and are beastly enough to eat their captives. As a chief, this brute understands all we say. Don't you?
He clouted his rough shoulder. The monster stared coldly at him. The lord standing beside Drezil spoke.
The male fagors are called Stalins, and the females Gilots or Philox. That I know. Males and females alike go on raids and fight together. They are creatures of ice and darkness. Your great ancestor Yuli warned against them. They are bringers of illness and death.
Then the old Fagor spoke, using the Olonets in a hoarse, churning voice.
You worthless sons of Freyr will all blow away before the final storm. This world, this town, belongs to us, the Ancipitals.
The women in the crowd were frightened. They threw stones at the evil thing that spoke in their midst, and shouted,
Kill him! Kill him!
Drezil raised an arm, pointing.
Drag him up to the top of the herb tower, friends. Drag him to the top and throw him off.
Yes! Yes!
They roared, and at once the bolder hunters ran forward, seizing the great stubborn bulk and, by sheer force, thrust it towards the nearby building. Great cheering and commotion reigned. Children ran screaming around their elders. Among those urchins were the two sons of Drezil, Nachri and Klils, both scarcely out of toddling stage. Because they were so small, they were able to stagger through the legs of the milling adults, and so came up against the right leg of the Fagor, raising like a shaggy column before their eyes.
You touch it. No, you. You daren't, coward. You're a coward too.
Putting forth chubby fingers, they touched the leg together. Heavy musculature moved below a rug of hair. The limb lifted, the three-toed foot stamped down in the mud. Though these monstrous creatures could master the Olonet's tongue, they were far from human. The thoughts in the harneys of their heads ran aslant. Old hunters knew that inside their barrel bodies, they carried their intestines above their lungs. From their machine-like walk, it could be seen how their limbs were jointed in a different way from a man's. At what should have been elbow and knee, Fagors could bend lower arms and legs in impossible attitudes. That distinction alone was enough to strike terror into small boys' hearts. For a moment they were in contact with the unknown, pulling back their hands as if they had been burnt. In truth, the ancipital body temperature was cooler than man's. The two urchins looked at each other with wild eyes. Then they burst into howls of fear. Glee Hoyne swept the boys into her arms. By then, Drezil and others had shifted the monster on. Although the great animal struggled in its bonds, it was hammered through the entrance and into the tower. The crowd, restless in the square, listened to the noise within, which worked its way up the building. A cheer rose in the thick air as the first hunter emerged on the roof. Behind everybody, the Kaidor carcass roasted, untended. Its flavours mingled with wood smoke to fill the bowl of the square, full of upturned faces. A second cheer, louder than the first, arose when the Fagor chief was dragged into view, black against the sky.
"Throw it down!"
screamed the crowd, united in hate. The monstrous chief fought with his jostling captors. He roared as they prodded him with daggers. Then, as if realizing that the game was up, he jumped up onto the parapet and stood there, glaring down at the jostling mob below. With a last burst of rage, he snapped his bonds. He jumped forward, arms outstretched, with a massive spring that carried him away from the tower. The crowd tried too late to scatter. The great body hurtled down, crushing 3 people beneath it. A man, a woman, a child. The child was killed outright. A groan of terror and dismay rose from the rest, there assembled. Even then, the great animal was not killed. He raised himself up on his shattered legs to confront the avenging blades of the hunters. Everyone pierced him through the thick coat, through the dense flesh. He struggled on until his curdled yellow blood streamed across the trampled ground. While these terrible events took place, little Yuli remained in his chamber with loyal Bry and their infant daughter. When he made to dress and join the fight, loyal Bry cried that she felt unwell and needed his company. She clung to him, kissing his lips with her pale mouth, and would not let him go. After this, Drezil felt contempt for his cousin brother, but he did not go and kill him, as he had a mind to, although these were savage times, for he remembered a lesson and recognized that killing divided tribes. When his sons ruled, this was forgotten. This forbearance of Drezil's, based on a friendship, begun in his boyhood, before Drezil had a beard or grey in it, stood the community in good stead, and earned him new respect. And the things little Yuli learned at the expense of his fighting spirit were fruitful in the days to come. Immediately after the shock caused by the appearance of the Fagor chief in its midst, the community underwent another ordeal. A mysterious illness, accompanied by fever, cramps, and body rash, seized half the population of Oldorando. The first to go down were the hunters, who had pushed the Fagor to the top of the herb tower. For some days little hunting was done. The domesticated pigs and geese had to be eaten instead. A woman with child died of fever, and the whole hamlet sorrowed to lose 2 precious lives to the world below. Yuli and loyal Bry, together with their daughter, escaped the illness. Soon the communal bloodstream was purged of its malady, and life went on as usual. But the news of the slaying of the Fagor spread forth from the community. And for a while, the climate continued harsh towards mankind. The cold winds picked out the seams of any badly stitched garment. The 2 sentinels of light, Freya and Batalix, went about their duties as appointed, and the hour whistler continued to blow. For half of the year, the sentinels shone together in the skies. Then the hours of their setting slipped further apart, until gradually Freya ruled the sky by day, and Batalix the sky by night. Then night scarcely seemed night, day scarcely light enough to be called day. Then the sentinels again became reconciled. Days became bright with both lights, nights became pitch. One quarter, when there were only shrill stars looking down on Oldorando, when cold and dark were intense, the old lord, Wall Ein Den, died. He descended to the world below, to become himself a Gossi, and sink down to the original boulder. Another year was finished, and another. A generation grew up, another grew old. Slowly numbers increased under Drezil's peaceful rule, while the suns performed their sentry duties overhead. Although Batalix showed the larger disk, Freya always gave out more light and more warmth. Batalix was an old sentinel, Freya young and lusty. From one generation to the next, no man could positively swear that Freya grew towards manhood. But so said the legends. Humanity endured, suffering or rejoicing, from generation to generation, and lived in the hope that Wutra would be victorious in the world above, and ever sustain Freya. These legends carried reality within them, as a flower bulb carries the flower within its flesh. So humans knew without knowing they knew. As for animals and birds, still many in numbers, though few in species, their senses were more closely bound by the magnetic fluctuations of the globe than were mankind's. They also knew without knowing they knew. Their comprehensions told them that ineluctable change was already at hand, was indeed rising under the earth, in the bloodstream, in the air, in the stratosphere, and in all that was in the biosphere. Above the stratosphere rode a small, self-contained world, built from the elements of metals, gathered in the rich fields among the stars. From the surface of Helliconia, This world appeared in the night sky as a star itself, travelling swiftly overhead. It was the Earth Observation Station, Avernus. The binary system of Freya and its companion Batalix was closely watched by the Avernus. In particular, the families on the station studied Helliconia, and had done so for more than one of its slow great years about Freya, or Star A, as it was known on the station. Helliconia was of unique interest of the people of Earth, and never more so than at this period. Helliconia revolved about Batalix, Star B as it was known on the station. Both sun and planet were beginning to accelerate in their orbit. They were still almost 600 times as distant from Freya as Earth is from its primary. But the distance was diminishing, week by week. The planet was now several centuries past Apastron, the coldest part of its orbit. There was new purpose in the corridors of the observation station. Everyone could read the message in the increasingly favorable temperature gradients. 4. Favorable temperature gradients. Children follow their parents, or they do not. Leontal I grew up knowing his mother as a quiet woman, given to the same kind of studious seclusion as her mother and father. But Loyal Annan had not always behaved like that, before life defeated her. In adolescence, she rejected the gentle tutelage of Loyal Bry and little Yuli. She screamed at them that she hated the cloistered environment of their room, which, as they grew older, they were increasingly reluctant to leave. After a violent quarrel, she left them, went to live in another tower with relations. There was plenty of work. Loyal Annan became useful at grinding and tanning. While making a pair of hunting boots, she met their future wearer and fell in love with him. She was scarcely at the age of puberty. She ran out with the hunter on bright nights when no one could sleep. There was the world in all its appalling beauty about her for the first time. She became his woman. She would have died for him. Manners were changing in Aldorando. He took Loyal Annan out with him on a deer hunt. Once Drezel would never have permitted women running with them, but his command had become less certain as he grew older. The deer hunters met with a stungerbag in a narrow defile. Before Loyal Annan's eyes, her man was run down and pierced through by one of the creature's horns. He died before he could be carried home. Broken-hearted, Loyal Annan returned to her parents. They received her back, placidly absorbing her, comforting her. As she lay in the scented shadows, life stirred in her womb. She had conceived. She remembered the joy of that occasion when her time came and she gave birth to a son. She called him Leontal I, and him too her parents placidly accepted. It was spring of the year after Union 13, or 31, by the old calendar of lordly years.
"He will grow into a better world,"
said Loyal Bride to her daughter, regarding the baby with her lustrous eyes.
"Histories tell that a time will come when the Rajabarals will be thrown open, and the air will be heated with the heat of the earth. Food will be plentiful, snow will disappear, people will be naked to each other. How I longed for that time when I was young. Leontal I may see it. How I wish he had been a girl. Girls feel and see more than boys."
The child liked to watch his grandmother's porcelain window. It was unique in Aldorando, though little Yuli maintained that there had once been many more, all now broken. Year after year, Leontal I's grandparents had lifted their eyes from their ancient documents to watch the window turn pink, orange, and crimson with sunset, as Freya or Batalix descended into a bath of fire. The colours would die. Night would stain the porcelain black. In the old days, childrums had come, fluttering about the towers of Aldorando, those self-same apparitions the first Yuli had seen when struggling across the white wilderness with his father. Childrums came only at night. Sparks like feathers would flare behind the porcelain window, and the childrums would be there, slowly circling, a single wing flapping. Or was it a wing? When the people ran out to look at them, their outlines were confusing, never clear. The childrums caused strange thoughts in human minds. Yuli and loyal Bry would lie upon their rugs and skins and feel that all the thoughts in their heads were coming alive at the same time. They saw scenes they had forgotten, and scenes they had never known. Loyal Bry often cried and covered her eyes. She said it was like communing with a dozen fess-ups at once. Afterwards, she longed to experience some of the unexpected scenes once more. But once they had gone, they could never more be recalled. Their confusing beauty vanished like a fragrance. The childrums sailed on. No man could fathom their going or their coming. Their rightful habitat was the upper troposphere. Occasionally, electric pressures forced them to descend close to the surface of the planet. Neural currents in the brains of men and animals held a brief attraction for them, causing them to pause and circle, as if they too were creatures of intelligence. Then they rose again and were gone. Depending on local whims of the great magnetic storm sweeping across the Heliconian system, the childrums might sail in any direction, onwards, upwards, swept along with the magnetic tides, circulating without perception or need of rest. Yet not circulating forever, because the electric entities that human beings called childrums could not change, so nothing was more vulnerable to change than they. Temperatures across the tropical continent of Campanlat varied greatly at any one time. On a mild day in the summer, while Loilanen sat playing listlessly with her young son, the ground temperature in Aldorando climbed several degrees above zero. Only a comparatively few miles north, by Lake Dorzin, there might be 10 degrees of frost. In summer, when the sentinels worked day and night, there was no frost at all in sheltered parts, and cereal crops grew. 3,000 miles from Aldorando, in Niktraik, daily temperatures showed wide variation, from minus 12 degrees centigrade to minus 150 degrees, about the temperature at which krypton turns to liquid. Change accumulated, at first as what may be termed latent change. Then its effects were rapid, as temperature gradients in the upper atmosphere responded to increased radiations from Freya. The process was steady, but quantal. On one occasion, Earth Observation Station Avernus recorded a 12-degree rise in temperature at a 16.6-mile equatorial altitude within the course of an hour. With this warming up, stratospheric circulation increased strongly, and the planet was swept by storms. Jet streams were observed over Niktraik, travelling at speeds in excess of 275 miles per hour. Suddenly, the childrums were no more. The beginnings of what was to spell a renaissance for mankind and animals brought disaster for the childrums. The conditions that created them dispersed between one year and the next. Their vortices of piezoelectric dusts and charged particles were too fragile to survive a more dynamic system. They were gone, leaving behind them evanescent trails of sparks in the rarefied upper air. The sparks soon died. Yuli and loyal Bry looked in vain for the childrums. Leontal I soon forgot he had ever seen them. Groups of fagors were emerging under the greenish sky, common at that altitude, where the sentinels, when not buried in cloud, directed their rays through multitudinous ice crystals. The fagors, stallions, and gilots alike moved into position with their inhuman gait. Many had birds perched on their shoulders or flying just above them. The birds and the fagors were white, the terrain white or brown, and exsicated black, the sky beyond livid green. The living things were outlined against the Hrigda Glacier. The course of the glacier was divided at one point by a massif of plutonic rock, which, like an infernal castle, had withstood centuries of siege. The ice had scoured its walls, yet it survived, rearing its bunched towers towards the sky. Where the ice river fell away was a fern-covered plateau. Here stood the Ancipital leader, immobile, while the cohorts of his crusade assembled. It was the components belonging to the Khazans of Hrastyrpt, who first decided to bring destruction upon the sons of Freya, who lived in the remote plains. The young Khazan was Hrbral Yirpt. He would lead the crusade. It was his grandson, the great Khazan Hrtraik Hrast, who had been destroyed by those distant sons. Under Hrbral Yirpt would the legions ride forth in revenge. For, under Hrbral Yirpt, the component had prospered, regaining strength lost since Freya last burned the world. Force of numbers, as much as conscious decision, urged it from its altitudinous fastness to begin this migration of irresistible scale. Vengeance moved in their hammies, but action was triggered by favourable temperature gradients in the stratosphere. A heat message thrilled along the 500-mile length of the glacier as it spilled down from the airless plateau of High Nictraik to the excoriated valleys east of the Alderanden plain, drawing out ancipitals from its eaves and crevices. Hrbral Yirpt waited, motionless. He too heard the heat message across his air octave. The precursor of major climatic change activated other forms of life in the region, forms on which the Fagors were in part dependent for protein. Protognostic tribes called Maddies also occupied the boulder-strewn land of the glaciers. Gaunt, perpetually undernourished, they too began to resume a nomadic habit. They drove before them goat and arang, the quadruped that lived on lichens or rock lice. The Maddies sought lower pastures, but they would not travel before the Fagor crusade left the way clear. The young Hrbral Yirpt growled an order to mount. Only the highest among his officers had Kaidors to ride. These rusty red steeds were mounted as soon as the order came, the officers seating themselves behind their animals' humps. That order came late in the year 13, according to Loyal Bry's modest calendar. According to the Ancipital calendar, it was the heir turn, or year 353, after small apotheosis of great year 5,634,000, since catastrophe. By a more modern reckoning, it was late in the year 433. Leontal I was then an infant, dandled on the knee of his widowed mother. The time would come when he would have to confront the whole might of Hrbral Yirpt's crusade. Beside the Khazan's Kaidor stood a create, or young male Fagor, bearing a towering standard. Hrbral Yirpt was as tall as a well-built man, and weighed almost half as much again. His keratinous three-toed feet formed a base for thick flanks, massive thews, and a chest broader than any man's. His head, wedged between sturdy shoulders, was remarkable. It was long, narrow, bony, with prominent ridges above the eyes, giving those eyes sheltered by long sweeping lashes on which frost glittered, a marked stare. His horns, set back behind his ears, curved forward before turning upwards, in the manner of his line. They were veined grey, as if made of marble, and their edges were deadly sharp. These weapons were used only in combat with other fagors, never against other species. Their tips could never be sullied by the red blood of a son of Freya. Her Bral Yerpt's prominent muzzle was black behind the arches of his nostrils, just as his Grand Stallions had been. It accentuated the command of his gaze. An air of ferocious authority was reinforced by his every movement. An elaborate face crown had been wrought by his weapon makers for this crusade. The crown formed almost a fleur-de-lis pattern down the young Kazan's long nose. It curved about the base of his horns and sprouted two sharp iron horns of its own, which protruded laterally. When threatening a subordinate, the Kazan wrinkled up his lip to show two lines of blunt, longitudinally ridged teeth, flanked by long incisors. His body was accoutred with armor, chiefly a sleeveless jacket of stiff, Kaidor skin, with 3 capes and a belt, which latter broadened over his girth into a sort of sporran, serving to conceal his genitals, swinging under the coarse, matted hair of his pelvis. The name of his Kaidor was Rukgrl. After mounting Rukgrl, the young Kazan raised his hand. An immense, curled musical instrument, reamed from a Stungerbag horn, was sounded by a human slave. Its diaphony echoed across the grey wastes. Following this mournful call, other slaves appeared from a cave in the Plutonian Massif, carrying between them the figures of Her Bral Yerpt's father and Great Grand Stalin. These illustrious forebearers were in a state of tether, slowly sinking towards the final vortices of non-being. This marked diminution of the life process that caused them to shrink in size. The Great Grand Stalin was now almost entirely transformed into keratin. At the appearance of the totem objects, a stir went through the hosts of the component assembled, male and female. They stretched over the frozen ground, many standing out against the sky on nearby ridges or banks of shattered stone, where their outlines were confused by the brilliant cloud piling up. Some leaned on spears, their huge birds above them. All, when stationary, assumed the daunting immobility of their kind. Only an occasional flicking ear indicated that they were alive. They shifted their positions so as to direct their regard on their young leader and the leaders of the past. The totem figures were presented to the Kazan. The human slaves knelt in abasement before him. Her Bral Yerpt dismounted, to stand between his ancestors and his Kaidao. After making a bow, he humbly buried his face in the rufous hair of the flank of Rukgrl. His comprehension left his harnies. In a kind of trance, he summoned the spirits of his father and Great Grand Stalin back to the living present. The spirits came before him. They were little whiskery figures, no higher than snow rabbits. They uttered squeaks of greeting. As they had never done in real life, they ran on all fours. "Oh, my sacred forebearers, now integrating with Earth," cried the young Kazan, in the thick tongue of his kind. "At last, I go to avenge him, who should be standing now between you, my valorous Grand Stalin, Great Kazan Her-Trike Hrast, who was killed by the peltless sons of Freyr. Years of trial lie ahead. Strengthen my arm. Warn us of danger. Hold horns high." His Great Grand Stalin appeared to be standing deep inside Rukgrl. The keratinous image said, "Go. Hold horns high. Remember enmities. Beware friendship with the sons of Freyr." This remark was useless to Her Bral Yerpt. He scarcely thought himself likely to feel other than hatred for the traditional enemy. Those in tether were not always wiser than those in air. The keratinous image of his father was larger than that of the great Grand Stalin, since he had entered Tether more recently. The image bowed to his son and spoke, sketching a series of pictures in his son's harneys. Her Angel Hrot showed his son an image which the young Kazan understood only in part. To a human, it would have been incomprehensible, yet it was a view of the known universe, as pictured by the ancestral race, a view that largely conditioned their approach to life. A busy organ pumped lustily, expanding and contracting. It consisted of 3 parts, each somewhat resembling a human fist clenched tight. The parts were interdependent and of different colours. The grey third was the known world, the dazzling white third, Metallics, the mottled black third, Freya. When Freya puffed itself large, the other parts shrank. When Metallics grew, so did the known world. This busy organ was surrounded by steam. Through the steam ran yellow threads, the air octaves. The air octaves wavered as if in flight from Freya, yet nevertheless curled about in some instances. The Freya third put forth black expedites, which tugged at the air octaves, drawing it closer to the known world. It frothed. It grew. These images were familiar to the young Kazan, and intended to reassure him before he set forth. He understood also the warning that the pictures conveyed, that the air octaves the crusade would have to follow were becoming more chaotic, and that the perfect sense of direction he and all his kind possessed would be disturbed. The crusade would make slow progress, taking many air turns or years. He thanked the keratinous image with deep churring in his throat. Her Angel Hrot revealed more pictures. These had the scent of ancient things. They were drawn from a well of remembered wisdom, from the heroic ages when Freya was negligible. An angel-like army of keratinous predecessors could be seen, confirming the images. Her Angel Hrot showed what would happen when air turns to near a Stalin's number of toes and fingers had lapsed across the triple organ. Slowly, mottled black Freya would drag itself into concealment behind Metallics. 20 times in successive air turns would it behave so. This was the terrifying paradox. That though the Freya part grew larger, it would hide itself behind the shrinking Metallics part. The 20 concealments marked the beginning of Freya's period of cruel dominance. From the 20th concealment onwards, the ancestral component nations would fall under the power of the sons of Freya. Such was the warning. But it contained hope. The poor, ignorant sons would become terrified by the concealments of Freya, who whelped them. The 3rd concealment would demoralize them most. That was the time to strike against them. That was the time to arrive outside the town, where the great Kazan, Hr Traik Hrast, had been destroyed. That was the time of revenge. The time to burn and kill. Remember, be valiant. Hold horns high. War has begun. Hr Bral Rierpt behaved as if he had received the flow of wisdom for the first time. He had received it many times. It was unalterable. It served him for thought. All of his component, with ancestors in Tether, had received the same images many times over previous quarters. The images came from the known world, from the air, from the long dead. They were incontrovertible. All component decisions were the result of such flows of wisdom from keratinous ancestors. Those who made the past outnumbered the living. The old heroes lived in a heroic age, when Freya waxed puny. The young Kazan emerged from his moment of tether. The host about him stirred, flicked ears. The birds above them were stationary. Again, the discordant horn was blown, and the doll-like images were carried away to their cave in the natural fortress. It was time to move forward. Bral Yirpt swung himself up into Rukgrul's high saddle. The movement dislodged Zrk, his white cowbird. It wheeled up into the air and then settled again on Bral Yirpt's shoulder. Many of the host had their own cowbirds. The harsh croak of the cowbird was sweet to a Fagor ear. The birds played a useful role in ridding the Fagors of the ticks that infested their bodies. This tick, an unconsidered creature, formed a vital link in the complex ecological structure of the world, and an undisclosed bond between deadly enemies. While the young Kazan was in tether-like communication with his ancestors, livid clouds had drawn over the snowscape. Light was reflected back and forth between overcast and ground. In the diffused, non-polarized illumination, where no shadows were cast and living things became spectres, human beings would have been lost. There was no horizon. Everything was pearly grey. Whiteout meant little to the Ancipital army, with its air octaves to follow. Now that the communication ceremony was finished, foot servants led 4 Kaidor ponies forward through the whiteout. The single humps of the animals were scarcely fleshed out. Their rough coats were still dapple. Astride each pony was one of the Kazan's 4 phyllocs. Each phylloc wore eagle feathers or pallid, papilionaceous rock flowers woven into her head hair. This quartet of young beauties had been selected by the component to keep the Kazan Bral Yirpt company during the years of the Crusade. A cool breeze, 40 degrees below zero, blew from the glacial heights to the east to ruffle the delicate filaments of the coats of the Ancipital damsels. Beneath those filaments lay the thickly matted Fagor coat, almost impenetrable to cold, except when soaked with water. The breeze stirred the cloud cover, as though a shutter had been opened at a window. The shapes of the known world returned. The host of creatures was revealed, and the sheer walls of Hricht behind them, and the 4 phyllocs ghostly pale at first. The whiteout thinned. Ahead, bleak defiles became visible, which would lead to a place of destiny, 12,000 meters nearer sea level. The Hrast Yirpt standard was raised. The young Kazan raised a hand as signal, pointed forward. He dug his horned toes into Rukgrul's flank. The beast lifted its homed head and moved forward over the brittle fern. The host got slowly underway with its unnatural shambling movements. Slate grated, ice rang. Cowbirds floated high on updrafts. The crusade had begun. Its consummation would come as the ancestral images predicted, when Freya concealed itself behind Batalix for the 3rd time. Then, the Kazan army would strike the sons of Freya who lived in that accursed town, where Bral Yirpt's noble Grand Stalin had been killed. That great old Kazan had been forced to jump from the top of a tower to his death below. Vengeance was on its way. The town would be obliterated. Perhaps it was no wonder that the infant Leontal I cried at his mother's knee. Year by year, the crusade progressed. The inhabitants of Aldorando remained in ignorance of that distant nemesis. They laboured in the toils of their own history. Drezil was no longer as energetic a leader as he had been. He stayed more and more in town, fussing with details of organizations which had gone smoothly before he interfered. His sons hunted in his stead. The scent of change made everyone restless. Young men in the Maker's Corps wanted to leave and take up hunting and trapping. The young hunters themselves would not behave. Drezil already had a hunter under his command, who had a natural daughter by an older man's wife. Such behaviour was becoming common and fights with it.
"We behaved better than that when I was a lad," Drezel complained to Owl's Rune, forgetting the pranks of his own youth. "We'll be murdering each other next, like the savages of the Quizzint."
Drezel could not decide whether to try and crush Owl's Rune, or make the man conform by praising him. He inclined to the latter, for Owl's Rune was becoming famed as a cunning hunter, but such moves angered Drezel's son, Nachri, who felt enmity for Owl's Rune, for the sort of reasons known only to the young. Dli Hoin, Drezel's unsatisfactory wife, fell ill and died, even as the year 17 after union died away. Father Bondologanon came and buried her on her side, in her land octave. When she had gone, a gap opened in Drezel's life, and he felt he loved her for the first time. Sorrow ruled his heart thereafter. Despite his years, he learned the arts of father communing and achieved Pauk in order to speak again with his departed Dli Hoin. He met her Gossi drifting in the world below. She upbraided him for lack of love, for wasting their life, for being cold of temperament, and many other things that made his heart grieve. He fled from her vituperation, her snapping jaws, and ever after was a more silent man. Sometimes he spoke to Liental Eye. The boy was brighter of mind than Nachri or Klils, but Drezel stayed away from his old cousin brother, little Yuli. Whereas before he had felt contempt for Yuli, now he felt envy. Yuli had a living woman to love and make happy. Yuli and loyal Bry continued in their tower, and tried not to take note of their grey hairs. Loylanen kept an eye on Liental Eye, and watched as he entered more fully into the rude pleasures of a new generation. Remote, under the Quizints, lived a religious sect called the Takers. The first Yuli had once had a glimpse of them, secure in a gigantic cavern, heated by interior warmth. The sect was virtually impervious to temperature gradients in the upper atmosphere, but they maintained a clandestine liaison with Panoval. From that warren came a perception that, in its way, induced as important a change as any temperature gradient. Although the perception was wrong-headed, it held beauty for the rigid minds of the Takers, and seemed to possess the truth that goes with beauty. Takers, male and female, wore an elaborate garment which enveloped them from chin to the ground. In profile, they presented the look of a half-open flower turned upside down. Only this external garment, the Charfrau, was worn. The Charfrau could be seen as emblematic of Taker thinking. Their understandings had become codified through many generations. The ramifications of their theology manifold. They were at once lascivious and puritanical. Even the repressive stratification of their religion contained its paradoxes, and had led to a neurotic form of hedonism. Belief in the great Akka was not incompatible with organized lechery, for one basic reason. Great Akka paid no attention to mankind. He fought against the destructive light of Wutra, and this served mankind's interest. But it was not for mankind, but himself, that Akka fought. It did not matter what mankind did. The ethics of eudemonism sprang from man's powerlessness. Long after his death, the prophet, Naba, changed all that. Naba's words eventually filtered down from Panoval to the cavern. The prophet promised that if men and women forswore concupiscence and lying so indiscriminately, one with another, that no one knew his own father, then the Great Father, Akka himself, would have regard for them. He would allow them to participate as warriors in the war against Wutra. the war would be brought to an early close. Mankind, this was the essence of Naba's message, was not powerless unless it chose to be so. Mankind was not powerless. For the buried takers, the message was persuasive. It could never be so persuasive in the holies of Panoval. There people had always taken it for granted that mankind could act. But down in the cavern, the charfrals began to burn. Chastity set in. Within a year, the takers changed their temperament. The old rigid codification was directed to a restrictive virtue, in the name of the stone god. Those who could not conform to the new morality were executed by the sword, or fled before the sword fell. In the heat and dialectic of the revolution, it was not enough for the takers to convert themselves. It never is. Revolutionaries must go forth and convert others. The faith trip of Akaz Naba was undertaken. Through 100 miles of underground passages, the faith trip went to spread the message, and the first stop on the way was Panoval. Panoval was indifferent to the returning word of its own prophet, who had been executed and forgotten long ago. It was actively against an invasion of fanatics. The militia turned out in strength, and battle was joined. The fanatics were prepared to fight. They wanted nothing more than to die for the cause. If others died too, so much the better. Their gosses howling down the land octaves urged them to conquer. They flung themselves forward. The militia did its best throughout a long, bloody day. Then it turned and ran. So Panoval bowed to the message of potency and to the new regime. Charfrals were hastily made up especially to be burnt. Those who did not conform fled or were killed. Those who fled made their way to the open world of Wutra, to the everlasting plains of the north. They went at a time when the snow was in retreat. Grasses grew. The two sentinels kept better watch over the skies, and Wutra himself seemed less savage. They survived. Year by year, they spread northwards in search of food and a sheltered corner of land. They spread along the Lasvolt River to the east of the Great Plains. They raided the migratory herds of Yelk and Ganadu, and they moved towards the Isthmus of Charles. At the same time, those ameliorating temperatures were causing a stir among the peoples of the frigid continent of Sibornal. Wave after wave of rugged colonizers moved southwards, down the Isthmus of Charles, into Campanlat. One day, when Freya ruled alone in the sky, the northernmost tribe from Panoval met the southernmost part of the exodus from Sibornal. What happened then had happened many times before, and was fated to happen again. Wutra and Akka would see to that. Such was the state of the world when little Yuli left it. Salt traders from the Quizints arrived in Aldorando with news of avalanches and freak happenings. Yuli, now quite ancient, hastened down to see them when they arrived, slipped on some steps, broke his leg. Within a week, the holy man from Borleon was calling, and Leontal I was delighting in his carved dog with the movable jaw. An epoch was over. The reign of Nakri and Klils was about to begin. 5. Double Sunset. Nakri and Klils were in one of the rooms of the Herb Tower, supposedly sorting deerskins. Instead, they were looking out of the window and shaking their heads at what they saw.
"I don't believe it,"
Nakri said.
"I don't believe it either,"
Klils said.
"I just don't believe it at all."
He laughed until his brother slapped him on the back. They watched a tall, aged figure running crazily along the banks of the Varal. Nearby towers obscured the figure. Then they saw it again, skinny arms and legs flying. It stopped once, scooped up mud to plaster over its head and face, then ran on with its tottering gait.
"She's gone mad,"
Nahri said, smoothing his whiskers pleasurably.
Worse than that, if you ask me. Crazy high in the harnies.
Behind the running figure went a more sober one, a boy on the verge of manhood. Leontal I was following his grandmother to see that no harm came to her. She ran ahead of him, crying aloud. He followed, glum, silent, dutiful. After shaking their heads, Nahri and Klils put them together.
I can't see why Loyal Bry's behaving like that,
Klils said.
You remember what Father told us? He told us that Loyal Bry only pretended to love Uncle Yuli. He said she didn't love him at all.
"Ah, I remember. So why's she keeping up the pretense now that he's dead? It doesn't make sense."
She's got some clever scheme. With all that learning, you see. It's a trick.
Nahri went over to the open trap. Women were working below. He kicked the door shut and turned to face his younger brother.
"Whatever Loyal Bry does, that's not important. Nobody understands what women do. The important thing is that Uncle Yuli's dead, and now you and I are going to rule Embrudok."
Klils looked frightened.
Loy Lannon? Leontal I? What about them?
"He's still a kid."
Not for long, he'll be 7, and a full hunter, in 2 more quarters.
"For long enough. It's our chance. We're powerful, at least I am. People will accept us. They don't want a kid ruling them, and they had a secret contempt for his grandfather, lying about all the while with that mad woman. We must think of something to tell everyone to promise them. Times are changing."
That's it, Nahri. Tell them times are changing.
"We need the support of the masters. I'll go and speak to them now. You'd better keep away, because I happen to know that the council think you're a troublemaking fool. Then we win round a few leading hunters like Owls Rune and the others, and everything will work out."
What about Leontal I?
Nahri hit his brother.
"Don't keep saying that. We'll get rid of him, if he's any trouble."
Nahri summoned a meeting that evening. When the first sentinel had left the sky, and Freya was moving towards a monochromatic dusk, the hunting party was home. Most of the trappers were back. He ordered the gates closed. As the crowd assembled in the square, Nahri appeared on the base of the big tower. Over his deerskins, he had thrown a stammel, a coarse woolen garment of red and yellow, without sleeves, to lend himself dignity. He was of medium height, with thick legs. His face was plain, his ears large. Characteristically, he jutted his lower jaw forward, giving his features an ominous, top-heavy quality. He addressed the crowd in a serious way, reminding them of the great qualities of the old triumvirate, of Wall Ein, of his father Drezel, and of his uncle Yuli. They had combined bravery and wisdom. Now the tribe was united. Bravery and wisdom were common qualities. He would carry on the tradition, but with new emphasis for a new age. He and his brother would rule with the council, and would always give ear to what any man had to say. He reminded them all that Fagor raids were a continual threat, and that the salt traders from the Quizzint had spoken of religious wars in Panoval. Aldorando must stay united and continue to grow in strength. Fresh efforts were needed. Everyone must work harder. The women must work harder. A woman's voice interrupted him.
Get down off that platform and do some work yourself.
Nahri lost his presence of mind. He gaped at the crowd below him, unable to think of a reply. Loy Lannon spoke from the crowd. Leontal I stood beside her. Looking down at the ground, fear and anger shook her frame.
You've no right to be up there, you and your drunken brother, she called. I am Yuli's issue. I am his daughter. Here stands my son, Liental I, whom you all know. Who will be a man in 2 quarters? I have as much wisdom and knowledge as a man, gleaned from my parents. Maintain the triumvirate, as you were intended to do by your father, Drezil, whom I respected. I demand to rule with you. Women should have a voice. I love our family. Speak up for me, everyone. See that I get my rights. Then, when Liental I is of age, he will rule in my stead. I'll train him properly.
Feeling his cheeks burn, Liental I looked about under his lowered brow. Oira was gazing at him sympathetically and made a sign. Several women and a few men started to shout, but Nahri had recovered his poise. He outshouted them.
No one is going to be ruled by a woman while I have anything to do with it. Who ever heard of such a thing? Loilanen, you must be as soft in your head as your mother to think of it. We all know you had bad luck with your man being killed, and everyone's sorry. But what you say is all nonsense.
The people all turned and looked at Loilanen's flushed, worn face. She returned the gaze unflinchingly and said,
Times are changing, Nahri. Brains are needed as well as brawn. To be honest, a lot of us don't trust you and your blockhead brother.
Many murmured in Loilanen's favour. But one of the hunters, Farrellin Ferd, said roughly,
She's not going to rule me. She's only a woman. I'd rather put up with these 2 rogues.
At this, there was much good-hearted laughter, and Nahri carried the day. As the crowd cheered, Loilanen pushed her way through it and went somewhere to weep. Liental I followed her reluctantly. He felt sorry for his mother. He admired her. He also thought in his harneys that it was absurd for a woman to expect to rule over Aldorando. Nobody had ever heard of such a thing, as Uncle Nahri said. As he paused on the edge of the crowd, a woman named Shaital came to him and touched his sleeve. She was a young friend of his mother's, with a fine complexion and a keen hawk-like look. He knew her as strange and sympathetic, for she occasionally visited his grandmother, bringing bread.
I'll come with you to comfort your mother, if you don't mind,
Shaital said.
She embarrassed you, I know. But when people speak from the heart, it often embarrasses us. I admire your mother, as I admired your wise grandparents. Yes, she's brave, but still people laughed.
Shaital looked scrutinizingly at him.
Still people laughed, yes, but many of those who laughed admire her nonetheless. They are scared. Most people are always scared. Remember that. We must try to change their minds.
Liental I went along with her, suddenly elated, smiling into her severe face. Fortune favoured Nahri and Klils. That night, a furious wind blew from the south, shrieking continuously, among the towers like the hour whistler itself. Next day, the fish trappers reported a glut of fish in the river. The women went down with baskets and scooped up the gleaming bodies. This unexpected plenty was taken as a sign. Much of the fish was salted, but enough was left over to provide a feast that night. A feast at which barley wine was drunk to celebrate the new rule of Nahri and Klils. But Klils had no sense, and Nahri no wisdom. Worse, neither had much feeling for their fellow men. In the hunt, they performed no better than average. They often quarrelled with each other over what was to be done, and because they were aware, in a shadowy fashion, of these defects, they drank too much, and so quarrelled the more. Yet luck remained with them. The weather continued to improve, deer were sometimes more plentiful, and no diseases struck. Fagor raids ceased, though the monsters were sighted occasionally a few miles away. Fruitful monotony attended the lives in Aldorando. The rule of the brothers did not please everyone. It did not please some of the hunters. It did not please some of the women, and it did not please Lienthal I. Among the hunters was a party of young bloods who formed a company together and resisted Nakri's attempts to break them up. Of these, the leader was Aus Run Den, now in the full flower of manhood. He was large of frame, with a frank expression on his face, and could run on his 2 legs as fast as a hog on 4. His figure was distinctive. He wore the skin of a black bear, and the fur enabled him to be picked out at a distance. That bear was one he had wrestled with and killed. In pride at the feat, he carried the animal back from the hills unaided, and threw it down before his admiring friends in the tower where they lived. After a ravel party, he had summoned in Master Datnil Scar to skin the animal. And there had been a touch of distinction in the way Aus Run had arrived in this tower. He was descended from an uncle of Wall Eins, who had been lord of the Brassimips. The Brassimips were an area and a vegetable vital to the local economy. From the Brassimips came the feed for the sows that yielded milk for Rathel. But Aus Run found his family tyrannical, revolted against it early in life, and established his niche in a distant tower, along with bright sparks of his own age. The mirthful Eline Tal, the lecherous Farallin Ferd, the steady Tanth Ein. They drank to the stupidity of Nakri and his brother. Their drinking parties were widely regarded as distinguished. In other ways also, Aus Run was distinguished. He was a man noted for courage in a society where courage was common coin. During the tribal dances, he could turn a cartwheel in the air without touching the ground, and he believed strongly in the unity of the tribe. Nor did the presence of his natural daughter, Oira, stop women admiring him. He had caught the eye of Loilanen's friend, Shaital, and responded warmly to her unique beauty. But he gave his heart to no one. He saw that one day Nakri and Klils would meet with trouble and fall before it. Since he understood, or thought he did, what was good for the tribe, he wished himself to rule, and could not allow any woman to rule his heart. To this end, Aus Run cultivated his comrades with good fellowship, and also paid attention to Lienthal I, encouraging the boy to come by his side on the chase when he officially reached the years of a hunter. Out on a deer hunt to the southwest of Oldorando, he and Lienthal I became separated by flooded ground from the rest of the company. They had to detour through difficult country, studded with the great cylinders of Rajabarals. There, they came on a party of 10 traders, lying round a grass campfire, torpid after drink. Aus Run dispatched 2 of the number as they slept, without any of the others rousing. He and Lienthal I then rushed from cover holding animal skulls before their faces and screaming. The remaining 8 traders surrendered in superstitious fear. This story was told in Oldorando as a great joke for many years. The 8 had traded in weapons, grain, furs, and anything else that came to hand. They came from Borleon, where the people were traditionally regarded as cowards, and travelled from the seas of the south to the Quizints in the north. Most of them were known in Oldorando, and known as cheats and swindlers. Aus Run and Lienthal I brought them back to serve as slaves, and shared their goods among the people. For his personal slave, Aus Run kept a young man called Callery, scarcely older than Lienthal I. This episode brought Aus Run more prestige. He was soon in a position to challenge Nakri and Klils. Yet he held back, as was his way, and consorted with his fellow bloods. Unrest was growing among the Maker's corps. In particular, a young man by the name of Dathka was attempting to break away from the Metal Maker's corps, refusing to service his long term as apprentice. He was taken before the brothers. They could get no submission from him. Dathka disappeared from everyone's ken for 2 days. One of the women reported that he was lying bound in an infrequently used cell, with bruises on his face. At this, Aur's-Rune went before Nachri and asked that Dathka might be allowed to join the hunters. He said, "Hunting is no easy life. There is still plenty of game, but the grazing grounds have altered with this freak weather the last few years have sent us. We're hard-pressed, as you know, so let Dathka join us if he wishes. Why not? If he's no good, then we'll kick him out and think again. He's about Lienthal Ai's age, and can team up with him." The light was dim where Nachri stood, supervising slaves who were milking the Rathal sows. Dust filled the air. The ceiling was low, so that Nachri stooped slightly. He appeared to cringe before the challenge of Aur's-Rune. "Dathka should obey the laws," said Nachri, offended by Aur's-Rune's unnecessary reference to Lienthal Ai. "Permit him to hunt, and he'll obey the laws. We'll have him earn his keep before those welts you set on his face can heal." Nachri spat. "He's not trained as a hunter. He's a maker. You have to be trained to these things." Nachri feared that various secrets belonged to the metal makers might be given away. The crafts of the core were closely guarded, and reinforced the ruler's power to rule. "If he won't work, then let's subject him to our hard life and see how he survives," Aur's-Rune argued. "He's a silent, surly fellow. Silence is an aid on the open plains." Finally, Nachri released Dathka. Dathka teamed up with Lienthal Ai, as Aur's-Rune said. He developed into a good hunter, delighting in the chase. Silent though he was, Dathka was accepted by Lienthal Ai as a brother. There was not an inch to choose between them in height, and less than a year in age. Whereas Lienthal Ai's face was broad and humorous, Dathka's was long, and his glance perpetually cast downward. Their expertise as a team became legendary during the chase. Because they were so much together, old women said of them that they would one day meet the same fate, as had been predicted in an earlier age of Drezil and little Yuli. As then, so now, their fate was to differ greatly. In these young days they merely seemed alike, and Dathka excelled to such an extent that the vain Nachri grew proud of him, patronizing him, and sometimes making reference to his own far-sightedness in releasing the youth from his bondage with the core. Dathka kept silent and stared at the ground when Nachri went by, never forgetting who had beaten him. Some men never forgive. Loyal Bry was not the same after the death of her man. Whereas she had formerly clung to her scented chamber, now, old and vulnerable, she chose to wander in the wilderness of green springing up about Olderando, talking or singing to herself. Many feared for her, but none dared approach except Lienthal Ai and Shaital. One day, she was attacked by a bear driven down from the hills by fresh avalanches. Dragging herself along, wounded, she was set on by wild dogs, who killed and half ate her. When her mangled body was found, women gathered it up and carried it home, weeping. Then was the extravagant Loyal Bry buried, in traditional fashion. Many women wailed their grief. They had respected the remoteness of this person, born in the time of snows, who had managed to remain in the midst of them, and yet live a life completely apart. There was a kind of inspiration in such remoteness. It was as if they could not sustain it for themselves, and so lived it through her. Everyone recognized the learning of loyal Bry. Nachri and Clils came to pay their respects to their ancient auntie, though they did not bother to order Father Bondologanon over to supervise her burial. They stood about on the edge of the mourning crowd, whispering together. Shaital went to Leontal Eye to support Loylanen, who neither wept nor spoke as her mother was lowered into the sodden ground. As they left the place afterwards, Shaital heard Clils snigger and say to his brother,
"Still, brother, she was only another woman."
Shaital flushed, stumbled, and would have fallen if Leontal Eye had not grasped her around the waist. She went straight to the draughty room where she lived with her aged mother, and stood with her forehead to the wall. She was of good build, though she had not what was termed a childbearing figure. Her outward merits lay in her rich black hair, her fine features, and the way she carried herself. That proud carriage attracted some men, but repelled many more. Shaital had rejected an advance by her genial kinsman, Eline Tal. That had been not long ago for her to notice that no other suitors approached, except Ours Rune. Even with him, she could not subdue her spirit. Now, as she stood against the moist wall, where grey lichens scrawled their skeletal flowers, she resolved that loyal Bry's independence should serve as an example to her. She would not be only another woman, whatever else they said of her over her grave. Every morning at dawn, the women gathered in what was known as the women's house. It was a kind of factory. By first light, figures would steal forth from ruinous towers, huddled in their furs, and often with additional swathings against the cold, and make their way to this place of work. A saturating mist filled these mornings, divided into blocks by the shadowing towers. Heavy white birds passed through it like clouds. The stones ran moisture, and mud oozed underfoot. The women's house stood at one end of the main street, near to the big tower. Some way behind it, down a slope, flowed the Voral, with its worn stone embankment. As the women straggled to work, geese, the fowl of Embrudok, came up to be fed, honking and clattering. Every woman had a tidbit to throw them. Inside the house, when its heavy creaking door was closed, the eternal woman's tasks were performed. The grinding of grain for flour, boiling and baking, the stitching of garments and boots, and the tanning of hides. The work of tanning was particularly difficult, and was overseen by a man, Datnil Scar, master of the Toyas and Tanner's Corps. Salt was involved in the tanning process, and the tanners traditionally had charge of it. Also involved was the soaking of the hides in goose scumble, work too degrading for men to undertake. The toil was enlivened by gossip, as mothers and daughters discussed the shortcomings of men and neighbours. Loylanen was forced to work here with the other women. She had become very thin, and her face held a yellowy hue. Her bitterness against Nachri and Clils ate at her vitals so much that she scarcely spoke even to Leontal Eye, who was now allowed to go his own way. She befriended no one but Shaital. Shaital had a certain fey quality, and a way of thought far removed from the dumb endurance that was a marked characteristic of the women of Embrudok. One chill dawn, Shaital had just climbed from her bed when a knocking sounded on the door below. The mists had penetrated the tower, beading everything in the room where she slept with her mother. She was sitting in the pearly darkness, pulling on her boots, when the knock came a second time. Loylanen pushed open the downstairs door and ascended through the stable and the room above it to Shaital's room. The family pigs shuffled and snorted warmly in the dark, as Loylanen felt her way up the creaking steps. Shaital met her as she climbed into the room and clutched her cold hand. She made a gesture of silence towards the darkest corner of the room, where her mother lay sleeping. Her father was away with the other hunters. In the dung-scented confinement of the room, they were little more than grey outlines, but Shaital detected something amiss in Loylannon's hunched appearance. Her unexpected arrival suggested trouble.
"Loylannon, are you ill?"
She whispered the words.
"Weary. Just weary. Shaital, throughout this night I spoke with my mother's Gossi." "You spoke with Loyal Bry? She's there already? What did she say?" "They're all there, even now, thousands of them, below our feet, waiting for us. It's frightening to think of them."
Loylannon was shivering. Shaital put an arm round the older woman and led her over to the bed on the floor, where they sat huddled together. Outside, geese honked. The two women turned their faces to each other, seeking signs of comfort.
"It's not the first time I've been in Pauk since she died,"
Loylannon said.
"I never found her before. Just a blank down there, where she should be. Scratched emptiness. My grandmother's fess-up was wailing for attention. It's so lonely down there. Where's Leontal I? Oh, he's out on the hunt,"
she said dismissively, immediately returning to her theme.
"So many of them, drifting, and I don't believe they talk to each other. Why should the dead hate each other, Shaital? We don't hate each other, do we? You're upset. Come on, we'll go to work and get something to eat."
In the grey light filtering in, Loylannon looked quite like her mother.
"Maybe they have nothing to say to each other. They're always so desperate to talk to the living. So was my poor mother."
She began to weep. Shaital hugged her, while looking round to see if the sleeper stirred.
"We ought to go, Loylannon. We'll be late. Mother was so different when she appeared. So different. Poor Shade. All that lovely dignity she had in life was gone. She has started to curl up. Oh, Shadal, I dread to think what it will be like to be down there, permanently."
This last remark was forced from her in a loud voice. Shaital's mother rolled over and grunted. The pigs below grunted. The hour whistler blew. It was time to be at work. Arm in arm they shuffled downstairs. Shaital called the pigs softly by name to quiet them. The air was frosty, as they leaned on the door to close it, feeling the rime on its panels powder under their fingers. In the greys and sludges of early morning, other figures made for the women's house, armless, as they clutched blankets about their shoulders. As they moved among the anonymous shapes, Loylannon said to her companion,
"Loyal Prize Gossi told me of her long love for my father. She said many things about men and women, and their relationships I don't understand. She said cruel things about my man, now dead." "You never spoke to him?"
Loylannon evaded the question.
"Mother would scarcely let me get in a word. How can the dead be so emotional? Isn't it terrible? She hates me. Everything gone but emotion, like a disease. She said a man and a woman together made one whole person. I don't understand. I told her I didn't understand. I had to stop her talking." "You told your mother as Gossi to stop talking? And don't look so shocked. My man used to beat me. I was scared of him."
She was panting, and lost her voice. They crowded thankfully into the warmth of the house. The soak pit of the tannery steamed. In niches, thick candles made from goose fat burned with a sound like hair being ripped from hide. 20-odd women were gathered there, yawning and scratching themselves. Shaital and Loylannon ate lumps of bread together, and took their ration of rathel, or pig's counsel, before moving over to one of the pestles The older woman, now her face could be seen more clearly, looked ghastly, with hollows under her eyes, and her hair matted.
Did the Gossie tell you anything useful? Anything to help? Did she say anything about Leontal Eye? She said, we must collect knowledge. Respect knowledge. She scorned me.
Talking through her face full of bread, she added,
She said knowledge was more important than food. Well, she said it was food. Probably she was confused, not being used to it down there. It's hard to understand all they say.
As the supervisor appeared, they moved over to the grain. Shaital looked sideways at her friend, the hollows of whose face were now filled with an ashen light from the eastern window.
Knowledge can't be food. However much we knew, we'd still have to grind the corn for the village. When Mother was alive, she showed me a drawing of a machine powered by the wind. It ground the grain, and women didn't lift a finger, she said. The wind did the women's work. The men wouldn't care for that,
Shaital said with a laugh. Despite her caution, Shaital's resolution hardened. She became the most extreme of the women in defying what was unthinkably accepted. Her special work was in the boilery. Here the flour was kneaded with animal fat and salt, and steamed over troughs of rapid-flowing water from the hot underground springs. When the dark brown loaves were ready, they were cooled, and a lean girl named Vry distributed them to everyone in Aldorando. Shaital was the expert of this process. Her loaves had the reputation of tasting better than those of any other cook. Now, she saw mysterious perspectives beyond the loaves of bread. Routine no longer contented her, and her manner became more remote. When Loylanen fell ill of a wasting disease, Shaital took her and Leontal Eye into her house, despite her father's protests, and patiently tended the older woman. They talked together for hours. Sometimes Leontal Eye listened. More often, he grew bored and went off on his own. Shaital began to pass ideas to the other women in the boilery. She talked in particular to Vry, who was at a malleable age. She talked about the human preference for truth over lies, as resembling the need for light above dark. The women listened, muttering uneasily. And not only the women. In her dark furs, Shaital had a majesty felt by the men too, Leontal Eye among others. With her proud bearing went proud talk. Both the looks and the talk attracted Aur's Rune. He would listen and argue. He released a vein of flirtatiousness in Shaital, who responded to his air of authority. She approved of his support of Dathka against Nakri, but she also allowed him no liberties. Her own liberty depended on allowing him none. The weeks passed, and great storms roared over the towers of Embrudok. Loylanen's voice grew weaker, and one afternoon she passed away. In her illness, she had transmitted some of Loyal Bry's knowledge to Shaital, and to other women who came to see her. She made the past real to them, and all that she said was filtered through Shaital's dark imagination. Loylanen, as she faded, helped Shaital to found what they called the Academy. The Academy was intended for women. There they would seek together to be something other than drudges. Many of the drudges stood wailing by her deathbed, until Shaital, in a fit of impatience, threw them out.
We can observe the stars,
Vry said, raising her waif-like face.
Have you ever studied how they move on regular paths? I would like to understand the stars better.
Everything valuable is buried in the past, Shaital said, looking down at the countenance of her dead friend.
This place cheated Loylanen, and cheats us. The Gossies wait for us, Our lives are so circumscribed. We need to make better people, just as we need to make better loaves."
She jumped up and flung open the worn window shutter. Her shrewd intellect saw immediately that the academy would be mistrusted by the men of Embrudok, and by Nahri and Khalil's above all. Only the callow Leontal Eye would support her, though she hoped to win over Ao's Rune and Eline Tal. She saw that whatever opposition the academy met with, she would have to fight. And that fight was necessary to give new spirit to all. She would defy the general lethargy. Time had come for progress. Inspiration moved Shaital. As her poor friend was buried, and she stood with a hand on Leontal Eye's shoulder, she caught the eye of Ao's Rune. She burst into speech. Her words carried wild and loud among the geysers.
"This woman was forced to be independent. What she knew helped her. Some of us are not to be owned like slaves. We have a vision of better things. Hear what I say. Things will be different."
They gaped at her, pleased at the novelty of her outburst.
"You think we live at the center of the universe? I say we live in the center of a farmyard. Our position is so obscure that you cannot realize how obscure. This, I tell you all, some disaster happened in the past, in the long past. So complete was it that no one now can explain to you what it was, or how it came about. We know only that it brought darkness and cold. You try to live the best you can. Good, good. Live well, love one another, be kind. But don't pretend that the disaster has nothing to do with you. It may have happened long ago, but it infects every day of our lives. It ages us, it wears us out, it devours us, it tears our children from us, as it has torn Loilanen. It makes us not only ignorant, but in love with ignorance. We're infested with ignorance. I'm going to propose a treasure hunt, a quest, if you like, a quest in which every one of us can join. I want you to be aware of our fallen state, and to maintain constant vigilance for evidence as to its nature. We have to piece together what has happened to reduce us to this chilly farmland. Then we can improve our lot, and see to it that the disaster does not befall us and our children again. That's the treasure I offer you. Knowledge, truth. You fear it, yes, but you must seek it. You must grow to love it. Seek the light.
As children, Oira and Leontal Eye had often explored beyond the barricades. Dotted about the wilderness were stone pillars, the insignia of old tracks, which served as perches for the large birds doing sentry duty over their domain. Together, they scrambled across forlorn ruins, skull-like remains of habitations, backbones of ancient walls, where rime scoured gate towers, and age underate everything. Little the kids had cared. Their laughter echoed against these stranded anatomies. Now, the laughter was subdued. The expeditions more strained. Leontal Eye had reached puberty. He underwent the blood-drinking ceremony and was initiated into the chase. Oira had developed a mischievous will and walked with a more springy tread. Their play became tentative. Old charades were abandoned as carelessly as the structures they haunted, never to be reenacted. The truce of innocence between them was ended finally, when Oira insisted that her father's slave, Callery, came on one of their excursions. This development marked their last expedition together, though neither realized it at the time. They pretended to hunt for treasure as before. They came on a pile of masonry from which all trace of timber had been filched. Leaves of brassimips thrust up among the remains of a monument where old skilled work sank to loam crust, Once, as children, they made this their castle. Here, they had been a host defying charge on charge of fagors, and had imitated the cheerful imaginary sounds of battle. Leontal I was preoccupied with a more troubling panorama which unfolded in his mind. In that panorama, slightly resembling a cloud, but also seeming to be a declaration by Shaital, or perhaps some ancient proclamation carved on rock, he and Oira, and their reluctant slave, and Aldorando, and even the fagors and unknown creatures inhabiting the wilderness, were whirled about in a great process. But there, the light of his intellect went out, to leave him wandering on the edge of a precipice, at once dangerous and glamorous. He knew not what he did not know. He stood on an eminence of the ruin, looking down at Oira below him. She was doubled up, investigating something far removed from his concern. Is it possible there was once a great city here? Could anyone rebuild it in times to come? People like us, with wealth? And getting no answer, he squatted on the wall, stared down at her back, and added more questions. What did all the people eat? Do you think Shaital knows about such things? Is her treasure here? She, sewn into her furs, stooping, looked from above more like an animal than a girl. She was prying into an alcove among the stones, not really attending to him. The priest who comes from Borleon says that Borleon was once a huge country that ruled all Aldorando farther than hawk can fly. He set his keen gaze across the countryside, which a thick cloud layer made tenebrous. That's nonsense. He knew, as perhaps Oira did not, that the territory of hawks was circumscribed, even more severely than that of men. Shaital's address had brought to his notice other circumscriptions in life, which he now chewed over fruitlessly, while scowling down at the figure below. He was vexed with Oira. He could not say why, longing to probe her in some way, to find tongue for what lay beyond silence. Come and see what I found, Leontal I. Her bright dark face looked up at him. Her features had recently fined towards womanhood. He forgot his vexation, and slithered down the declivitous wall to land beside her. She had fetched from the alcove a small, naked living thing, its pink rat face distorted with alarm as it wriggled in her grasp. His hair brushed hers as he looked down at this new arrival in the world. He cupped his rougher hands around hers until their fingers were interlocked round the struggling centre. She raised her gaze to regard him directly, her lips apart, smiling slightly. He smelt her scent. He grasped her about her waist. But beside them stood the slave, his face showing sullen comprehension of the flame of new intuition which flew between them. Oira moved a pace away, then pushed the baby mammal carelessly back into its nook. She scowled down at the ground. Your precious Shaital doesn't know everything. Father told me in confidence that he thinks she is definitely strange. Let's go home now. Leontal I lived with Shaital for a while. With his parents and grandparents dead, he was severed from his childhood. But he and Dathka were now fully fledged hunters. Disinherited by his uncles, he determined to prove himself their equal. He thrived and matured early, growing up with a genial expression on his countenance. His jaw was firm, his features clear-cut. His strength and speed soon became generally noticed. Many girls cast a smiling glance on him, but he had eyes only for Aur's Rune's daughter. Although he was popular, something about him made people keep their distance. He had taken to heart Shaital's brave words. Some said he was too conscious of his descent from the great Yuli. He remained apart, even in company. His one close friend was Dathka Den, corpsman turned hunter, and Dathka rarely spoke, even to Leontal I. As someone said, Dathka was the next best thing to no one. Leontal I eventually took up residence with some of the other hunters in the big tower, above Nachri and Klil's chamber. There, he heard the old tales retold, and learned to sing ancient hunters' songs. But what he preferred was to take supplies in snowshoes, and rove the countryside, newly emerging into green. He no longer sought Oira's company on such expeditions. At this period, nobody else ventured out alone. The hunters hunted together. The swineherds and gozards had their fixed paths near the settlement. Those who tended the brassimips worked in groups. Danger and death so often accompanied solitude. Leontal I acquired a reputation for eccentricity, although his good standing was not damaged, because he added considerably to the number of animal skulls which adorned the stockades of Aldorando. The storm winds howled. He travelled far, untroubled by the inhospitability of nature. He found his way to unfrequented valleys, and to broken, old remains of towns from which the inhabitants had long since fled, leaving their homes to wolves and weather. At the time of the festival of Double Sunset, Leontal I made his name in the tribe with a feat that rivaled his and ours Rune's achievement of capturing the Borleanian traders. He was travelling alone in high country to the northeast of Aldorando, over deep snow, when a hole opened under his feet, and he fell in. At the bottom of the drift sat a stungabag, waiting for its next meal. Stungabags resemble nothing so much as collapsed wooden huts, covered by makeshift thatch. They grew to great lengths, having few enemies but man, feeding rarely, being inordinately slow. All that Leontal I saw of this one, curled at the bottom of its trap, was its asymmetrical horned head and gaping mouth, in which the teeth appeared to be made of wooden pegs. As the jaws closed on his leg, he kicked out and rolled to one side. Fighting against the encompassing snow, he brought up his spear and wedged it far back in the hinges of the stungabag's mouth. The animal's rhythmic struggles were slow, but powerful. It knocked Leontal I down again, but was unable to close its mouth. Jumping away from the probing horns, he flung himself on the back of the beast, clinging to stiff tufts of hair, which burst from between octagonal armor plates. He pulled his knife from his belt. Clutching the hair with one hand, he hacked away at the fibrous tendons that held one of the plates in place. The stungabag screamed with rage. It too was impeded by the snow, and could not roll over sufficiently to crush Leontal I. He managed to sever the plate from its back. The plate was splintery, and in texture wood-like. He jammed it down the beast's throat, and then commenced to cut the clumsy head off. It fell. No blood ran, only a slight whitish ichor. This stungabag had 4 eyes. There was a lesser breed with 2. One pair stared forward in the skull. The other looked backward, and was set in horn-like protrusions at the back of the skull. Both pairs rolled over into the snow, still blinking in disbelief. The decapitated body began to burrow backwards through the snow at its fastest rate. Leontal I followed, struggling through chunks of fallen snow until it and he emerged into daylight. Stungabags were proverbially difficult to kill. This one would keep travelling for a long while before falling to pieces. Leontal I let out a whoop of exhilaration. Bringing out his flints, he jumped up on the neck of the creature and set light to the coarse fur, which burnt with a furious, sizzling noise. Evil-smelling smoke billowed into the sky. By burning one side or the other, he was able to do a rough job of steering. The creature shunted backwards towards Eldorado. Horns sounded from high towers. He saw the spray of geysers. The stockade loomed, decorated with skulls painted in bright colours. Women and hunters ran out to greet him. He waved his fur cap in return. Seated at the hot end of a blazing wooden caterpillar, he rode it backwards, in triumph, through the lanes of Embrudok. Everyone laughed, but it was several days before the stink died from rooms along his triumphal route. The unburnt remains of Leontal I's Stungerbag were used up during the festival of Double Sunset. Even slaves were involved with this event. One of them was offered as a sacrifice to Wutra. Double Sunset coincided in Eldorado with New Year's Day. It was to be year 21 by the new calendar, and celebrations were in order. Despite everything that nature could do, life was good, and had to be secured by sacrifice. For weeks, Batalix had been overtaking its slower fellow sentry in the sky. In midwinter, they came close, and days and nights were of equal length, with no dim day intervening.
"Why should they move as they do?"
Vry asked Shaital.
"That's how they have always moved,"
Shaital said.
"You don't answer my question, ma'am,"
said Vry. The prospect of a sacrifice first, with a feast succeeding, lent excitement to the ceremony of the sunsets. Before the ceremonies began, there was dancing round a mighty fire in the square. The music was of tabor and pipe and flugel, which latter instrument some claimed was invented by great Yuli himself. Ravel was provided for the dancers, after which all, in a glow of sweat beneath their hides, moved beyond the stockades. A sacrificial stone lay to the east of the old pyramid. The citizens gathered about it, standing at a respectful distance, as one of the masters commanded. Lots had been drawn among the slaves. The honour of being victim fell to Callery, the young Borleanian slave belonging to Aur's Rune. He was led forth, hands lashed behind his backhand. The crowd followed expectantly. A cold stillness filled the air. Overhead was barred grey cloud. To the west, the two sentinels sank towards the horizon. Everyone carried torches fashioned from Stungerbag hide. Leontal I led his silent friend Dathka to walk along with Aur's Rune, because Aur's Rune's beautiful daughter was there.
"You must feel sorry to lose Callery,
Aur's Rune," Leontal I said to the older man, making eyes at Oira. Aur's Rune clapped him over the shoulder.
"My principle in life is never to feel regret. Regret's death to a hunter, as it was to Drezel. Next year, we will capture plenty more slaves. Never mind Callery."
There were times when Leontal I mistrusted his friend's heartiness. Aur's Rune looked at Eline Tal, and both laughed together, emitting Rathel fumes. Everyone was jostling along and laughing, except for Callery. Taking advantage of the crowd, Leontal I seized Oira's hand and squeezed it. She gave him an answering pressure and smiled, not daring to look at him directly. He swelled with exhilaration. Life was truly wonderful. He could not stop grinning as the ceremony proceeded more seriously. Batalix and Freya would disappear simultaneously from Wutra's realm and sink into the earth like gossies. Tomorrow, if the sacrifice proved acceptable, they would rise together, and for a while, their parades across the sky would coincide. Both would shine by day, and night be left to darkness. By spring, they would be out of step again, and Batalix commencing dim day. Everyone said the weather was milder. Signs of improvement abounded. Geese were fatter. Nevertheless, a solemn silence fell over the crowd as they faced towards the west, and their shadows lengthened. Both sentinels were leaving the realm of light. Illness and ill things were presaged. A life must be offered, lest the sentinels depart forever. As the double shadows extended, the crowd grew still, though it shuffled its feet like a great beast. Its cheerful mood evaporated. It became faceless in the smoke from the rising torches. The shadows spread. A greyness which was not to be dispersed by the torches blanketed the scene. People were submerged in evening, and the massed psyche of the crowd. Elders of the council, all grey and bent, came forth in line, and called out a prayer in shaky sing-song. 4 slaves brought Callery forward. He staggered between them, with his head hanging, saliva flecking his jaw. A flight of birds wheeled overhead, the sound of its wings like rainfall, and was gone towards the western gold. Upon a sacrificial stone, lozenge-shaped, the sacrificial victim was laid. His head, set in a depression, carved in its leprous upper surface, directed to the west. His feet were secured in a wooden brace, pointing to the direction, now slaty with oncoming night, where the sentinels would next appear if they completed their perilous journey. Thus, in his body, with its vents and passages, the victim represented the mystic union between the 2 immense mysteries of human and cosmic life. As above, so, with an effort of massed will, below. The victim had already shed its individuality. Although its eyes rolled, it made no sound, stilled, as if awed by the presence of Woutra. As the 4 slaves stepped back, Nachri and Klils appeared. Over their furs they had assumed cloaks of stamel, dyed red. Their women accompanied them to the edge of the crowd, then left them to proceed alone. Their straggling rat beards, for once, lent solemnity to their visages. Indeed, their pallor matched that of the victim on whom Nachri bent his regard as he picked up the axe. He hefted this formidable instrument. A gong was struck. Nachri stood there, balancing the axe in both hands, the slighter figure of his brother just behind him. As the pause lengthened, a murmur came from the crowd. There was a time for the sundering stroke. Miss that time, and who knew what might befall the sentinels? The murmur expressed an almost unspoken mistrust of the 2 ruling brothers. "Strike!" cried a voice from the massed ranks. The hour whistler sounded. "I can't do it," Nachri said, lowering the axe. "I won't do it. A Fuggy, yes. Not a human. Not even a Borlienian. I can't." His younger brother lurched forward and grasped the instrument.
"You coward! Making us look fools before everyone. I'll do it myself and shame you. I'll show you who's the better man, you queem."
With teeth bared, he swung the axe up on his shoulder. He glared down into the stark face of the victim, which stared up from its depression as from a grave. Khalil's muscles twitched, appearing to disobey him. The blade of the instrument signalled back the rays of sunset. Then it was lowered and rested against the stone, while Klils leaned over the shaft, groaning.
"I should have drank more Rathel."
An answering groan came from the crowd. The sentinels now had their discs entangled with the unkempt horizon. Individual voices made themselves heard.
"They're a couple of clowns. They listened too much to loyal Bry, I say. It was their father stuffing them full of head learning. The muscles are weakened." "Have you been on the nest too much, Klils?"
That coarse, shouted question drew laughter, and the sullen mood was broken. The mob closed in as Klils let the axe slip into the trampled mud. Ours Rune ran forward, breaking away from his fellows, and seized up the instrument. He growled like a hound, and the two brothers fell away from him, protesting feebly. They stumbled back farther, arms raised protectively, as Aur's rune swung the axe above his head. The suns were going down, half sunk with glory in a sea of dark. Their light was spilled like yolk from 2 goose eggs, drab gold, as if Fagor and human blood were mingled over the stagnant waste. Bats flittered. The hunters raised their fists and cheered Aur's rune. Sunrays converged on the pyramid and were split into bars of shadow by its peak. The divided lights ran precisely along the flanks of the worn stone on which the victim lay, defining its shape. The victim himself was in shadow. The blade of the instrument of execution swung in sunlight, bit in shade. After the clean clop of the stroke came a united sound from the crowd, a kind of echoing stroke from lungs exhaling in unison, as though all present also gave up the ghost. The victim's head fell severed to one side, as if kissing the confining stone. It began to drown in blood, which gushed up from the wound and spread, trickling down into the earth. It was running still as the last segment of the sentinels drowned below the horizon. Ceremonial blood was the thing, the magic fluid that fought non-life, precious human blood. It would continue to drip throughout the night, lighting the 2 sentinels among the vents and passages of the original boulder, seeing them safe to another morning. The crowd was satisfied. Bearing their torches aloft, they made their way back through the stockade to the ancient towers, which were now smouldering black against the cloudscape, or mottled with phantom light as the torches grew nearer. Dathka walked by Aur's rune, who was given respectful clearance by the crowd.
"How could you bear to lop your own slave?" he asked.
The older man shot him a contemptuous look.
"There are moments of decision."
"But, Callery,"
Oira protested.
"it was so frightening."
Aur's rune brushed his daughter's objection aside.
"Girls can't understand.
I filled Callery full of Rungabel and Rathel before the ceremony. He felt nothing. He probably still thinks he's in the arms of some Borleanian maid." He laughed. The solemnities were over. Few doubted now that Freya and Batalix would arise on the morrow. They moved in to celebrate, to drink with extra cheer, for they had a scandal to whisper about. The scandal of the feeble-heartedness of their rulers. There was no more delightful subject over mugs of pigs' counsel, before the great tale was retold. But Leontal I was whispering to Oira as he clutched her in the dark.
"Did you fall in love with me when you saw me ride in on my captured Stungabag?"
She put out a tongue at him.
"Conceited. I thought you looked silly."
He saw that the celebrations were going to have their more serious side. 6. When I were all befuddled. All he could see before him was the land rearing up, making a clear bow of horizon close at hand. The tiny, springy plants underfoot stretched to that horizon and, away below him, to the valley. Leontal I stopped, resting with his hands on one knee, breathing heavily, and looked back. Aldorando was 6 days' walk away. The other side of the valley was bathed in a clear blue light, which picked out every detail with lucidity. The sky above was slaty purple, with future snowstorms. Where he stood, all was in shadow. He resumed his upward trudge. More land emerged over the curved, near horizon, black, unassailable. He had never been there. Farther, the top of a tower rose as the near horizon sank beneath his progress. Stone, ruined, built long ago to an Eldorado mould, with the same inward-sloping walls, and windows placed at each of the 4 corners on each of the floors. Only 4 floors stood. At last, Leontal Eye surmounted the slope. Large grey birds cropped outside the tower, which was surrounded by its own debris. Behind, the unassailable hill, enormous, its blackness lit by the slate sky. A line of Rajabarals interposed themselves between him and infinity. Chill wind rattled against his teeth, so that he drew his lips together. What was the tower doing so far from Eldorado? Not so far if you were a bird. Not so far at all. Not so far if you were a Fagor, mounted on a Kaidor. No distance if you were a god. As if to emphasize the point, the birds took off, wings clattering, flying low over the moor. He watched them until they were out of sight, and he alone in the great landscape. Oh, Shaital must be right. The world had once been different. When he had talked about her speech to Aur's Rune had said that such matters were not important. They could not be changed. What was important was the survival of the tribe, its unity. If Shaital had her way, the unity would be lost. Shaital said that unity was unimportant beside the truth. His head occupied by many thoughts that moved across his consciousness like cloud shadows over the landscape, he went into the tower and looked up. It was a hollow ruin. The wooden flooring had been pulled out for fuel. He set his pack and spear down in a corner and climbed up the rough stonework, taking advantage of every foothold until he stood perched on the top of one of the walls. He looked about him. First, he looked for Fagors. This was Fagor country. But only barren and inanimate shapes met his survey. Shaital never left the village. Perhaps she had to invent mysteries. Yet there was a mystery. Looking over the gigantic landforms, he asked himself in awe, who made them? What for? High on the great round hill behind him, not even a foothill to the foothills of the Nictraik, he saw bushes moving. They were small, a sickly green under the dense light. Watching intently, he recognized them as protognostics. Clad in shaggy coats, bent double as they climbed. They drove before them a herd of goat or orang. He deliberately let the time go by, experienced the drag of it across the world, to watch the distant beings as if they held the answer to his questions, or to Shaital's. The people were probably non-dads, iterant tribesmen, speaking a language unrelated to Olonets. As long as he watched, they toiled through their allotted landscape and seemed to make no progress. Closer to Eldorado were the herds of deer that supplied the villagers with much of their food. There were several ways of killing deer. This was the method preferred by Nakhri and Klils. 5 tame hinds were kept as decoys. The hunters led these beasts on leather reins to where the herd grazed. By walking in a crouched position behind the deer, the men could maneuver their mobile cover close to the herd. Then, the hunters would rush forth and hurl their spears with the aid of spear throwers, killing as many animals as possible. Later, they dragged the carcasses home, and the decoys had to carry their dead fellows on their backs. On this hunt, snow was falling. A slight thaw about midday made the going heavy. Deer were scarcer than usual. The hunters walked eastwards steadily for 3 days over difficult ground, leading their decoy deer, before they caught sight of a small herd. The hunters were 20 in number. Nakhri and his brother had restored themselves to favour after the night of the double sunset by a liberal distribution of Rathel. Leontal Eye and Dathka travelled beside Aur's Rune. They spoke little during the hunt, but words were scarcely necessary when trust had been established. Rune, in his black furs, stood out as a figure of courage against the surrounding desolation, and the two younger men kept to his side, as faithfully as his huge dog, Curd. The herd was cropping on the crest of a slight rise, some way ahead, and to windward of the men. It was necessary to work round to the right, where there was higher ground, and their scent would not carry. 2 men were left behind holding the dogs. The rest of the party moved up the slope, over 2 inches of slushy snow. The crest of the rise was marked by a broken line of tree stumps, and a heap or two of shattered masonry, well rounded by the force of centuries of weather. They were in dead ground, and the herd was visible only when, on hands and knees now, trailing their spears and spear throwers, they came to the top of the rise and surveyed the field. The herd comprised 22 hinds and 3 stags. The latter had divided the hinds between them, and occasionally roared defiance at each other. They were shaggy and ill-conditioned beasts, their ribs showing, their reddish manes trailing. The hinds foraged complacently, heads down most of the time, nuzzling the snow aside. They grazed into the wind, which blew into the faces of the hunters as they crouched. Large black birds strutted under their hooves. Nachri gave the sign. He and his brother led out 2 of the tame deer, walking them round to the left flank of the herd, keeping the animals between them and the grazing hinds, who ceased foraging to see what was going on. Rune, Dathka, and Liental I led out the other 3 decoys, working round to the right flank. Rune walked his hind, keeping its head steady. Conditions were not absolutely as he liked them. When the herd fled, they would run away from the line of hunters instead of towards them. The hunters would be deprived of excitement and practice. Had he been in charge, he would have spent more time on preliminaries, but Nachri was too unsure of himself to wait. The grazing was to his left. A straggling grove of dennis trees separated the grazing from broken and rocky ground on the right. In the distance stood harsh cliffs, backed by hills, on and on, with mountains in the far distance, thunderous under plumes of purple cloud. The dennis trees provided some cover for the hunters' approach. Their silvered, shattered trunks were denuded of bark. Their upper branches had been stripped away in earlier storms. Most of them sprawled horizontally, pointing their tusks away from the wind. Some lay entangled, as if locked in aeon-long battle. All, so abraded were they by age and elements, resembled cordilleras in miniature, riven by chthonic upheaval. Every detail of the scene was checked by Rune, as he advanced under cover of his deer. He had been here often before, when the going was easier and the snow reliable. The place was sheltered and afforded the wide visibility the herds preferred. He noted now that the Denises, for all their appearance of death, even of fossilization, were putting out green shoots, which curled from their boles to hug the ground on their leeward side. Movement ahead, a renegade stag came into view, emerging suddenly from among the trees. Rune caught a whiff of the beast, with a sourer smell he did not immediately identify. The new stag thrust itself rather awkwardly on the herd, and was challenged by the nearest of the 3 resident stags. The resident advanced, pawing the ground, roaring, tossing its head to make the most of its antler display. The newcomer stood its ground without adopting the usual defensive posture. The resident stag charged and locked antlers with the intruder. As the points came together, Rune observed a leather strap stretched across the antlers of the newcomer. He immediately passed his hind back to Liental I and faded behind the nearest tree stump. Leaving the cordage of its grounded trunk, he ran to the next tree in line. This Dennis was blackened and dead. Through its broken ribs, Aur's rune sighted a yellowish lump of hair, protruding between farther trees. Grasping his spear in his right hand, drawing back his arm for a blow, he began to run as only he could run. He felt the sharp stones under the snow beneath his boots, heard the bellowing entangled animals, watched as the great dead wood bull loomed. And all the while he sped as silently as he could. Some noise was inevitable. The hare moved, became the shoulder of a fagor. The monster turned. Its great eyes flashed red. It lowered its long horns and spread wide its arms to meet the attack. Aur's rune plunged his spear in under its ribs. With a churring cry, the great ancipital fell backwards, borne over by Aur's rune's charge. Aur's rune was carried down too. The fagor wrapped its arms about Aur's rune, digging its horned hands into his back. They rolled in the slush. The black and white creatures became one animal, an animal that fought with itself, in the midst of an elemental landscape, struggling to tear itself apart. It struck against a silvered root, and again became two component parts, black half below. The fagor pulled back its head, opening its jaws ready for a strike. Rows of yellow teeth, spade-like, set in grey-white gums, confronted Aur's rune. He managed to drag an arm free, grasp a stone, and thrust it between the heavy lips, the teeth, as they closed upon his head. Aur's rune stood, found the shaft of the spear still in the monster's body, and bore his weight upon it. With a harsh exhalation of breath, the fagor gave up the ghost. Yellow blood spurted up from the wounds. Its arms fell open, and Aur's rune climbed panting to his feet. A cowbird rose from the ground nearby and flapped heavily towards the east. He was in time to see a Leontal eye dispatch another fagor. Two more ran from the shelter of a horizontal Dennis. Both galloped away on one Kydor, heading for the cliff. White birds followed with sweeping wings, screeching towards the echoes that returned to them from the wilderness. Dathka came over and clutched Aur's rune's shoulder without speaking. They regarded each other, and then smiled. Aur's rune revealed his white teeth, despite his pain. Dathka kept his lips together. Leontal Eye came up, exulting. "I killed it. It died," he said. "Their bowels are in their chest, their lungs in their bellies." Kicking the fagor body aside, Aur's rune went to lean against a tree stump. He breathed out strongly through mouth and nostrils to rid himself of the sick, milky stench of the enemy. His hands trembled. "Call Eleintal," he said. "I killed it, Aur's rune," Leontal Eye repeated, pointing back at the body lying in the snow. "Fetch Eleintal," Aur's rune ordered. Dathka went over to where the two stags still struggled, heads down, antlers locked, scuffling the snow to mud with their hoofs. He took out his knife and cut their throats like an old hand. The animals stood and bled yellow blood until they could stand no longer, whereupon they collapsed and died, still locked together. "The strap between the antlers. That's an old fuggy trick to catch game," Aur's rune said. "When I saw it, I knew they were about." Eleintal ran up with Farrellin Ferd and Tanth Ein. They pushed the younger men away and supported Aur's rune. "You're meant to kill these vermin, not cuddle them," Eleintal said. The rest of the herd had long since fled. The brothers had killed 3 hinds between them, and were triumphant. The other hunters arrived to see what had gone wrong. 5 carcasses was not a bad kill. Old Arando would eat when they got home. The fagor carcasses would be left where they were to rot. Nobody wanted their skins. Leontal Eye and Dathka held the decoy hinds while Eleintal and the others examined Aur's rune. The latter threw off their detaining hands with a curse. "Let's scum off," he said, clutching his side with a look of pain. Where there were 4 of the vermin, there may be others. Lumping the dead hinds onto the backs of the decoys, dragging the stags, they commenced the trek home. But Nachri was angry with Aosrun.
"Those rotten stags are starved. Their meat will taste like leather."
Aosrun said nothing.
"Only vultures eat stag in preference to hind,"
Klils said.
"Keep quiet, Klils," Liental Eye shouted. "Can't you see that Aosrun is hurt? Go and practice swinging an axe."
Aosrun kept his gaze down at the ground, saying nothing, which angered the elder brother still more. The eternal landscape stood silent about them. When at last they got within sight of Aldorando and its sheltering hot springs, the tower lookouts blew their horns. The lookouts were men too old or sick to hunt. Nachri had given them an easier task, but if their horns did not sound the moment the hunting party appeared in the distance, he stopped their ration of Rathel. The horns were a signal for the young women to stop work and come out beyond the barricades to meet their men. Many were fearful, lest there had been a death. Widowhood would entail menial jobs, bare subsistence, early death. This time they counted heads and rejoiced. All the hunters were returning. This night there would be celebration. Some of them might conceive. Eline Tal, Tanth Ein, and Farrelin Ferd called out to their own women, employing endearments and abuse in equal measure. Aosrun limped on alone, saying no word, though he looked up under his dark brows to see if Shaital was there. She was not. No women greeted Dathka either. He made his youthful face long and hard as he pressed through the welcoming gaggle, for he had hoped Shaital's unobtrusive friend, Vry, might have shown herself. Aosrun secretly despised Dathka, because no women ran up to clasp his arm, although he was himself in the same situation. Under those dark brows, he watched a hunter catch the hand of Dol Sakil, the midwife's daughter. He watched his own daughter, Oira, run to grasp the hand of Liental Eye. He reckoned to himself that they would suit each other well enough, and that there might be advantage from the match. Of course, the girl was headstrong, whereas Liental Eye was rather soft. She would lead him a dance before consenting to be his woman. Oira was like the precious Shaital in that respect, difficult, pretty, and with a mind of her own. He limped through the wide gates, head down, still nursing his side. Nachri and Klils were walking nearby, fending off their screeching women. They both threw him a threatening look.
"Keep your place, Aosrun,"
Nachri said. He looked away, hunching a shoulder against them.
"I wielded the axe once, and by Wutra, I'll wield it again," he growled.
The world trembled before his sight. He gulped down a mug of Rathel and water, but still sickness rose in him. He climbed to the lair he shared with his companions, indifferent for once how the game he had helped kill was stripped. Once in his room, he collapsed. But he would not suffer the slave woman to cut open his clothes or examine his wounds. He rested and hugged his ribs. After an hour, he went out alone and sought Shaital. Since it was nearer sunset, she was taking crusts of bread down to the Vorel to feed the geese. The river was wide. It had unfrozen during the day, revealing black water fringed by shelves of white ice, across which geese came honking. When they were both young, it was always frozen from bank to bank. She said,
"You hunters go so far away, yet I saw game on the other side of the river this morning. Hawksnees and wild horse, I believe."
Dark and moody, Aosrun looked down upon her and grasped her arm.
"You've always a contrary idea, Shaital. Do you think you know better than the hunters? Why didn't you come out at the sound of the horn?"
"I was busy."
She took her arm away and started to crumble the barley crusts as the geese surrounded her. Aosrun kicked out at them, and grasped her arm again. I killed a foggy today. I'm strong. It hurt me, but I killed the dirty thing. All hunters look up to me, and all maidens. But it's you I want, Shaital. Why don't you want me? She turned a face with stabbing eyes up to his. Not angry, but containedly angry. I do want you, but you would break my arm if I went against you, and we should always be arguing. You never speak softly to me. You can laugh, and you can scowl, but you can't coo. There. I'm not the sort to coo, nor would I break your lovely arm. I would give you real things to think about. She answered nothing, but fed the birds. But Alex buried itself in the snow, casting gold into strands of her hair which were loose. In the crisp, dead scene, all that moved was the black rift of water. After standing awkwardly regarding her, shifting his weight from one foot to another, he said, "What were you so busy at earlier?" Not returning his gaze, she said intensely, "You heard my words on the doleful day, when we buried Loylanen. I was speaking mainly to you. Here we live in this farmland. I want to know what goes on in the world beyond it. I want to learn things. I need your assistance, but you are not quite the man to give it. So, I teach the other women when there's time, because that's a way of teaching myself." What good's that going to do? You're only stirring up trouble. She said nothing, staring across the river, on which was cast the last of the day's beggarly gold. I ought to put you over my knee and spank you. He was standing below her on the bank, gazing up at her. She looked angrily at him. Almost immediately, a change came over her face. She laughed, revealing her teeth and the ribbed pink roof of her mouth, before covering them with her hand. You really don't understand. Using the moment, he took her strongly into his arms. I'd tried to coo for you and more besides, Shaital, because of your lovely spirit and your eyes as bright as those waters. Forget this learning which all can do without, and become my woman. He whirled her around, her feet off the ground, and the geese scattered indignantly, stretching their necks towards the horizon. When she was standing again, she said, Speak in an ordinary way to me, Rune, I beg. My life is twice precious, and I can give myself away once only. Knowledge is important to me, to everyone. Don't make me choose between you and learning. I've loved you a long while, Shaital. I know you're vexed about Oira, but you should not say no to me. Be my woman at once, or I'll find another. I warn you, I'm a hot-blooded man. Live with me, and you'll forget all about this academy. Oh, you just repeat yourself. If you love me, try to hear what I'm saying. She turned and started to walk up the slope towards her tower. But Rune ran forward and caught up with her. Are you going to leave me with no satisfaction, Shaital? After making me say all those silly things? His manner was meek again, almost sly, as he added, And what would you do if I were ruler here, Lord of Embrudok? It's not impossible. You'd have to be my woman then. In the way she looked at him, he saw why he pursued her. Just momentarily, he felt the essence of her as she said softly, So, that's how you dream, Rune. Well, knowledge and wisdom are another kind of dream, and we are fated each to pursue his own dream separately. I love you too, but no more than you do I want anyone to have power over me. He was silent. She knew he found her remark hard to accept, or thought he did, but he was pursuing another line of reasoning, and said, with a hard glance, But you hate Nakri, don't you? He doesn't interfere with me. Ah, but he does with me. As usual, when the hunt returned, a feast was held. with drinking and eating into the night. In addition to the customary rathel, newly fermented by the brewer's core, there was dark barley wine. Songs were sung, jigs danced, as the liquors took hold. When the intoxication was at its height, most men were drinking in the big tower, which commanded a view down the main street. The ground floor had been cleared, and a fire burned there, sending its smoke curling against the metal-lined rafters. Ours Rune remained moody, and broke away from the singing. Leontal I watched him go, but was too busy pursuing Oira to pursue her father. Ours Rune climbed the stairs, through the various levels, to emerge on the roof, and gulp the cool of the air. Dathka, who had no talent for music, followed him into the darkness. As usual, Dathka did not speak. He stood with his hands in his armpits, staring out at the vague, looming shapes of night. A curtain of dull green fire hung in the sky overhead, its folds shading into the stratosphere. Ours Rune fell back with a great roar. Dathka grasped him and steadied him, but the older man fought him away.
"What ails you? Drunk, are you?"
"There." Ours Rune pointed into the vacant dark. "She's gone now, damn her. A woman with the head of a pig. Heather, the look in her eyes."
"Ah, you're seeing things. You drunk?"
Ours Rune turned angrily. "Don't you call me drunk, you shrimp. I saw her, I tell you. Naked, tall, thin-shanked, hair from slit to chin, 14 dugs. Coming towards me." He ran about the roof, waving his arms. Clils appeared through the trapdoor, staggering slightly, holding a femur of deer on which he was gnawing.
"You two have no business up here. This is the big tower. Those who rule Aldorando come here."
"You scumble," Ours Rune said, approaching. "You drop the axe." Clils coshed him savagely on the side of the neck with the deer bone. With a roar, Ours Rune grasped Clils by the throat and tried to throttle him, but Clils kicked his ankle, pummeled him under the heart, and drove him back against the parapet surrounding the roof, part of which crumbled and fell away. Ours Rune sprawled with his head hanging over into space.
"Dathka,"
he called.
"Help me!"
Silently, Dathka came up behind Clils, took him with a firm grasp about the knees, and lifted his legs. He swung the man's body, angling it across the wall and over the 7th-floor drop.
"No, no!"
cried Clils, fighting furiously, locking his arms about Ours Rune's neck. The three men struggled in the green dark, accompanied by the sound of singing from below. Two of them, both befuddled by Rathel, against the willowy Clils. Eventually, they had him, prizing away his grip on life. With a last cry, he fell free. They heard his body strike the ground below. Ours Rune and Dathka sat gasping on the parapet. "We got rid of him," Ours Rune said finally. He hugged his ribs in pain. "I'm grateful, Dathka." Dathka answered nothing. At last, Ours Rune said, "They'll kill us for this, the scumble. Nachri will see to it they kill us. People hate me already." After another wait, he burst out angrily. "It was all that fool Clil's fault. He attacked me. It was his fault." Unable to endure the silence, Ours Rune jumped up and paced about the roof, muttering to himself. He snatched up the gnawed femur and flung it far out into the gloom. Turning on the impassive Dathka, he said, "Look, go down and speak to Oira. She'll do what I say. Get her to lead Nachri up here. He'd wear a pig's nose if she suggested it. I've been watching the way that scum's eyes go to her." Shrugging his shoulders, saying nothing, Dathka left. Oira was currently working in Nachri's household, much to Leontal I's disgust. Being well-favoured, she had an easier time of it than other women. After Ours Rune had hugged himself, and shivered, and paced the roof and projected oaths into the darkness,
Dathka returned. "She's bringing him," he said shortly, "but it's ill-advised. Whatever you have in mind, I'll have no part in it."
"Keep quiet." It was the first time anyone had ever given Dathka that order. He slouched back in deepest shadow when figures started climbing through the trapdoor. 3 figures, the first of them being Oira. After her came Nakri, mug of drink in hand, then Liental Eye, who had decided to stay close to Oira. He looked angry, and his expression did not soften when he looked at Ao's rune. The latter scowled back. "You stay downstairs, Liental Eye. You need not be involved in this," said Ao's rune harshly. "Oira's here," replied Liental Eye, as if that was sufficient, not budging.
"He's looking after me, father,"
said Oira. Ao's rune brushed her aside and confronted Nakri, saying, "Now, you and I have always had a quarrel, Nakri. Prepare to fight it out with me directly, man to man." "Get off my roof," ordered Nakri. "I will not have you here. Below's where you belong." "Prepare to fight." "You were ever insolent, Ao's rune, and you dare to speak up again after your failure in the hunt? You've drunk too much pig's counsel." Nakri's voice was thick from wine and rattle. "I dare, and I dare, and I do," cried Ao's rune, and he flung himself at Nakri. Nakri threw the mug in his face. Both Oira and Liental Eye took Ao's rune by the arms, but he shook himself free and hit Nakri across the face. Nakri fell, rolled over, and brought a dagger from his belt. The only light to be had was a glow coming from a fat wick burning on the floor below. It glinted on the blade. The green folds in the sky lent nothing more than a tincture to human affairs. Ao's rune kicked at the knife, missed, and fell heavily on Nakri, winding him. Groaning, Nakri began to vomit, making Ao's rune roll away from him. Both men picked themselves up, panting.
"Give it up, both of you,"
cried Oira, clinging to her father again. "What's the quarrel?" Liental Eye asked. "You provoked him over nothing, Ao's rune. The right's on his side, fool though he is." "You keep quiet if you want my daughter," roared Ao's rune, and charged. Nakri, still gasping for breath, had no defense. He had lost the dagger. Under a rain of blows, he was carried to the edge of the parapet. Oira screamed. He tottered there for a moment, then his knees buckled. Then he was gone. They all heard him strike the ground at the foot of the tower. They stood frozen, guiltily regarding one another. Drunken singing came up to them from inside the building. "When I were all befurrock, a-going to Embrudock, I saw a pig a-doing a jig, and fell down on me buttock." Ao's rune hung over the edge of the parapet. "That's done for you, I imagine, Lord Nakri," he said in a sober voice. He clutched his ribs and panted. He turned to survey them, marking each with his wild eye. Liental Eye and Oira clung silently together. Oira sobbed. Dathka came forward and said to them in a hollow voice, "You'll keep silent about this, Liental Eye, and you, Oira, if you care for your lives. You've seen how easily life's lost. I shall give out that I witnessed Nakri and Clil's arguing. They fought, and went over the edge together. We could not stop them. Remember my words. See the scene. Keep silent. Ao's rune will be Lord of Embrudock and Aldorando." "I will, and I'll rule better than those fools did," said Ao's rune, staggering. "You see you do," said Dathka quietly. "For we 3 here know the truth about this double murder. Remember, we had no part in it. This was your doing, all of it. Treat us accordingly." The years in Aldorando under the lordship of Ao's rune were to pass much as they had under previous leaders. Life has a quality rulers cannot touch.
Only the weather became more freakish. But that, like many other things, was beyond the control of any lord. The temperature gradients in the stratosphere altered. The troposphere warmed. Ground temperatures began to climb. Lashing rains fell for weeks at a time. Snow disappeared from lowlands in tropical zones. Glaciers withdrew to higher ground. The earth turned green. Tall plants sprang up. Birds and animals never seen before came bounding over or past the stockades of the ancient hamlet. All patterns of life were reforming themselves. Nothing was as it had been. To many older people, these changes were unwelcome. They recalled untrammeled vistas of snow from their youth. The middle-aged welcomed the changes, but shook their heads and said that it was too good to last. The young had never known anything different. Life burned in them as in the air. They had a greater variety of things to eat. They produced more children, and fewer of those children died. As for the two sentinels, metallics appeared the same as ever. But every week, every day, every hour, Freya was growing brighter, hotter. Set amid this drama of climate was the human drama, which every living soul must play out, to his own satisfaction or disappointment. To most people, this weaving of minute circumstance was of the utmost importance, each seeing himself the centre of the stage. All over the great globe Helliconia, wherever small groups of men and women struggled to live, this was so. And the Earth Observation Station recorded everything. When he became Lord of Aldorando, Rune lost his light-hearted manner. He grew morose, for a while shunning even the witnesses and accomplices to his crime. Even those who maintained some access to him did not perceive how much his self-imposed isolation owed to ceaseless fermentation of guilt. People do not trouble to understand one another. Taboos against murder were strong. In a small community where all were related, even if distantly, and where the loss of even one able-bodied person was felt, consciousness was so precious that the dead themselves were not allowed to depart utterly from their fellows. It happened that neither Clils nor Nuckry had children by their women, so that only their women were left to communicate with their men's gossies. Both reported from the spirit world only raging anger. The anger of gossies is painful to endure, for it can never be relieved. The anger was attributed to a fury the brothers would naturally feel at an outburst of drunken, fratricidal madness. The women were excused further communication. The brothers and their hideous end ceased to be a common topic of conversation. The secret of the murder was kept for the present. But Rune never forgot. On the dawn of the day after the killing, he had risen wearily and rinsed his face in icy water. The chill merely reinforced a fever he had been suppressing. His whole body raged with a pain that seemed to lumber from organ to organ. Shivering with an anguish he dared not communicate to his companions, he hurried from his tower, his hound Curd by his side. He got himself into the lane where, in the phantasmal mists of first light, only swathed bodies of women were to be seen, moving slowly to work. Avoiding them, Rune stumbled towards the north gate. He had to pass by the big tower. Before he knew it, he was confronting the broken body of Nuckry, sprawled at his feet, its eyes still open in terror. He found the ugly corpse of Clils, lying on the opposite side of the tower base. The bodies had not yet been discovered or the alarm given. Curd whimpered and jumped back and forth over Clil's sodden body. A thought pierced his gaze. Nobody would believe that the brothers had killed each other if they were found lying on different sides of the tower. He grasped Clil's arm and tried to move the body. The corpse was stiff and immobile, as if it had rooted itself in the ground. He was forced to bend down, thrusting his face almost in the wet, rotted hair to pick up the body under its arms. He heaved again. Something had happened to his great, careless strength. Clills would not move. Gasping, whimpering, he went to the other end and tugged at the legs. Geese honked distantly, mocking his efforts. At last, he shifted the corpse. Clills had fallen face downwards, and his hands and one side of his face had frozen to the mud. Now they broke away, and the body bumped over the dead ground. He dumped it by its brother, an unmoving, meaningless thing which he tried to wipe from his mental vision. Then he ran for the north gate. A number of ruinous towers stood beyond the barricades, often surrounded by, or indeed ruined by, the Raja Barals that loomed above their remains. In one of these monuments to time, overlooking an icy stretch of the Varal, he found refuge. A littered room on the second floor was intact. Although the wooden stairs had disappeared long ago, he was able to scramble up a pile of rubble and pull himself through into the stone chamber. He stood, panting, resting one hand against the wall for support. Then he took his dagger and commenced frantically to cut himself free from his skins. A bear had died in the mountains to clothe Aur's rune. No one else wore a similar black fur. He ripped it off heedlessly. At last, he stood naked, even to himself. The sight was shaming. Nudity had no part in the culture. The hound sat and panted, and watched, and whimpered. His body, with its hollow belly and marked muscle, was consumed with the flame-like pattern of a rash. The tongues lapped him all over. From his knees to his throat, he burned. Clutching his penis in misery, he ran about the room, crying in many kinds of pain. To Aur's rune, the fire on his body was an imprimatur of guilt. Murder. Here was the effect. His dark mind leaped to the cause. Never for one moment did he cast his memory back to the incidents of the hunt, where he had been in close contact with the great white fagor. Never could he reflect that the lice which afflicted that shaggy species had transferred themselves to his body. He was without the knowledge to make such connections. The Earth observation station rode overhead, observing. Aboard it were instruments that enabled the observers to learn things about the planet beneath them that the inhabitants did not know. They comprehended the life cycle of the tick, that had adapted itself to parasitism on both Fagor and humanity. They had analysed the composition of the andesitic crust of Helliconia, from the smallest to the greatest. All facts were there to be collected, analysed, and signalled back to Earth. It was as if Helliconia could be dismantled, atom by atom, and dispatched to an alien destination across the galaxy. Certainly, it was in a sense being recreated on Earth, in encyclopedias and edutainment media. When, from the Avernus, the two suns were seen to rise in the east above the shoulders of the Nictrike Range, some of whose peaks towered into the stratosphere, and glory and shadow burst from them, penetrating the depths of the atmosphere with mystery. There were romantics aboard the station who forgot their facts, and longed to be part of the rude activities taking place down on the bed of the ocean air. Grumbling and cursing, wrapped figures made their way through the murk to the big tower. A chill wind raged from the east, whistling between the ancient towers, slamming into their faces and conjuring rhyme on their bearded lips. 7 o'clock of a spring evening, and blackest night. Once they got inside the tower, they jammed the rickety wooden door behind them, straightened up, and exclaimed, when they mounted the stone steps that led to Aur's rune's room. This room was warmed by the hot water flowing through the stone pipes in the basement. Upper rooms towards the top of the tower, where Aur's rune's slaves and some of his hunters slept, were farther from the heat source, and consequently colder. But tonight, the wind squirreling in through 1,000 cracks made everything icy. Ours Rune was holding his first council as Lord of Aldorando. Last to arrive was old Master Datnil Scar, head of the Toyers and Tanners Corps. He was also the oldest person present. He came slowly up into the light, looking cautiously, half wary of a trap. The old are always suspicious of changes in government. 2 candles burned in pots in the centre of a floor, luxuriously covered with skins. Their ragged flames slanted towards the west, in which direction 2 pennants of smoke trailed. By the uncertain light of the candles, Master Datnil saw Ours Rune, seated on a wooden chair, and 9 other people squatting on the skins. 6 of them were the masters of the other 6 Makers' Corps, and to them he bowed individually, after a courtesy towards Ours Rune. The other 2 men were the hunters, Dathka and Liental I, sitting together rather defensively. Datnil Scar disliked Dathka for the simple reason that the lad had quit his corps for the feckless life of a hunter. Such was Dathnil Scar's opinion, and he also disliked Dathka's habit of silence. The only female present was Oira, who kept her dark gaze fixed uneasily on the floor. She sat partly behind her father's chair, so as to remain in the shadows that danced against the wall. All these faces were familiar to the old master, as were the more spectral ones ranged on the walls below the beams, the skulls of Fagors and other enemies of the hamlet. Master Datnil seated himself on a rug on the floor next to his fellow corpsman. Ours Rune clapped his hands, and a slave woman came down from the floor above, carrying a tray on which were a jug and 11 carved wooden cups. Master Datnil realized when a measure of rathel was handed to him that the cups had once belonged to Wall Ein. "You are welcome," Ours Rune said loudly, lifting his cup. All drank the sweet, cloudy liquid. Ours Rune spoke. He said that he intended to rule with more firmness than his predecessors. He would tolerate no lawlessness. He would consult the council as before. The council would consist, as before, of the masters of the 7 Maker Corps. He would defend Aldorando against all enemies. He would not let women or slaves interfere with decent life. He would guarantee that nobody would starve. He would permit people to consult their gossies when they wished. He thought the academy a waste of time when the women had work to do. Most of what he said was meaningless, or meant only that he intended to rule. He spoke, but it could not but be noted, in a peculiar way, as if he wrestled with demons. His eyes often stared. He clutched the arms of his chair, as if he was struggling with an inward torment. So that, although his remarks were themselves inconsequential, the manner of delivery was horrifyingly original. The wind whistled, and his voice rose and fell. "Liental I and Dathka will be my chief officers, and see my orders are carried out. They're young and sensible. All right, damn it. That's enough talk." But the master of the Brewers' Corps interrupted in a firm voice, saying,
"My lord, you move too fast for those of us with slow wits. Some of us might like to ponder on why you appoint as your lieutenants 2 saplings, when we have men of oak about us who will serve better."
"I've made my choice," said Ours Rune, rubbing his trunk to and fro against the back of his chair.
"But perhaps you have made it too fast, sire. Consider how many good men we have. What of your own generation, such as Eline Tal and Tanth Ein?"
Ours Rune brought his fist down on the chair arm. "We need youth, action. That's my choice. Now you may go, all of you."
Datnil Scar rose slowly and said,
"My lord, forgive me, but such hasty dismissal damages your merit, not ours. Are you ill? Are you in pain?"
"Either man, go, can't you? When asked. Oira."
"The custom is for your council of masters to drink to you, to toast your reign, sire."
The gaze of the Lord of Imbrudok rolled up to the beams and down again.
"Master Datnil, I know you old men are short of breath and long on words. Spare me. Go, will you, before I have you replaced too. Away, all of you. My thanks, but go. Away into this beastly weather."
"But—"
"Go,"
he groaned and clutched himself. A surly dismissal, and the old men of the council departed muttering, blowing out their toothless cheeks in indignation. Not a good omen. Leontal I and Dathka left, shaking their heads. As soon as he was alone with his daughter, Aosrun fell on the floor and rolled about, groaning, kicking, and scratching himself.
"Did you bring that medicated goose fat from Mistress Datnil, girl?" he asked his daughter.
"Yes, father." Oira placed a leather box containing a soft hunk of grease.
"You're going to have to rub it on my body."
"I can't do that, father."
"Of course you can, and you will."
Her eyes flashed.
"I will not do it. You heard what I said. Get your slave woman to do it. That's what she's for, isn't it? Or else I'll get Rol Sakil."
He jumped up, snarling, and took hold of her.
"You'll do it. I can't afford to let anyone else see my state. Or word will spread. They'll find out, don't you see? You'll do it, damn you, or I'll break your Eddering neck. You're as difficult as Shaital."
When she whimpered, he said, with fresh anger,
"Close your eyes if you're so squeamish. Do it with your eyes shut. You don't have to look, but do it fast, before I go out of my harness."
As he began to strip himself of his skins, still with madness in his look, he said,
"And you will be spliced to Leontal I. To keep you both quiet. I want no argument. I've seen the looks he gives you. It'll be your turn one day to rule Oldorando."
Off came his trousers, and he stood there, naked in front of her. She closed her eyes tightly, turning away her face, sick with disgust at this humiliation. Yet she could not shut out the sight of that hard, spare, hairless body, which seemed to writhe under its skin. Her father was covered to his throat with scarlet flames.
"Get on with it, you great silly fillock. I'm in agony, damn you. I'm dying."
She reached out a hand and began to plaster the sticky lard across his chest and stomach. Afterwards, Oira fled from him, spitting curses, and ran from the building, to stand with her face turned to the chill wind, retching with disgust. Such were the early days of her father's reign. A group of Maddies lay in their shapeless clothes, sleeping uneasily. They rested in a broken valley trackless miles from Oldorando. Their sentry dozed. Walls of schist surrounded them. Under the onslaughts of frost, the rock broke into thin layers which crunched underfoot. There was no vegetation, except for an occasional stunted holly bush, the leaves of which were too bitter even for the omnivorous Arang to eat. The Maddies had been caught in a thick mist, which frequently descended on these uplands. Night had come, and they had remained dispiritedly where they were. But Alex Rise had already visited the world, but dark and mist still reigned in the cold cleft of the canyon, and the protognostics still slumbered uneasily. The young Kazan's crusade commander, Yolgar Wairijk, stood on an eminence some feet above them, watching as a mixed party of warrior gillets and creates, under his orders, crept up on the defenseless group. 10 adult Maddies made up the company, crouched in the obscurity. They had with them a baby and 3 children. Beside them were 17 Arangs, sturdy goat-like animals with thick coats, which provided most of the humble needs of the nomads. This family of Mahdi's was institutionally promiscuous. The exigencies of their existence were such that mating took place indiscriminately, nor were there any taboos against incest. Their bodies lay pressed together to conserve heat, while their horned animals crawled in close against them, forming a kind of outer ring of defense against the bone-numbing cold. Only the sentry was outside this circle, and he lay innocently with his head resting on the pelage of one of the arangs. The protognostics had no weapons. Their one defense was flight. They had relied on the mist for protection, but the sharp eyes of the Fagors had found them out. The extreme difficulty of the terrain had cut Yolgar Wairichk off temporarily from the main body of Her Pral Yirpt's command. His warriors were almost as starved as the pre-humans upon whom they were descending. They bore clubs or spears. The crunch of their approach over the beds of schist was covered by the snores and snuffles of the Mahdi's. A few more steps. The sentry woke from a dream and sat up, full of terror. Through the dank mist, ugly figures emerged like ghosts. He gave a cry. His companions stirred. Too late. With savage cries, the Fagors attacked, striking without mercy. In almost no time, all the protognostics were dead, and their little flock with them. They had become protein for the crusade of the young Kazan. Yolgar Wairijk climbed down from his rock to give orders for its distribution. Through the mist, Batalics arose, a dull red ball, and peered into the desolate canyon. It was the year 361, after small apotheosis, of great year 5,634,000 since catastrophe. The crusade had now been 8 years on its way. In 5 more years, it would arrive at the city of the Sons of Freya, which was its destination. But as yet, no human eye could see the connection between the fate of Eldorando and what happened in a remote and leafless canyon. 7. A cold welcome for Fagors.
"Lord or not, he'll have to come to me,"
Shaital said to Vry proudly, when in a still dim day they could not sleep. But the new lord of Embrudok also had his pride, and did not come. His rule proved neither better nor worse than the previous one. He remained at odds with his council for one reason, and with his young lieutenants for another. Council and lord agreed where they could, for the sake of a peaceful life, and one matter on which they could agree without inconvenience to themselves was on the subject of the troublesome academy. Discontent must not be allowed to breed. Needing the women to work communally, they could not forbid them to gather together, and so the prohibition was useless. Yet they did not revoke it, and that vexed the women. Shaital and Vry met privately with Liental I and Dathka.
"You understand what we're trying to do,"
Shaital said.
"You persuade that stubborn man to change his mind. You are closer to him than I can manage."
All that came of this meeting was that Dathka started making eyes at the reticent Vry, and Shaital became slightly more haughty. Liental I returned later from one of his solitary expeditions and sought Shaital out. Covered with mud, he squatted outside the women's house until she emerged from the boilery. When she appeared, she had with her 2 slaves, bearing trays of fresh loaves. Vry walked in a docile way behind the slaves. Once more, Oldorando's bread was ready, and Vry set off to supervise its distribution, though not before Shaital had snatched a spare loaf for Liental I. She gave it to him, smiling and throwing back her unruly hair. He munched gratefully, stamping his feet to warm them. Milder weather, like the new lord, had proved more a convulsion than an actual progression. Now it was cold again, and the moisture, beading Shaital's dark eyelashes, froze. All about, white stillness prevailed. The river still flowed, broad and dark, but its banks were fanged by icicles.
"How's my young lieutenant? I see less of you these days."
He swallowed down the last of the loaf, his first food in 3 days.
"Hunting has been difficult. We've had to travel far afield. Now that it's colder again, the deer may move nearer home."
He stood alertly, surveying her as she stood before him in her ill-fitting furs. In her coiled quietness was the quality that made people admire and stand back from her. He perceived before she spoke that she saw through his excuse.
"I think much of you, Leontal I, as I did of your mother. Remember your mother's wisdom. Remember her example. And don't turn against the Academy like some of your friends."
"You know how Ours Rune admires you," he blurted out.
"I know the way he has of showing it."
Seeing that he was disconcerted, she was more kind and took his arm, walking with him, asking him where he had been. He glanced now and again at her sharp profile as he told her of a ruined village he had visited in the wilds. It lay half buried among boulders, its deserted streets like dried stream beds, fringed with roofless houses. All its wooden parts had been taken or had rotted away. Stone staircases ascended to floors that had long since disappeared. Windows opened on prospects of tumbled rock. Toadstools grew in the doorsteps. Driven snow accumulated in the fireplaces. Birds made their nests in flaking alcoves.
"It's part of the disaster,"
said Shaital. "It's what happens," he said innocently, and went on to tell of a small party of Fagors he had stumbled across. Not military ones, but humble fungus mongers, who had been as scared of him as he of them.
"You risked your life so needlessly."
I need to get away."
"I have never left Eldorado. I must. I want to get away as you do. I'm imprisoned, but I tell myself we are all prisoners."
"I don't see that, Shaital."
"You will see. First, fate molds our character. Then character molds our fate. Enough of that. You're too young."
"I'm not too young to help you. You know why the Academy is feared. It may upset the smooth running of life, but you tell us that knowledge will contribute to a general good. Isn't that right?"
He regarded her half smilingly, half mockingly, and she thought, gazing back into his eyes, "Yes, I understand how Oira feels about you." She assented with an inclination of her head, smiling in return.
"Then you need to prove your case."
She raised a fine eyebrow and said nothing. He lifted his hand and uncurled his dirty fingers before her eyes. In his palm lay the ears of 2 grasses, one with seeds arranged in delicate bells, the other shaped like a miniature teasel. "Well, ma'am, can the Academy pronounce upon these, and name them?" After a moment's hesitation, she said,
"They are oats and rye, aren't they?"
She searched in her mental store of folk wisdom.
"They were once a part of farming."
"I picked them beside the broken village, growing wild. There may have been fields of them once, before your catastrophe. There are other strange plants, too, climbing against the ruins in sheltered spots. You can make good bread with these grains. Deer like them, when the grazing's good. The does will choose the oats and leave the rye." As he transferred the green things to her hands, she felt the rasp of the rye's beard against her skin.
"So, why did you bring them to me?"
"Make us better bread. You have a way with loaves. Improve the bread. Prove to everyone that knowledge contributes to the general good. Then the ban on the Academy will be lifted."
"You are very thoughtful," she said. "A special person."
The praise embarrassed him. Oh, many plants are springing up in the wilderness, which can be used to benefit us. As he made to go, she said,
Oira is very moody nowadays. What is troubling her?
You are wise. I thought you would know. Clutching the green seeds, she hitched her skins about her body and said warmly,
Come and talk to me more often. Don't disregard my love for you.
He smiled awkwardly and turned away. He was unable to express to Shaital, or anyone else, how witnessing the murder of Nakhri had clouded his life. Fools though they were, Nakhri and Klils were his uncles, and had enjoyed life. The honour would not go away, though 2 years had passed. He also guessed that the difficulties he experienced with Oira were part of the same involvement. Towards Auzrun, his feelings were now intensely ambivalent. The murder estranged his powerful protector, even from his own daughter. His silence since the deaths implicated him in Auzrun's guilt. He had become almost as speechless as Dathka. Once he had fared forth on his solitary expeditions, out of high spirits and a sense of adventure. Now, sorrow and unease drove him forth.
Liental I.
He turned at Shaital's call.
Come along and sit with me until Vry returns.
The summons pleased and shamed him. He went quickly with her into her old rough refuge above the pigs, hoping none of his hunter friends saw him go. After the cold outside, its fug made him sleepy. Shaital's furfuracious old mother sat in a corner against the guard robe, droppings from which fell immediately to the animals below. The hour whistler sounded the hour. Darkness was already gathering in the room. Liental I greeted the old woman and sat himself down on skins beside Shaital.
We'll collect more seed and plant little fields of rye and oats, she said.
He knew by her tone she was pleased. After a while, Vry returned with another woman, Amin Lim, a plump, motherly young woman who had appointed herself Shaital's chief follower. Amin Lim went straight to the rear wall of the room, sitting cross-legged with her back to the stonework. She wished only to listen and to be within sight of Shaital. Vry was also self-effacing. She was of comparatively slight build. Her breasts scarcely made more show under her silver-grey furs than 2 onions would have done. Her face was narrow, but not without its good looks, because her eyes were deep-set and brilliant against the pale skin. Not for the first time, Liental I thought that Vry bore a resemblance to Dathka. Perhaps that accounted for Dathka's attraction to her. The one feature that marked Vry out was her hair. It was rich and dark. When seen in sunshine, it disclosed itself as dark brown, rather than the bluey black of Alderandon hair. Her hair was the only indication that Vry was of mixed extraction. Her mother had been a slave woman from the south of Borlean, light of hair and complexion, who had died when she entered into captivity. Too young to feel resentment against her captors, Vry had been fascinated by everything in Alderando. The stone towers and the hot water pipes had particularly excited her childish admiration. She poured out questions and gave her heart to Shaital, who answered them. Shaital appreciated the child's lively mind and took care of her as she grew up. Under Shaital's tuition, Vry learned to read and write. She was one of the most ardent members of the academy. Of recent years, more children were born. In her turn, Vry was now teaching some of them the letters of the Olonets alphabet. Vry and Shaital began to give Liental I an account of how they had discovered a system of passageways under the town, with a grid of passages running north-south and east-west. The system connected all the towers, or had once done so. Earthquakes, floods, and other natural disasters had blocked some passages. Shaital had hoped to reach the pyramid that stood half buried by the sacrifice grounds, since she believed that structure to contain treasures of all kinds, but sludge had buried the necessary passages up to the roof.
"Many things connect, of which we have no understanding, Leontal I," she said. "We live on the surface of the earth. Yet, I have heard that in Panoval, people live comfortably beneath it, and in Ottersol to the south, according to some traders. Perhaps the passages connect the world below, where live the Gossies and Fessups. If we could find a way to them, in the flesh, and not just in the spirit, then we should possess much buried knowledge. That would please ours rune."
Overcome by the warmth, Leontal I merely nodded in drowsy fashion.
"Knowledge is not just a buried thing, like a brasimep,"
Vry said.
"Knowledge can be generated by observation. I believe there are passages through the air similar to the passages beneath us. When it is night, I watch the stars as they rise and set in progression across the sky. Some go by different passages. They're too far away to influence us,"
said Shaital.
"Not so. All are Wutras. What he does there will influence us." "You are afraid underground,"
said Shaital.
"And I believe the stars scare you, ma'am,"
retorted Vry promptly. Leontal I was amazed to hear this shy young woman, no older than he, drop her usual deferential manner and speak out to Shaital in this way. She had changed as much as the weather of late. Shaital appeared not to mind.
"Of what use are the underground passages?" he asked. "What do they signify?"
"They're just a relic of some old forgotten past,"
Vry said.
"The future lies in the heavens."
But Shaital said firmly,
"They demonstrate what ours rune denies, that this farmyard in which we live was once a grand place, filled with arts and sciences, and people that were better than we. There were more people. There must have been, all now transformed to Fessups, dressed grandly, as Loyal Bra used to dress, and they had many thoughts, like brilliant birds in their heads. We are all that remains, us, with mud in our heads."
Throughout the conversation, Shaital referred ever and again to Aur's rune, gazing intensely into the dark corner of the room as she spoke. The cold went, the rains came, then cold again, as if the weather at this period was specially designed to plague the people of Embrudok. The women did their work and dreamed of other places. The plain was stripped by folds, which ran roughly in the east-west direction. Remains of snowdrifts still lay cupped in the sink lines on northern sides of crests. Tattered remains of the snow desert that had once swathed the whole land. Now green stalks poked through the stippled snow, each stalk creating its own miniature rounded valley, over which it was sole ruler. Against the snow lay gigantic puddles, the most remarkable feature of the new landscape. They barred the entire landscape with parallel fish-shaped lakes, each reflecting fragments of the cloudy sky overhead. This area had once formed rich hunting grounds. The game had gone with the snows, heading for drier grazing in the hills. In their place were flocks of black birds wading phlegmatically on the margin of the transient lakes. Dathka and Leontal I sprawled on a ridge, watching some moving figures. Both young hunters were soaked to the skin and in a bad humour. Dathka's long, hard face was creased into a scowl, which hid his eyes. Where their fingers pressed into the mud, half-moons of water appeared. All about them were the sipping sounds of hydropic earth. Some way behind, 6 disappointed hunters squatted on their haunches, concealed behind a ridge, as they waited indifferently for a command from their leaders. Their eyes followed birds winging overhead, and they blew softly on their damp thumbs. The figures being observed were walking eastwards, in single file, along the top of a ridge, heads low before a fine drizzle. Behind the file lay a broad curve of the Voral. Moored against the Voral's banks were 3 boats, which had brought the hunters to invade traditional Alderandon hunting grounds. The invaders wore heavy leather boots and scoop-shaped hats, which betrayed their origins.
"They're from Bolian," Leontal I said. "They've driven off what game there was. We'll have to drive them off." "How? There are too many." Dathka spoke without taking his gaze from the moving figures in the distance. "This is our land, not theirs. But there are more than 4 handfuls of them." "There's one thing we can do. Burn their boats. The fools have left only 2 men behind to guard them. We can deal with them."
With no game to hunt, they might as well hunt Borleanians. From one of the southerners they had recently captured, they knew the state of unrest that prevailed in Borlean. The people there lived in mud buildings, generally 2 stories high, with the animals below and their owners above. Recent unprecedented rains had washed the huts out of existence. Whole populations were homeless. As Leontal I's party made its way towards the Voral, keeping from view of the boats, the rain increased. It came from the south. This was the beginning of the winter period. The rain fell capriciously, in gusts, sprinkling the moving figures, then settling in more sullenly until it beat a tattoo on their backs and moisture ran down their faces. They blew it from the ends of their blunt noses. Rain was something none of them had experienced until a few years ago. Not a man in the party but wished for the crisp days of his childhood, with snow underfoot and deer stretching to the horizon. Now, the horizon was hidden by dirty grey curtains, and the ground leaked. The murk worked in their favour when they reached the riverbank. Here, thick succulent grasses had sprung up as high as a man's knee, despite recent frosts, grasses that bowed and shimmered under the pressure of the downpour. There was nothing to be seen as they ran forward, except wavering grass, the overburdened clouds, and muddy water the colour of cloud. A fish plopped heavily in the river, sensing an extension of its universe. The 2 Borleanian guards, crouching for shelter in their boats, were killed without a struggle. Perhaps they thought it better to die than get any wetter. Their bodies were cast into the water. They floated against the boats, and blood spread from their corpses. While the fire-maker of the party tried vainly to make fire, the river was shallow at this point, and the bodies would not go away, even when struck at by oars. With air trapped under their skins, they drifted just below the rain-pocked surface of the water. All right, Dathka said impatiently. "Leave the fire-making. Break up the boats instead, men." "We can use the boats ourselves," Leontal I suggested. "Let's row them to Alderando." The others stood and watched impassively as the 2 youths argued. "What will Owl's Rune say when we return home without meat? We'll have the boats to show him." "Even Owl's Rune doesn't eat boats," laughter greeted the remark. They climbed into the boats and juggled with the oars. The dead men were left behind. They managed to row themselves slowly back to Alderando, the rain beating continually in their faces. Owl's Rune's reception of his subjects was morose. He glared at Leontal I and the other hunters with a silence they found more daunting than words, since he offered them nothing to refute. At last, he turned from them and stood staring out of his open window at the rain. "We can go hungry. We have gone hungry before. But we have other troubles. Farrellin Ferd's party have returned from foraging in the north. They sighted a party of foggies in the distance, riding Kaidors and heading this way. They say it looks like a war party." The hunters looked at each other. "How many foggies?" one asked. Owl's Rune shrugged his shoulders.
Were they coming from Dorsin Lake? Leontal Eye asked. Ours Rune merely shrugged his shoulders again, as if he found the question irrelevant. He swung round on his audience, fixing them with his heavy gaze. What do you think is the best strategy in the circumstances? When there was no reply, he answered his own question. We're not cowards. We go out and attack them before they arrive here, and try to burn Oldorando down, or whatever is in their thick harneys to do. They won't attack in this weather, an older hunter said. The Fuggies hate water. Only extreme madness can drive them into water. It ruins their coats. The times are extreme, Ours Rune said, striding restlessly about. The world will drown under this rain. When's the Edring snow coming back? He dismissed them, and paddled through the mud to see Shaital. Vry and her other close friend, Amin Lim, were sitting with her, copying out a design. He sent them packing. He and Shaital looked warily at each other. She at his wet face and his air of having more to say than he could express. He at the wrinkles under her eyes, the first white hairs glinting in her dark locks. When will this rain stop?
The weather's getting worse again. I want to plant rye and oats.
You're supposed to be so wise, you and your women. You tell me what will happen.
I don't know. Winter's setting in. Perhaps it will get colder.
Snow. How I'd love the damned snow back, and the rain gone. He made an angry gesture, raising his fists, then dropping them again.
If it gets colder, the rain will turn into snow.
Wutra's scumble. What a female answer. Have you no certainty for me, Shaital? No certainty in this damned uncertain world.
No more than you have for me.
He turned on his heel, to pause at her door. If your women don't work, they won't eat. We can't have people idle. You understand that. He left her without a word more. She followed him to the door and stood there, frowning. She was vexed that he did not give her a chance to say no to him again. It would have renewed her sense of purpose. But his mind, she realized, had not really been on her at all, but on more important questions. She hunched her rough garments about her and went to sit on her bed. When Vry returned, she was still in that attitude, but jumped up guiltily at the sight of her young friend.
We must always be positive, she said. If I were a sorceress, I would bring back the snows for Ours Rune's sake. You are a sorceress,
Vry said loyally. News of the approaching Fagors travelled fast. Those who remembered the last raid on the town spoke of nothing else. They talked of it at night as they tumbled, rattle-rich, into their beds. They talked of it at dawn, grinding grain by gooselight.
We can contribute more than talk,
Shaital told them.
You have brave hearts, women, as well as quick tongues. We'll show Ours Rune what we can do. I want you to listen to my idea.
They decided that the academy, which must always justify its existence in the eyes of the men, should propose a plan of attack that would spare Oldorando. Choosing suitable ground, the women would reveal themselves at a safe place where the Fagors would see them. When the Fagors approached, they would be ambushed by the hunters, waiting concealed on either flank to cut them down. The women screamed and cried for blood as they discussed the idea. When the plan had been discussed to their satisfaction, they chose one of their prettiest girls to act as emissary to Ours Rune. The girl was almost of an age with Vry. She was Dol Sakil, daughter of the old midwife Rol Sakil. Oira escorted Dol to her father's tower, where the girl was to present Shaital's compliments and to request him to come to the women's house. There, a defensive proposal would be presented to him.
He won't take much notice of me, will he?
Dol said. Oira smiled and pushed her ahead. The women waited while the rain poured down outside.
It was mid-morning when Oire returned. She was alone and looking furious. Finally, she burst out with the truth. Her father had rejected the invitation and kept Dol Sakil. He regarded her as a present from the academy. Dol would live with him from now on. At this news, a high anger overcame Shaital. She fell to the floor. She danced with rage. She screamed and tore her hair. She gestured and swore vengeance on all imbecile men. She prophesied that they would all be eaten alive by Fagors, while their supposed leader lay in bed copulating with an imbecile child. Many other terrible things she said. Her companions could not calm her, and went in fear of her. Vry and Oire were driven away.
"It's a vexation,"
said Rol Sakil,
"but it will be nice for Dol."
Then Shaital gathered her clothes about her body and stormed down into the lane, to stand before the big tower where Aos-Rune lived. The rain poured on her face as she cried aloud the scandal of his conduct, daring him to show himself. Her noise was so great that men of the Maker's Corps and some hunters ran out to listen. They stood against the ruinous buildings for shelter, grinning with folded arms, while the downpour beat the steam from the geysers close to the ground, and mud bubbled between their boots. Aos-Rune came to the window of his tower. He looked down and shouted to Shaital to go away. She shook her fist at him. She screamed that he was abominable, and his behaviour such that all Embrudok would meet with disaster. At this juncture, Liental I arrived and took Shaital by the arm. He spoke lovingly. She stopped screaming a moment to listen. He said that she must not despair. The hunters knew how to handle Fagors. Aos-Rune knew. They would go out and fight when the weather improved.
"When? If? Who are you to make conditions, Liental I? You men are so weak."
She raised her fists to the clouds.
"You will follow my plan, or else disaster will strike you down. And you, Aos-Rune, you hear? I see it all clearly with my inner eye."
Yes. Liental I tried to hush her.
"Don't touch me. Just follow the plan. The plan or death. And if that fool leader, so-called, hopes to remain leader, he must give up Dol Sakil from his couch. Raper of children. Doom, doom."
These prophecies were uttered with wild assurance. Shaital continued her harangue with variations, damning all ignorant and brutal men. Everyone was impressed. The downpour increased, the towers dripped. The hunters grinned mirthlessly at each other. More onlookers arrived in the lane, eager for drama. Liental I called up to Aos-Rune that he was convinced of the truth of what Shaital said. He advised Aos-Rune to fall in with the prophecies. The women's plan sounded a good one. Again Aos-Rune appeared at his window. His face was as black as his furs. Despite his anger, he was subdued. He agreed to follow the women's plan when the weather improved, not before. Certainly not before. Also, he was going to keep Dol Sakil. She was in love with him, and needed his protection.
"Barbarian! Ignorant barbarian! You're all barbarians! Fit only for this stinking farmyard! Wickedness and ignorance have brought us low."
Shaital marched up and down the lane in the mud, screaming. The prize barbarian was the uncouth rapist, whose name she refused to speak. They lived only in a farmyard, a pool of mud, and they had forgotten the grandeur that once was Embrudok. All the ruins lying outside their miserable barricades had once been fine towers, clad in gold. All that was now mud and filth had once been paved with fine marble. The town had been 4 times its present size, and everything had been beautiful. Clean and beautiful. The sanctity of women had been respected. She clutched her wet furs to herself and sobbed. She would no longer live in such a filthy place. She was going to live at a distance, beyond the barricades. If the Fagors came by night, or the wily Borleanians, and caught her, why should she care? What had she to live for? They were disaster's children, all of them. Peace, peace, woman, said Leontal I, splashing along beside her. She rejected him contemptuously. She was only an aging woman whom nobody loved. She alone saw truth. They would regret it when she was gone. Thereupon Shaital suited deeds to words, and commenced moving her few goods to one of the ruinous towers standing among the Rajabarals, outside the fortifications to the northeast. Vry and others assisted her, splashing back and forth through the rain with her poor possessions. The rain stopped next day. Two remarkable events occurred. A flock of small birds of a kind unknown flew over Aldorando and wheeled about its towers. The air was full of their twittering. The flock would not settle in the village proper. It alighted on the isolated towers beyond, especially on the ruin to which Shaital had exiled herself. Here, the birds set up a remarkable noise. They had small beaks and red heads, with feathers of red and white on their wings, and a darting flight. Some hunters ran forth with nets and tried to catch the birds, without success. The event was considered an omen. The second event was even more alarming. The Voral flooded. Rain had caused the river to rise. As the hour whistler sounded noon, a great swell approached from upstream and the direction of distant Dorzin Lake. An old woman, mollass furred, was down by the river bank collecting geese scumble when she sighted the swell. She straightened as much as she was able and stared in amazement as a wall of water bore down on her. Geese and ducks took fright, clattering up to perch on the barricades. But old mollass furred stood where she was, shovel in hand, staring open-mouthed at the waters. They rushed upon her and hurled her against the side of the women's house. The flood filled the village before subsiding, washing away grain, invading people's homes, drowning sows. Mollass Furd was battered to death. The hamlet was turned into a swamp. Only the tower where Shaital had taken up residence was spared the onslaught of muddy waters. This period marked the true beginning of Shaital's reputation as a sorceress. All who had heard her cry out against Aur's rune sat inside and muttered. That evening, as first Batalix, then Freya set in the west, turning the flood waters to blood. The temperature dropped dramatically. The village was filled with thin, crackling ice. Next Freya dawn, the town was aroused by Aur's rune's angry shouting. The women, scuffling into their boots to go to work, listened in dismay and woke their menfolk. Aur's rune was taking a leaf from Shaital's book. Out you come, damn you all! We're going to fight the Fagors today, every one of you. I set my resolve against your idleness. Rise, rise, all of you. Get up and fight. If Fagors are to be found, then Fagors you will fight. I fought them single-handed. You scum can fight them together. This will be a great day in history. You hear me? A great day, even if you all die. As the dawn clouds scudded bleakly overhead, his great figure in its black furs stood on top of the tower, fist waving. With his other hand, Aur's rune clutched a struggling Dol Sakil, who fought and yelled to get out of the cold. Eline Tal loomed behind them, grinning feebly. Yes, we'll slay the milk-stuck Fagors according to the women's plan. You hear that, you idle queens of the Academy? We'll fight according to the women's plan for good or ill. Carry it out to the letter. By the original boulder, we'll see what happens today. We'll see whether or not Shaital talks sense. We'll see what her prophecies are worth. A few figures were emerging in the lane, clattering through the thin ice, staring up at their lord. Many clutched each other timidly, but old Rol Sakil, mother of Dol, cackled and said,
He must be well developed, yelling like that. That's what our doll said he was. Balls like a bull.
He came to the edge of the parapet and glared down at them, dragging Doll with him, still shouting. Yes, we'll see what her words are worth. We'll test her. We'll test Shaital in battle, since you all seem to think so much of her. Do you hear me, Shaital? We'll make or break today, and blood shall flow, red or yellow. He spat down at them, then withdrew. The trapdoor slammed after him as he climbed back into his tower. When they had eaten some black bread, everyone set forth, urged on by the hunters. All was subdued, even Rune. His storm of words had blown itself out. They proceeded in a southeasterly direction. The weather remained below freezing. The day was still. The suns were lost in cloud. The ground was hard, and ice crackled underfoot. Shaital went with them, keeping in with the women, her mouth pursed, her skins swinging about her thin body. Progress was slow, for the women were unaccustomed to walking distances that meant nothing to the men. They came at length to the broken plain from which Leontal Eye's hunting party had sighted the Borleanians only 2 days before the Varal flooded. Here lay the series of ridges with shallow floodlakes between, glinting like stranded fish. Here, the ambush could be set up. The cold would bring out fagors, if there were any, but Alex had set, unseen. They went down into the plain, men first, the women following, in confused groups. All were apprehensive under the hard sky. By the edge of the first flood lake, the women halted, looking at Shaital in none too friendly a fashion. They realized the danger of their position, should any fagors arrive, particularly if they came mounted. No amount of anxious glancing about could reassure them on that score, for the ridges restricted their view. They were exposed to danger and the elements. The temperature remained 2 or 3 degrees below freezing. Quiet reigned. The air was hard. The shallow lake lay silent before them. It was some 40 meters wide by 100 meters long, occupying the hollow between 2 ridges with its unwelcoming expanse. Its waters were motionless, but still unfrozen, reflecting the sky without a ripple. Its sullen appearance increased a certain supernatural fear which fell upon the women as they watched the hunters disappear over the ridge. Even the grass at their feet, crisped by frost, seemed under a curse, and no birds cried. The men were unhappy about having their womenfolk nearby. They stood in a neighbouring depression, by another lake, and complained about their leader.
"We've seen no sign of fagors,"
Tanth Ein said, blowing on his nails.
"Let's turn back. Supposing they destroy Aldorando while we were away. A fine thing that would be."
The cloud of breath above their heads united them as they leaned on their spears and looked accusingly at Rune. The latter paced about, keeping himself separate from them, his expression black.
"Turn back. You talk like women. We came to fight, and fight we will, even if we throw our lives to Wutra while we do so. If there are fagors near, I'll summon them. Stand where you are."
He went at a run to the top of the ridge behind him, so that the women were again within his view, intending to shout at the top of his voice and awaken all the echoes in the wilderness. But the enemy was already in view. Now, too late, he understood why they had seen no more wandering Borleanians. They had been driven off, like old Molas Ferd, before the flood. He stood paralyzed before the sight of humanity's ancient enemy. The women straggled at one end of the fish-shaped lake, the Ancipitals grouped at the other. The women made frightened and uncertain movements. The Ancipitals were motionless. Even in their surprise, the women responded individually. The fagors could be seen only as a group. It was impossible to make out the number of the enemy. They merged together with the late afternoon mists, filling the hollow, and with the scarred greys and blues of the scene. One of them gave a thick, protracted cough. Otherwise, they might have been lifeless. Their white birds had settled on a ridge behind them, at first with some jostling, now spaced out regularly, with heads submissively on one side, like the souls of those departed. From their frosty outline, it could be determined that 3 of the Fagors, presumably the leaders, were mounted on Kaidors. They sat, as was their habit, leaning forward with their heads close to their mounts' heads, as if communion was in progress. The foot Fagors clustered against the flanks of the Kaidors, shoulders hunched. Nearby boulders were not more still. The coffer coughed again. Ao's rune threw off his spell and called to his men. They climbed along the crest of the ridge to stare at the enemy in dismay. In response, the Fagors made a sudden move. Their strangely jointed limbs geared themselves from immobility to action with no intermediate stage. The shallow lake had checked their advance. They had a well-known aversion to water, but times were changing. Their harnies said, "Forward," and the sight of 30 human gillots at their mercy decided them. They charged. One of the 3 mounted brutes swung a sword above his head. With a churring cry, he kicked his Kaidor, and mount and rider burst forward. The other brutes followed as one, whether mounted or running. Forward they dashed, into the waters of the shallow lake. Panic scattered the women. Now that their adversary was almost on them, they ran hither and thither between the ridges. Some climbed one side, some the other, making small sharp noises of despair, like birds in distress. Only Shaital remained where she was, facing the charge, and Vry and Amin Lim clung to her in terror, hiding their faces.
"Run, you fool woman!"
bellowed Ao's rune, coming down the ridge at a run. Shaital did not hear his voice above the shrieks and the furious splashing. She stood firm at the end of the fish lake and flung out her arms, as if gesturing the Fagor horde to halt. Then, the transformation. Then the moment that ever after, in the annals of Aldorando, would be referred to as the miracle of Fish Lake. Some claimed later that a shrilling note rang through the frosty air. Some said a high voice spoke. Some vowed Wutra struck. The whole group of marauders, 16 in number, had entered the lake, led by the 3 mounted Stalins. Their rage drove them into the alien element. They were thigh-deep in it, churning it up with the fury of their charge, when the entire lake froze. One moment, it was an absolutely still liquid, lying, because undisturbed, unfrozen at 3 degrees below freezing point. The next moment, disturbed, it became solid. Kaidors and Fagors, all were locked in its embrace. One Kaidor fell, never to rise again. The others froze where they were, and their riders froze with them, hemmed in ice. The Stalins behind, brandishing their arms, all were trapped. Held in the grip of the element they had invaded. None took as much as one further step. None could fight free to gain the safety of the shore. Soon, their veins froze within their bodies, despite the ancient biochemistries that colored their bloodstream and protected it from the cold. Their coarse white coats became further sheathed in rime, their glaring eyes frosted over. What was organic became one with the great inorganic world that ruled. The tableau of furious death was absolute, carved from ice. Above it, white birds wheeled and dipped, crying with gaping beaks, finally making off to the east in desolate flight. Next morning, 3 people rose up early from a skin bivouac. Powdery snow had fallen during the night, giving the wilderness a peppery appearance. Freya ascended from the horizon, casting watery purple shadows over the plain. Several minutes later, the second faithful sentinel also struggled free into Wutra's realm. By then, Aosrun, Liental Eye, and Oira were on their feet, beating and stamping circulation into their limbs. They coughed, but were otherwise silent. After looking at each other without speaking, they moved forward. Aosrun stepped out onto the lake of ice, which rang beneath his tread. The three of them walked across the frozen tableau. They stared at it almost in disbelief. Before them was a monumental piece of statuary, fine in detail, wild in imagining. One Kaidor lay almost under the hoofs of the other two, the greater part of its bulk submerged by brittle waves, its head rearing up in fear, its nostrils distended. Its rider struggled for control, half fallen from its back, terrible in immobility. All the figures were caught in mid-action, many with weapons raised, eyes staring ahead to the shore they would never reach. All were encased in rhyme. They formed a monument to brutality. Finally, Aosrun nodded and spoke. His voice was subdued. "It did happen. Now, I believe. Let's get back." The miracle of year 24 was confirmed. He had sent the rest of the party back to Aldorando the previous evening, under Dathka's leadership. Only after he had slept could he believe he did not dream the incident. No one else said anything. They had been saved by a miracle. The thought dazed their minds, silenced their tongues. They trudged away from the alarming sculpture without another word. Once they were back in Aldorando, Aosrun ordered one of his slaves to be taken by two hunters to Fish Lake, to the site of the miracle. When the slave had seen the tableau with his own eyes, his hands were lashed behind his back. He was faced towards the south and booted on his way. Back in Borleon, he would tell his fellows that a powerful sorceress watched over Aldorando. 8. In Obsidian. The room in which Shaital stood, erect, was ancient beyond her computation. She had furnished it with what she could: an old tapestry, once loyal Bry's, once loyal Annan's, that illustrious line of dead women, her humble bed in the corner, built of woven bracken imported from Borleon. Bracken kept out rats. Her writing materials sat on a small stone table, some skins on the floor, on which 13 women sat or squatted. The academy was in session. The walls of the room were leprous, with yellow and white lichen which, starting from the small, narrow window, had, over uncounted years, colonized all the adjacent stonework. In the corners were spiders' webs. Most of their incumbents had starved to death long ago. Behind the 13 women sat Liental Eye, legs folded under him, resting his chin on his fist, and his elbow on his knee. He looked down at the floor. Most of the women gazed vacantly at Shaital. Vry, Amin Lim, were listening. Of the others, she could not be sure.
The effects in our world are complex. We can pretend they are all a product of the mind of Wutra, in that eternal war in heaven, but that is too easy. We would do better to work things out for ourselves. We need some other key to understanding. Does Wutra care? Perhaps we have sole charge of our own actions.